Consequences.
Come on!
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
drum up.
I see that you know your judo.
It's a great day for being sad.
Winter is coming.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Welcome to the resistance.
Facebook, Zuckerbucks.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich white man.
Antitrust.
What now?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Well, here we are, once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Been at least a couple of days since we've seen each other last, which means we've got a hell of a lot to talk about here on this midweek report. As always, don't forget to put on those seatbelts, space fams. These space journeys tend to be a bit dangerous, filled with troubling things. Well, it is good to see you, space fams. I hope your week has been better than mine. What do we got? We got a lot. We got a lot to talk about here. Lot to talk about. Constitutional crisis. Deportations. Angry town halls. Tariffs. And much, much more. I'd better do some shoutouts first, though. Moanoip, Scarecrow, and Mozart123 in the YouTube chat. Charlie Jidmiera, close fourth. The reference frame is also here. Arvin Trevino, Pitchforks Dragon. Skelts, PB, George Waters. Might be it in the chat. Can't tell. Well, it's been a difficult start to the week for me. I filed my taxes, which is why we didn't do a Monday or Tuesday stream. And unfortunately, due to the fact that I have to file 1099s, things like that, free option wasn't available to me. Had to spend like $250 just to get those damn taxes filed.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Enough about me. Let's talk about current events. Let's start here at the White House from 2 days ago. I look how that one person. That's one of my favorite parts of this video. You hear pretty much everyone in the crowd go, "Oh, what the fuck?" And then you got one person just continue just clapping the whole time. It's amazing. I got to hear it one more time. Wait. I'm a normal guy. I know how to hold a statue. I'm not weird at all. I don't. What? Hold on. Once he drops it, somebody starts clapping immediately. Look at me. I'm a regular guy. I know how to hold a trophy. I'm JD Vance. Totally not weird.
Don't be creepy.
That was the beginning of the week. JD Vance struggling to pick up a trophy like a normal human being. Dropping it's not the Heisman, whatever the college football championship trophy is. I don't know if it has a name. The conical football. There we go. Oh, steady hands, JD. Unable to pick up a trophy like a normal person. Let's go here real quick. Speaking of the White House, guess who's not going to be allowed at the White House anymore? Newswire. That's right, Reuters from 14 hours ago. According to them, White House has limited the access of Newswire to Donald Trump.
Illegal.
Yes, indeed. Who needs
wire
freedom of
services,
speech?
including Reuters and Bloomberg News, will no longer be guaranteed access to President Donald Trump. The decision by the White House on Tuesday comes as it moves to exert greater control over who gets to ask him questions and report on his statements in real time. It also comes after the Trump administration last week lost a court challenge brought by another wire service, the Associated Press, over its exclusion from the small pool of reporters who cover the president.
I love that.
The White House barred the AP in February after it refused to refer to the...
I love that. They get done with one court ruling telling them, no, you can't do that. And they're like, do you mean just the AP? Or do you mean everybody? I mean, we're going to let Charlie Kirk and, you know, whatever her name is, that horrifying libs of TikTok lady come. But did you mean all news organizations are just the AP? We're not clear, so we're going to do this.
Of water south of the United States as the Gulf of America, as Trump had ordered it be called. The pool typically consists of around 10 outlets that follow the president wherever he goes. Under the new policy, wire services will lose their customary spot in the pool and will instead be part of a larger rotation. Wire services tend to cover the president and the White House more closely on a daily basis than most outlets. Other media customers, particularly local news organizations that have no presence in Washington, rely on wires for up-to-date reporting, video, and audio.
Love that. Love that. The crackdown on journalism continues at the White House. People asking too many questions, and or paying too close attention to what the president's doing.
Illegal.
How dare you do that? How darest thou question and or pay attention to what the president does? All right, let's go to Silicon Valley real quick. See what's been going on the streets of the valley. Cron 4 from 2 days ago.
Reportedly hacked this weekend, and they were, instead of telling you to cross or wait, they were telling you other things.
Yeah, in voices that represented some pretty popular CEOs of the tech industry, from Elon Musk to Mark Zuckerberg, and nobody seems to know how this happened. We've got Crown 4's Jack Mulma to explain.
Hi, this is Mark Zuckerberg, but real ones call me the Zuck.
Almost immediately, the crosswalk buttons will turn your head.
Hi, this is Elon Musk. Welcome to Palo Alto, the home of Tesla engineering.
For nearly 2 days, crosswalks from Redwood City to Menlo Park to Palo Alto were hacked to mimic tech leaders Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. On TikTok, a user shared this video from El Camino Real and Jefferson Road. For some, the audio first sounds like an ad or an actual message, but then things got weird.
You know, it's normal to feel uncomfortable or even violated as we forcefully insert AI into every facet of your conscious experience. And I just want to assure you, you don't need to worry, because there's absolutely nothing you can do to stop it. Anyway, see ya.
It's unknown why this happened or who they came from, but we reached out to Redwood City and Menlo Park for comment, but did not hear back. Palo Alto, meantime, told us they had a total of 12 intersections tampered. The audio since has been shut.
You know, this is in fact a joke and a prank, I guess, of sorts. But that response, like, that is too close to being the truth of what these tech companies are doing with AI. You don't like it? Aw, that's too bad. Aw, so sorry, but you're gonna have to live with that, whether you like it or not. But there was more. It wasn't just Zuck's voice that was on these crosswalks.
Zuckerbucks.
Those videos going viral on social media. Now, in them, you can hear voices mimicking Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. So, how did it happen, and who's behind it? NBC Bay Area's Christy Smith explains what we know so far.
Linda Miles found the crosswalk button was silent today at this intersection, but she says yesterday was different.
Yesterday was the first day that when you pressed the thing, you got Mark Zuckerberg.
and I don't know what that was about.
She thought the voice claiming to be Mark Zuckerberg was AI, but today in Menlo Park wasn't sure what to make of it. What did you hear?
How he was saying that this is okay to have AI, we're going to have it anyway, something like that.
Hi, this is Mark Zuckerberg, but real ones call me the Zuck.
This video was posted on social media, and so was another video from Palo Alto that appeared to imitate another voice.
Hi, this is Elon Musk. Welcome to Palo Alto, the home of Tesla engineering. You know, they say money can't buy happiness.
While some were surprised by it, others not so much. Were you surprised to hear that this would happen?
Not surprised. We are in the Bay Area. Anything is possible.
The city of Palo Alto says Saturday morning a city employee noted the voice announcement feature on the crosswalk at University and High Street wasn't working properly. The city later found that 12 downtown intersections were also malfunctioning and may have been tampered with on Friday. A city official says the city has disabled the audible feature until further repairs can be made. They say other traffic signals around the city were checked and the impact was isolated. Signal operations were otherwise not affected. We also reached out to the city of Menlo Park, where other videos of tampered signals were taken and have yet to hear back. Redwood city leaders say several of its signals were also hacked, and it is investigating. A Bay Area tech expert believes it's AI-generated audio and something municipalities will be closely watching moving forward.
I think this is going to be some kind of a wake-up call for the cities to make sure that they don't rely on the fact that this is something nobody will do it.
And there's another side to consider.
It's risky for people, who across the street. You never know how many people are going to be distracted.
It's not clear who's behind the apparent hack.
Yeah, concerns about people crossing. Well, don't worry. All of that A in the DEIA is going to get removed anyways. By the Trump administration, of course. And any minute now, they're going to get right on that. But yeah, it wasn't just Zuckerbucks.
Zuckerbucks.
It's also Elon Musk on there, saying a bunch of other very strange Elon Muskivite things.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
That's a real quote. All right. But you know what? It's not just Democrats that are upset with Elon.
So as you all know, the Joe Rogan sphere, the whole podcast circuit, it's a group of people who, for the most part, it's a hug box with Rogan. So like you go on there, people mostly agree with each other. You talk about how wokeness is bad, and
I have no idea what a hug box is. What is a hug box, Kyle? Very confused. Sorry, I'm just gonna skip ahead. I don't want to watch this whole thing.
Save the world. All right, so here we go. Let's dive into it, and we'll break it down as we go.
Of the rich people that I've seen in my life or have met, the tech people are by far the creepiest.
Absolutely.
And their intentions are by far the worst. I don't think they care, not only about America, I don't think they're fans of humanity.
Totally.
You shouldn't get so crazy rich that you go, how do I terraform another planet? Yeah. It just shows you the emptiness of money, which life is not about having lots of money. What Elon has done, I think, has exposed that there is no amount of money, no amount of money that you can give a human being where they won't Heil Hitler for kids.
All right, so it looks like some of Joe Rogan's closest comedy friends have been trashing Elon Musk, which I'm sure is making Joe really uncomfortable because obviously he's like one of the biggest Elon simps out there, and now a big part of his podcast is him just doing damage control and PR for Elon. But even with all the glazing and ass kissing Joe does, it's still not enough for Elon, and I'm sure he gets annoyed that Joe doesn't tell his friends to stop making fun of him. Like, Joe's got to be nervous about his comedy friend.
Elon does seem like one of those guys, right? Where he would like send Rogan a clip of Tim Dillon mocking him and be like, why can't you talk to him? He needs to stop. This is unfounded. Oh, this is great. This is a welcome turn, y'all. This is a welcome turn. Because you have to say, all of Rogan's right-leaning comedian buddies, they did go down the rabbit hole with him, flirting with Trumpism, if not outright supporting Trumpism, right? And so they were gone, bro. They were gone mentally. They totally...
I think they're still gone, mostly. Hold on, there's a couple other choice spots I want to hit up here. Oh, son of a bitch.
Hitch their wagon to this guy who... I just think they like the vibes, and they think Trump is entertaining, and they don't give a fuck about the policy. But seemingly, for the same reason they like Trump, the vibes, I think that's the same reason they don't like Elon. Because his vibes are fucking horrendous. I mean, truly, the most deeply unlikable man on the planet.
Sorry, hold on.
This is also kind of exposing how Joe will do anything to defend him. It doesn't matter how delusional it makes him look. I mean, like with the salute Elon did at Trump's inauguration, seeing how Rogan reacted to that compared to how all his comedy friends reacted, it shows how far gone he is. Because most of Rogan's comedian friends seem to think Elon did a Nazi salute, or at least looked just like one. And it sounds like Elon's response to the controversy made them believe that theory even more, because he acted like it was completely ridiculous to think it looked like one. So some of Rogan's comedy friends are like, he's just trying to gaslight us here, this is crazy. And Elon also never even denied doing it. He's just like, again, with the Nazi stuff. But of course, you know who did deny it for him? Joe Rogan. Of course, he'll jump at any opportunity to defend Elon and embarrass himself. And it's funny, he said people only believe it was a Nazi salute because it fits their narrative, but it sounds like most of his friends believe that, and it kind of goes against their narrative. I mean, Shane Gillis, his reaction was like, I know I'm supposed to defend that, but that's a tough one. And it seems like most of Rogan's comedian friends mocked Elon for it, and they thought his response to it was also really bad. So I give him credit here for having their own opinions and not just going along with what they know Rogan would want them to say, because this also just shows how Rogan will shamelessly defend anything Elon does, even if...
The fact is, when it comes to comedians, and I mean Joe Rogan's comedy, I don't know if you've ever seen any of his routines, not the best. He's certainly not known for his stand-up. Most stand-up comedians, not super rich. Not super rich. And Joe Rogan is the closest, I would say, in the comedy sphere, comedy brosphere, who's the closest to being sort of an Elon, right? I mean, he's got hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't know his net worth right now. Who knows what he's invested in? I mean, he got that Spotify deal was years ago. You know, if you suck that $250 million into like a whatever stocks, at one point he might have had more than $1 billion. I have no idea. But that's my estimation of Joe as it relates to all of this. Guy is clearly gotta be one of the richest supposed comedians on the planet. But it's not just comedians and anonymous tech people messing with crosswalk sounds. Everyone's mad at Elon and the oligarchy. Do we have 30 likes now? Okay. Before we move to the next one, I will get you your likes. I mean, you gave me the like. You did the likes. I'm gonna get you your emotional support characters. There's no super chat going on. God damn it. You're right. There is no super chat goal. That's my bad. Whoopsies, I just clicked the wrong thing. Pitchforks with a super chat. There's no super chat goal up, and Charlie Jameer already beat me to it. You're way behind. This is the best damn stream on YouTube. We appreciate you. I appreciate you too, Pitchforks. I appreciate you too. Good man. Both super chatting and reminding me with your super chat to do my job, which I should do. It's been a stressful week for me, okay? Like I mentioned, I had to pay over $200 to file my goddamn taxes, and it's thrown me into a real tailspin over here. That's not how you spell. That's also... Why can't I type today? Let's go here. Quick clip from one of the recent town halls. Not town halls. Fight the oligarchy rallies that AOC and Bernie have been doing. Here's Forbes breaking news from a day ago.
And this has been the big money playbook, not just now, not just today, but it has been for decades. And that is why Donald Trump is not an aberration. He is the logical, inevitable conclusion of an American political system dominated by corporate and dark money. And if we are to defeat him, Utah, we must defeat the system that created him. We are at a crossroads in America. We can either have extreme and growing wealth inequality with the toxic division and corruption that it requires to survive, or we can have a fair economy for working people along with the democracy and freedoms that uphold it. Oligarchy or democracy, but we cannot have both.
Absolutely fucking right. You only have one system. Can't have both oligarchy and democracy. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make any goddamn sense. Alright, hold on. I'm going to queue this up. I want to watch this whole thing. I think probably around... Where is this? Where does he say it? I think it's later on. Start here. Well, one House member by the name of Jared Huffman, who I'm not familiar with, had something to say to Republicans here in the House Natural Resources Committee earlier this week. This is from Monday.
As they advance their drill, baby drill agenda. But as we approach the 15th anniversary of the tragic Deepwater Horizon disaster, I would like to remind my colleagues, we continue to see record-breaking oil and gas production because for decades, big oil has clung to sweetheart deals that it receives from the federal government. And all of us pay the price. It's the surge in climate-driven disasters like the catastrophic wildfires in California, the cycle of extreme drought and flood across the West and the Midwest, supercharged hurricanes pounding the Southeast, and more. It's the unmatched levels of pollution in communities in the Gulf, primarily black, brown, and low income, which have become a sacrificial altar for the fossil fuel and petrochemical industries. And while Trump and Musk destroy our economy, our communities, and our planet, congressional Republicans can't even be bothered to face their own constituents at town hall meetings. But now, after weeks of silence, Republicans finally have a plan to address this compounding crisis. They're going to rename the Gulf of Mexico. This is what they think the American people want. And talk about unpopular. According to a recent Fox News poll, the majority of Americans actually oppose this name change. They know it's a joke. They know it's a stunt, even if President Trump and Republicans seem to be taking it seriously. You know what's not a joke? Firing firefighters, weather forecasters, disease researchers, aid workers, destabilizing global markets with mindless tariff taxes that are wrecking people's hard-earned retirement and college savings, turning our allies and neighbors into enemies, threatening to cut Social Security and Medicaid, services that will be in much greater demand once the Trump recession really gets rolling in the weeks and months to come. This is an insulting charade of America first nonsense at a time when the American people need serious policy prescriptions. Instead, we're getting stuff like this that makes our country a global laughingstock. I oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Oh, no. God damn it. He said it earlier. Son of a bitch. We're not going back. We can't go back. We've gone too far. But at some point during that...
The Trump administration tonight firing back...
Please be quiet.
Harvard University...
What did I just say? There we go. At some point during that comment from Congressman Huffman, he says to the GOP to call us when they're tired of kissing the ass of Donald Trump. I'm sure they'll get right on that. Speaking of people kissing Donald Trump's ass, we've been watching Colombia kiss every angle of Donald Trump's ass ever since he got into office. But one college, shockingly, fighting back. NBC from 2 days ago.
The Trump administration tonight firing back at Harvard University after the school basically set up a showdown with the Trump administration, rejecting some of the White House's demands on its policies. A White House spokesperson saying, in part, President Trump wants to end unchecked anti-Semitism and that Harvard's response could put its federal funding at risk. But Harvard's president says the university will not surrender its independence.
Now, I love that NBC doesn't bring it up, so I'm going to bring it up. Speaking of unchecked anti-Semitism, maybe they should start closer to home, right? Rather than telling colleges and universities what to do. Maybe they should look inwards, you know, maybe stop the anti-Semitism inside of the Trump administration. Maybe they should go after Steve Bannon. Maybe they should go after Elon Musk for doing a fucking Hitler salute. You know, there's so many good options in their sort of circle. You know, Nick Fuentes. And yeah, there's so many, you know, great examples we could pull out. I don't have time to go through every single one of them, but there is a myriad of actual anti-Semites hanging out in the Trump administration and or in its orbit, people who I'm sure they're familiar with, but are not even saying a word about, let alone going after them for it. Yeah, it's only a certain kind of anti-Semitism, the fake kind, where you're criticizing a nation state, and that gets turned into somehow hatred of an entire protected class of people.
And that neither Harvard nor any other private university can allow itself to be taken over by the federal government. The Trump administration had something like 10 demands for Harvard, including the elimination of DEI programs and the restriction of acceptance of international students who are, and I'm quoting here, hostile to American values and institutions. Stephanie Gosk is joining us now. You couldn't think of a...
You know, any minute now we're going to have actual, like, anti-American... Do you remember, like... the McCarthy era, because that's where we're at right now. Okay, that is what we're about to have. Any minute now we're gonna have you know, just months-long ongoing hearings, maybe through the entire, you know, Trump administration. They'll just bring us all to this committee, and we can try and explain to them the difference between anti-Semitism and criticism of Israel. I'm sure that'll happen any minute now, though. Honestly, the anti-American hearings are going to start, which honestly seems anti-American. You're supposed to have freedom of thought and speech, but now we're going to have thought and speech police. The people who supposedly loved it so much, and now they're like, that we were kidding. It was a joke.
Perhaps bigger name in the world of college universities to go basically head-to-head with the Trump administration on some of these controversial changes that the White House wants. What happens next here?
Well, you know, it's interesting, Hallie. First of all, it's worth pointing out that Harvard receives $9 billion worth of federal funding from the government. And so that's a real hammer that the government has and can hold that above Harvard University, try to get them to make some of these changes. This letter that Harvard received on Friday night is really long, and it has a lot of very specific things that they are calling on the university to do to get this funding. Among them are things like hiring an independent third party to determine whether there's anti-Semitism on campus and in the curriculum. Also to make sure that there's diversity of opinion on campus. And you've heard a bunch of White House officials, including the vice president himself, talking about how there is a throughout our universities, a kind of sickness where there is no diversity of opinion. And this is clearly part of an effort to change the way universities operate. And they're holding this funding, which is really how research is done at universities, in large part because of this funding. They are holding that over.
Yes, indeed. Well, I just realized I have these slightly out of order. Let's see some other, another university that's been dealing with some of Donald Trump's... Actually, wait, I think I have one more on the Harvard one. Yeah. Here it is. I just wanted a different one in here. What happened to that one? Oh, I remember now. It's in the wrong spot, isn't it?
The federal government says it's freezing more than $2.2 billion in grants and contracts to Harvard University since the institution said it won't comply with the Trump administration's demands to limit activism on campus. In a letter to Harvard, the administration called for broad government and leadership reforms, as well as a requirement to institute what it calls a merit-based administration and hiring policy.
Merit-based.
It also includes an audit of the student body.
Merit. I cannot believe that they're still saying the word merit. They should be embarrassed. They should be genuinely ashamed of using that word now. I mean, they have made so many goddamn mistakes already.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
For the supposed lovers of merit to be, you know, have made as many horrifying blunders, have put so many unmeritorious, incompetent individuals into government, and they're still saying, we want merit everywhere. What it really means is, we would prefer it if there was less diversity. That's really what it means. Obviously. I think to everyone. I just realized I do have another one on this goddamn Harvard situation. From a Harvard man himself. I almost called him Jennifer Lawrence. What is this guy's name? Lawrence O'Donnell. Let's go back to MSNBC. Wait, what did I do? I just clicked past it. No, go. No, why? Why have you done this?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Well, today, what one judge has called the lawlessness of Donald Trump and his staff was made vivid once again in two hugely important stories that are really about us, about all of us, every one of us. And it might not seem that way at first. One is the story of an immigrant who was shipped off to a prison in El Salvador, something that could never happen to us,
illegal
citizens, right? And the other story is about an exclusive private institution far removed from your life, it seems, that has nothing to do with you, or at least it seems that way. But today, we are all Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, because Donald Trump said today very clearly that he wants to be able to throw anyone in a prison in El Salvador and throw away the key, even if that person has committed no crime. And that means us. That means all of us, because Donald Trump and his lawyers are insisting through the courts that even after they make a mistake, as they admit they did in the case of Mr. Abrego Garcia, they don't have to fix that mistake, and they can leave him in that prison forever. And if the mistake they make the next time with you or me is that they sent us to an El Salvador prison, even though we didn't commit a crime and even though we are United States citizens, that mistake cannot be fixed, according to Donald Trump and his lawyers. No American court can order that an American citizen illegally deported to a prison in El Salvador by Donald Trump can ever be saved from that mistake. That's the position of the President of the United States and his lawyers, and there has never been a darker statement made by a President of the United States or his lawyers about what it means to live in America than that statement. Donald Trump is the only president who believes he can snatch anyone off the streets in the United States, send that person to El Salvador, find out later that that person never committed a crime and is a citizen of the United States, or any other mistake Donald Trump made in the seizure of that person, and Donald Trump can leave that person in prison in El Salvador for the rest of time. That is the constitutional dementia of Donald Trump. Donald Trump and his lawyers brought the same constitutional dementia to an attack on our oldest American. Using his own library of hundreds of books as the very first contribution to Harvard University, a Puritan minister named John Harvard created America's first university in 1636, 153 years before the government of the United States of America was created. Harvard graduates played a major role in the creation of the United States of America, including the second president of the United States, John Adams. More presidents of the United States went to Harvard than any other school, and not one of those previous presidents of the United States, whether they went to Harvard or not, ever attempted to seize control over Harvard University, as Donald Trump attempted to do before he got crushed by the oldest institution in America today.
Now, I think Lawrence might be going a little far. I don't know if Harvard crushed Donald Trump. But he's, he's a Harvard man. I don't know if you can tell, he's wearing a Veritas tie. I'm sure that's just happenstance. All right, let's go to another university. In Rochester, New York, News AWROC from 2 days ago, University of Rochester files lawsuit against the Department of Education funding cuts, which are apparently hitting it as we speak.
New information from the University of Rochester tonight regarding its response to the Trump administration on funding cuts and immigration. First, President Sarah Mangelsdorf announced U of R is suing the U.S. Department of Energy for imposing about $25 million in cuts to funding related to research. The U of R joins Brown University, Caltech, MIT, Princeton, and other universities in the suit. It's in response to a 15% cap the U.S. DOE announced for facilities and administrative costs Friday. The U of R also warned faculty and staff could soon receive termination or cancellation notices while this lawsuit plays out. As for deportations, students, scholars, and staff from Afghanistan and Cameroon here through a temporary protection program may be deported beginning May 20th. The U of R says last Friday, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security announced those programs were ending. This would be in addition to the 11 students and recent graduates whose visa and legal status were revoked last week. More details about the funding cuts and immigration status of students is posted on the university.
Yep. Did she say Department of Energy? I don't think so. Did she? I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying enough attention. I was trying to read chat. I've already seen this one. And I don't remember her saying that, but it's entirely possible, though. But yeah, no, I'm fairly certain it's against the Department of Education for the funding cuts. and the Trump administration, generally speaking, for the visas being revoked. But every single college and university seems to be getting these notices that Marco Rubio is just
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
you know, just going down the list, trying to figure out who we can get rid of from this country. Make Donald Trump, make Daddy happy. Look, I got rid of more people for free speech. Look, doing such a good job. Aren't I a good boy? I'm a good boy, right? All right, let's go now to Montana. Guess what? Same thing's happening there at MSU. This is also from Monday.
New developments tonight after 4 international student visas were revoked last week. The ACLU in Montana filed a federal lawsuit today on behalf of 2 Montana State University students. The University of Montana and MSU discovered the federal government revoked F1 visas for international students last week. Both schools tell NBC Montana they never received word this was happening. And now the ACLU is asking the court for an emergency injunction so the students can retain their visas to complete their studies and get their graduate degrees.
Our clients will have their immigration privileges reinstated. And then we expect that in short order there will be a hearing where the judge considers arguments by the attorneys about whether or not that temporary order is extended.
ACLU couldn't speak on potential conversations that may or may have not taken place with the other students with revoked visas. So stick with NBC Montana as this story continues to unfold.
Yep, more revocation of visas for free speech in the United States.
Help! Help! I'm being Columbia student was arrested and detained by
Don't worry, we're not going to stop talking about Columbia University. And not for Mahmoud Khalil. No, they decided to do a second pass on Columbia. Back in New York City.
Columbia student was arrested and detained by the Department of Homeland Security. Mohsen Madawi was taken into custody today while attending a naturalization interview. Court papers obtained by ABC News allege that Madawi was an outspoken critic of Israel and organizer of student protests until March of last year.
Not criticizing another country.
Called the arrest unlawful.
When are the arrests coming for criticisms of China? When are the arrests coming for criticisms of, I don't know, Iran? It's such an arbitrary fucking thing to suggest that, no, it's just in this one particular case that we have focused in on. If you criticize Israel, you're an anti-Semite.
Anti-Semitic.
But, feel free to criticize any other country on the planet. Let's go here to the Associated Press on this same fucking story.
Today, Mohsen had a appointment for an interview to complete and finalize his steps for naturalization. So he is a green card holder. He's a permanent resident of the United States. Even though we had reason to believe and suspicion that he would be arrested by ICE and Homeland Security at this appointment. So Mohsen, being a lawful permanent resident, came to this interview.
This shit pisses me off so much. I start having crazy fucking thoughts to myself. But honestly, I think anybody working at HSI or ICE who helped facilitate this stuff should be put into, well, if Democrats ever get back in office, should be put back into maximum security prisons. Okay? Same thing for every single one of the Trump administration officials. That's just my opinion. I mean, they're taking people's rights away for free speech. And they're facilitating illegal actions, and it's my belief that they need to be genuinely punished. It is disgusting. It is fucking disgusting that they think they can just get away with all of this. Speaking of disgusting, let's watch this one in New Hampshire at a courthouse. Actually, before I go, I want to actually follow up on that story rather than just making suggestions about the future. The fact is that guy was the what was his name? Mr. Mawani was at he had already applied for a green card and was going to a naturalization meeting, supposedly. And that's when he got picked up. Now, this is at a courthouse. This next video is at a courthouse in New Hampshire. Prepare yourself for this one, because it's troubling on multiple levels. This is also from... Oh, actually, this one's from Tuesday. Look at these two giddy, smiling douchebags. They walk in here. I just want to go back. Do you see their? Look at these two guys. These two fucking pieces of shit right here, smiling and, you know, palling it up with people in the elevator. These are the ICE agents. Watch what happens. Oh, whoopsies. Anybody gonna help that old guy with the cane up? Nope. We're just gonna pile on top of this guy. Is he? Oh, nope. He's not coming because he's concerned for the old man who's fallen. Nope. I'm just gonna put my knee into this man's back. Not a single person has shown any consideration for this other guy here. Who? I'm sorry. We got to go back. These people have zero consideration for humanity.
Are pushing back against Trump's executive order.
These are full-on psychopaths. Shut the fuck up. Sorry, I'm getting a little heated. But I'm getting real hot lately, not gonna lie. Real hot. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this. 3 guys here attacking this man, accidentally knocking over a man with a fucking cane who appears to be like in his 70s. And not a single one of them shows consideration for that man or the man who they're tackling. I mean, of course they're not showing consideration for the man they're tackling. But the fact that nobody here seems at all concerned about what they just witnessed. This is fucking insane. And at this point, I'm ready to start saying things that would absolutely get me in trouble. I'm going to withhold myself right now from saying them. But I get a sense that people might know what I'm thinking right now. Because this is unacceptable in this fucking society. And if you're not helping stop... I'm done. I'm done. We're going to keep moving. Let's keep talking about immigration. If you can witness that and do nothing, you deserve to have some nasty things done to you. Okay?
Democrats are pushing back against Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship.
More than 200 members of the House Democratic Caucus signed an amicus brief against the order today, and Ground 4's Rob Nesbitt reports.
Trump has asked the Supreme Court to allow birthright citizenship restrictions. The Supreme Court often accepts amicus briefings from Congress, and several Democrats are hoping their opinion on the executive order will persuade the court. One of the first executive orders signed by President Trump was his effort to remove birthright citizenship, no longer recognizing someone born in the U.S. as a citizen if their parents are undocumented immigrants. Hector Quiroga has been working as an immigration attorney for more than 15 years, but this year has been his busiest. Clients worried about their future in the U.S.
Yeah, we're very busy, especially because there is just a lot of confusion. There's been a lot of false starts. There's a lot of executive orders that have not gone through. There's some executive orders that have gone through that the court has, in fact, upheld.
San Francisco has a deep history with birthright citizenship. It's where Wong Kim Ark fought for his rights to be recognized as a U.S. citizen in 1898. Representative Nancy Pelosi and other House Democrats pushed back against Trump's birthright citizenship executive order Monday, filing an amicus brief that the order violates Supreme Court rulings, laws passed by Congress, and the Constitution.
Well, the 14th Amendment clearly states anybody who's born in the United States is, by definition, a resident of the state and a resident of the United States, citizens of the United States.
Birthright citizenship will be decided by the courts, but one executive order that has been upheld is the requirement that immigrants living in the U.S. illegally register with the federal government or face penalties. Immigrant communities are trying to break down any legal implications of the ruling, and Quiroga recommends getting expert advice.
We really need to check with a lawyer to figure out how to most advance that, how to better advance this in their individual matter. I think that is what is happening across the country. Is everybody needs to look at their own facts and circumstances and how it's going to affect them individually.
Last month, San Francisco.
Yep, they're still going after DACA. I'm gonna make another suggestion once we get back in office. I say after we try Marco Rubio, we would deport him on back to Cuba. And he can live under the sanctions that we have on Cuba. He's kind of a dreamer. Let's see another disturbing situation that happened to a U.S. citizen who was detained without explanation over the weekend.
At first, at 11, it is a story you'll only see right here on NBC 10 Boston. A real estate attorney, an American citizen returning from Canada, says that he was detained without explanation. Thanks for staying up with us tonight. I'm Priscilla Casper.
And I'm Colton Bradford. Now, that New Hampshire man says he was traveling back from a quick family trip on Sunday when this happened. He spoke exclusively to our Jericho Tran about his experience. Jericho's joining us live right now with what he had to say. Jericho?
Yeah, well, Bashir Attallah tells me that he has been a U.S. citizen for over 10 years. But on Sunday, he tells me he was not treated like a citizen at all when U.S. Customs and Border Patrol agents detained him and his wife for several hours with no explanation, all while Bashir was experiencing a medical emergency.
Literally drove my car to Canada for the weekend, and on the way back I was treated like a criminal.
An unwelcome return home for Bashir Attallah and his wife Jessica on Sunday when they say Customs and Border Patrol officers stopped them at the border between Vermont and Canada.
He asked me, exit the vehicle right now, and he reached for his gun. I said, okay, I'm exiting the vehicle. Keep your gun at your waist.
Just hours before, Attallah celebrated Palm Sunday with his family. Now he was being arrested.
They handcuffed me. They twisted my arm.
It was like a shock for me.
A real estate attorney, Attallah says he's been an American citizen for over 10 years. He immediately started questioning why he was being detained.
Even if you ask questions, they say we don't know, it's the government.
Attallah started to feel sick and requested medical attention. This report filled out by an EMS team determined Attallah was experiencing high blood pressure and was at risk for a stroke. They say Attallah needed further medical attention, which he refused after he says Border Patrol agents explained what they would do next.
They're definitely going to escort me to the hospital and have an officer guard me and bring me back and start from zero.
Attallah says CBP.
Yep, doesn't matter if you're a U.S. citizen. ICE is going to do whatever the fuck they want, apparently. And I'm not sure if this guy's going to sue them or not. But I think that's the bare minimum of what needs to start happening. Every single one of these instances need to be accompanied by a fucking lawsuit against the federal government, against the ICE agents, anybody you can think of. Now let's talk about Mahmoud Khalil real quick. This is from his lawyer. May not have seen this, but she made some remarks after... shared some of his remarks after court. This one was from over the weekend.
So today was obviously a really hard day and really scary, I think. Disappointing, infuriating, but at the beginning and end of every day, Mahmoud is always concerned about how fellow students are doing and also how many people that are currently detained with him in the facility in Louisiana to shed light on the fact that many of them are languishing there without access to attorneys, without the press paying attention, you know, who have been there for months without a hearing. And so even in his closing words today in court, even as he, you know, was told that the judge found him to be removable from the United States, even then, his final words to the court were on behalf of the people with whom he's detained to make sure that that everybody in the United States is paying attention to these folks who are locked away in Louisiana and around the country.
Everyone, we should all be like Mahmoud Khalil. It's honestly just incredibly just touching and just inspiring story, even though it's horrifying at the same time. But the fact that he, a man who is being attacked by the federal government, being held in prison, even though he has every right to be here, spent his time, his energy, and his breath to speak up for everyone else, should be a lesson for all of us. Because in this moment, we need that kind of solidarity across the board. That's how, I mean, that the lack of solidarity in the Holocaust is what allowed the Germans, the Nazi takeover to happen like it did. You know, the words of, oh God, what is his name? I can't think of it right now. But I'm sure everyone is familiar with the quote. They came for the communists and I said nothing. They say it, they came for the... And it's, you know, if we sit here and do nothing, if we watch as this all happens without speaking up, then in a way we are giving our silent consent for everything that is going on. And that cannot go on. That cannot happen. That cannot be a thing. Now let's see this utterly... I mean, this is just another example of this government's decision to just, you know, make up their own laws and come after whoever they want.
It's too early for this, y'all. What's going on?
This is the moment lawyer James Rivera and a paralegal rushed to the home of their client, a 19-year-old green card applicant in Sterling, Virginia. The woman who arrived in America as an unaccompanied minor years prior was not home, according to her lawyer.
All right, what's going on?
Someone in the house called Rivera when 5 officials showed up unexpectedly on the doorstep.
On the scene, I said, I've never had this happen, ever, ever, ever. They don't go to homes to do welfare checks.
Who do y'all represent? I'm the family lawyer here.
Okay, guess my identification.
Yeah, do you? Yeah. Okay, who do you represent?
HSI.
I think that's the strategy. I don't have a uniform on. You don't see ICE or HSI. I'm just here to check on you. I'm your friend. By the way, let me in. Let me see what you got going on in here.
Yeah.
We're looking for Amy.
For what?
We're doing a welfare check on her to make sure she's doing okay. That's
what's the basis?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
You're recording us, aren't you?
Yeah.
Reuters obtained an internal
Jesus
memo from the Trump
Christ. When this guy realizes that he's recording, look at how ashamed he is. And anybody who knows this man should shame him in his real life for what he's doing right here.
Recording this, aren't you?
Yeah.
Look at him. Look down. He's like, fuck. About to be on CNN. Goddamn right you are.
In February, Reuters obtained an internal memo from the Trump administration directing immigration agents in the U.S. to track down and deport thousands of migrant children who entered the country without parents.
This person has been to court, waiting on her green card. There's no requirement that an unaccompanied minor check in unless they're told to do so. There's no order indicating that she needs to do that or that she's missed any court dates, nothing. The questions I asked, I think that let them know that whatever they thought was going to happen, it wasn't going to happen. Not today.
Perfect. We still need to talk to her.
Okay, I can set up an appointment at my office. We can do that.
Perfectly fine. You got a card?
Nah, but I can give you my name and number.
Yeah, you need to talk to the sponsor and...
Okay, so now you need to talk to the sponsor too. You say you need to talk to her. Now, who you need to talk to so I can set you up. Because I'm trying to prevent you all from coming back into this neighborhood. You understand? And she's doing fine. I don't know what. Again, I know what you're here for. I don't know if this is the first time this has ever happened. So this must be a new policy.
CNN has reached out to HSI and ICE for comment.
This government has made it clear.
And if it's not clear, they have not responded. This government refuses accountability, refuses to respond to question from journalists, and if they don't like the questions enough, they'll just kick you out of the White House. They'll do whatever they want. That's what a dictatorship is. They completely circumvent the supposed rule of law for themselves and for their own means, and then try and use that same law to hold us accountable. And I actually struggled to pay my taxes this week. Just not the paying. I mean, well, I also struggled to pay to file. Like I mentioned, I had to spend like almost $250 to fucking file because I can't file a regular tax return because I'm not a W-2. But like I struggled just to bring myself to actually file them because I felt as if me doing that gave, once again, silent consent for these assholes to do what they're doing. Why should any of us follow the law if they're not going to follow the law? If they're going to enrich themselves while they take from us? But I did it. To my own detriment. I now have zero spending money. And I don't get paid by YouTube for another week. But, trying to maintain over here. I was genuinely disgusted as I went through those forms line by line. That I, you know, like almost with myself. Because I felt like I'm contributing to this. Alright, let's go to that horrifying meeting that happened on Monday with El Salvadorian dictator Nayib Bukele and Donald Trump.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have a friend of mine because we went through this together and got along very well for my entire period of time. So I knew him as a very young man. Now he's just a young man. And he's done a fantastic job. Mr. President, it's an honor to have you. Thank you. You're doing incredibly for your country. And we appreciate working with you because you want to stop crime, and so do we. And it's very, very effective. And I want to just say hello to the people of El Salvador and say they have one hell of a president, okay? And I mean that, and I know him well. I know him as a very young man, Marco, even younger than you. You know, he started pretty young.
He'll always be younger.
Young at heart. But I want to thank you for the great job you're doing. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Doing such a great job.
Well, it's an honor to be here in the Oval Office with the President and leader of the free world. We're very happy, and we're very eager to help. We know that you have a crime problem, a terrorism problem that you need help with. And we're a small country, but if we can help, we will do it. And we actually turned the murder capital of the world, that was the journalists call it, right? Murder capital of the world into the safest country in the Western Hemisphere. And, you know, sometimes they say that we imprison thousands. I like to say that we actually liberated millions. So, you know, like, it's very good.
I like that. It's a great spin. You think I can do that? I can say I'm liberating people? Yes, do it. Do it.
350 million people to liberate. Yes. But to liberate 350 million people, you have to imprison some. You know, that's the way it works, right? You cannot just...
That's the way it works. There's no way to liberate everyone. You gotta violate the human rights of some people to give everybody that you want to have rights. This guy is disgusting. And I can't believe how many sort of dictators Donald Trump is bringing to the White House. You know? And it is fucking insane that he called Volodymyr Zelensky a dictator while he sits here and compliments Nayib Bukele, somebody who the entire world believes to be a dictator. He's like, oh, this is a great guy. Oh, he's got some great lines. Oh, it's a great line, Nayib. Can I use that one? You mind? You mind if I say I'm liberating everyone while I take away their rights? It's a great line. Now, Stephen Miller was out here, outside the White House, trying to explain the illegal actions of the White House.
I'll let Secretary Lutnick provide that update, but I appreciate that.
White House administration is going to deport 1 million undocumented people.
Much more than that. Much more.
Stephen, also of the 10 alleged gang members that Secretary Rubio said were sent to El Salvador over the weekend, what sort of due process did they get as mandated by the Supreme Court?
Well, you're talking about the alien enemies?
Yes, the alien.
So first of all, a number of those are MS-13. So again, those are just standard.
Give us proof.
Of El Salvadorians
Proof.
to El Salvador.
Proof.
And
what evidence did you provide that they were MS-13?
Okay, so we seem to be confused about this. Illegal aliens from El Salvador.
You seem to be confused. No, you seem to be confused. And we need to stop allowing these people to claim MS-13, claim terrorism, claim anti-Semitism without actual evidence. Okay? Give us actual evidence of any of this shit. Give us evidence that, you know, he was proven to be in the MS-13. Give us proof that he was in Tren de Agua. Tren de Agua. Fucking proof, please. And I am sick of watching Congress do fuck all. They do need to impeach. Immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And honestly, I don't even care if it doesn't go through. House Democrats need to impeach Donald Trump.
Again, get deported to El Salvador. Do you all appreciate that like tens of thousands of El Salvadorians have been deported to El Salvador? You seem to be under the impression that El Salvadorians living in our country illegally just get to stay here. They don't. They get arrested and deported. Then the fact that they're MS-13...
You missed a spot.
Is an extra priority.
Missed something there. You missed something there. Junior Voldemort. Fucking missed something there. They get arrested, then something happens between arrested and deported. Arrested and deported. What happens between arrested? Oh, right. Due fucking process, you piece of shit.
Illegal.
Due fucking process. Immigration courts are supposed to preside over this, not have this all dictated from on high. It is so disturbing to hear them just completely, you know, circumvent the law. But of course, this was their plan. This is why they got rid of more immigration judges. While we had a backup in the immigration court system, they got rid of 20 judges like the first week, along with the inspectors general who are supposed to check. This government came in and said we're going to get rid of the fraud and the waste. Got rid of the inspectors general, who literally are the people to look over waste and fraud in the government. And then at the same time also saying we're going to deport all the illegal, criminal, whatever, blah, 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 and then got rid of all the immigration judges. Because they don't actually want legitimate checks and balances. They don't want legitimate investigations. They want investigations without the they want all these things without the investigation, without the process, without evidence. And it's genuinely disturbing. It should be disturbing to everyone. Because this is going to happen to some. This is going to continue to happen. And it's going to get worse and worse. They're going to be deported. They're going to deport whomever. They're going to continue to try to ramp this up in as many places as they can. And that does not exclude American citizens. I don't care how long you've been here. If you've done something they don't like, they're going to try it at some point.
Are deporting them, but we would deport someone to El Salvador regardless of whether or not they were MS-13 if they were here illegally. That's just an extra, because of the priority on public safety threats, we're emphasizing the removals of gang members, in this case, foreign terrorist organization gang members. But as to your other question, they went through all of the due process, as you would call it, that is required by law. So, but I just want to, what I find so mystifying is that I've been talking to you all for a very long time. I legitimately, in my entire, I mean, going back years actually, in my entire.
His body language reads, please, please just listen to me. Please, look, I'm just trying to gaslight you. Why wouldn't you let me gaslight you more? Just keeps doing little prayer hands and stuff. Like, dude, fuck off.
For a very long time. I legitimately, in my entire, I mean, going back years actually, in my entire professional life, I've never received this many questions from the media about an American who was raped or murdered by an illegal immigrant. Legitimately never. And all of you who are enjoying your lives and doing quite well, if you had children and you were living near any of these people, you would move away immediately.
Wow.
You would call the police immediately.
We would move away
immediately.
immediately.
To make you and your family safer immediately.
Wow.
And you thank your lucky stars every night that you have enough means and enough money not to live in communities where, say, illegal alien pedophiles offend and reoffend and keep reoffending.
So everyone who's being deported is, according to Stephen Miller, an illegal alien pedophile. Even though he has zero evidence for that. Zero court documents to prove any of that shit. They're all just illegal alien pedophiles who everyone just wants to get away from.
Illegal.
It's disgusting. This man is disgusting.
Reoffending. There's an expression there, but for the grace of God go I. The Biden administration apprehended 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela. They were trained to Aragua. I mean, a lot more than 2, but the story I'm telling you is 2. And they decided they were entitled to an enormous amount of due process. And they didn't feel they had enough evidence to just deport them right away. So they put them on a monitoring system known as supervised release. You're familiar with this case. But a few weeks later, they kidnapped a young girl named Jocelyn Nungary, who was 12 years old at the time. I'm sure you've seen pictures of her. I mean, just the most perfect girl you could possibly imagine.
Oh, she's perfect.
And
ugh.
Her mother loved her.
Don't be creepy.
She was tied up.
Perfect for you,
savagely
Steven?
beaten.
You into that? You into that? 12-year-old girls? She's perfect. She's a perfect girl. So perfect.
Don't be creepy.
Naked, tortured to death, murdered. Her body was dumped.
I feel like he gets off when he talks about this a little bit.
She didn't get any due process, but I'll tell you who did are the 2 illegal aliens from
Victims.
Venezuela who.
That's not the way. What are you talking about? Victims due process? What?
Stole her forever. And there's stories like that all over the country. We just arrested a pedophile illegal alien who is being shielded by Sanctuary City, who's been charged in 20 sex crimes against children. None of you, any of you have had the chance to spend time with victims' families whose children have been raped or whose wives.
Don't those families deserve their day in court to confront this alleged sex criminal? Do you not have respect for the families, Stephen? Why are you denying them that right that they have? It's not due process for them, but it's, you know, generally speaking, something that victim families are given thanks to due process. You bring those people in court.
Raped and murdered, but if that doesn't break your heart, nothing will. And I know that we have some people, like Taylor Lawrence, who fantasize about assassinations and things like that. But in the civilized society, the power of the state is used to keep innocent people alive and to keep innocent women and children from being hurt.
Just the women and children.
I'm never going to apologize for using the power of the state to keep men, women, and children from being savagely murdered.
You remembered men that time.
If we release known and suspected MS-13 and trained Iragua, and then there's another Jocelyn Nungri, then whose responsibility is that going to be?
The federal
We're
government.
Sit around, wringing our hands, wondering.
The judiciary.
If, maybe we should, release this person, give them a little bit of extra time, give them a little bit extra chance to plead their case, and then what? They kidnap somebody, they slit their throat, they shoot them in the head, and we say, well, at least the illegal alien got due process. They're here illegally. The only place that they deserve to go is to some country other than our country. And it's not a statistic. These are real lives. These are real families. There's whole neighborhoods in Los Angeles controlled by illegal alien Mexican street gangs. Entire neighborhoods where you have to live in fear because of individuals here illegally engaged in extortion and crime. Not to mention the fentanyl. You have cartels that have functional control over the entire northern territory in Mexico who are pumping fentanyl, lacing our drugs with this chemical. Children are ending up dead. They're going out to a weekend party. They think they're taking something safe, and they get a heart attack and they die by the thousands. So we're not going to apologize for doing something about that. And I just wish we lived in a country where the media gave 1/10 a damn as much about Americans who were murdered and brutalized and savagely killed, beaten to death, as they did about whether illegal aliens that we all agree are illegal aliens.
No, we don't.
A million days in.
We don't all agree. You know why we don't agree? Because it's not true.
Court and a million trials and a million this and a million that. There's 15 million illegal aliens that violently enter the country. If every one of them got the trial that you're asking for, it would take us centuries to remove them. Centuries.
So there you go. There is the justification from Stephen Miller. He says, like he was saying in the beginning, we can't give them all due process. Due process, we can't do it. You know why? Because it would take too long. It would take too long to afford people the legal rights that people on American soil have. It would just take too long. We can't do it. So that's why we're just gonna, deport people regardless of whether it's right or not, regardless of whether or not we can prove that they're illegally here, regardless of whether we can prove that they've committed a crime. We are just going to circumvent due process and the law. This right here is a constitutional crisis, okay? Donald Trump's top White House aide out here, White House lawn, suggesting that it's actually fine that they're circumventing, completely disregarding due process. This is the face of evil. And I hate using words like that, because I feel like it's too easy, and it's also just, it's not all that erudite to suggest somebody is evil, but this man is genuinely someone I'm willing to call fucking evil. The fact that he can sit here and sort of prevaricate about people in this way and then go on and on about how actually your rights are fucking stupid. Stop bringing up rights. It's going to take too long to talk about and deal with your rights. So just stop asking questions. Why are you people asking so many questions about your rights? Pitchforks with a super chat, getting us started on the goal. Stephen Miller is a ghoul, but I thought Ant-Man handled him really well. I'm missing the reference. I'm missing the reference, Pitchforks. I didn't watch Ant-Man. I mean, I've seen clips of Ant-Man, but I've never actually seen the movie. Not gonna lie, a lot of MCU stuff does not make its way onto my phone or computer to watch. I've seen enough, I think. I mean, not gonna lie. It's just not... It's not on the top of my list of things to watch these days. Maybe somebody can explain that reference to me. Was the villain in Ant-Man, did he look like Stephen Miller? Alright, now he wasn't the only Trump official defending all of this. No, 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 we have more. Let's see what the head of Lawfare, Pam Bondi, had to say.
Thank you, President. Do you plan to ask President Bukele to help return the man who your administration says was mistakenly deported? The man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador?
I made a huge, tiny mistake. Pam, would you answer that question?
Sure, President. First and foremost, he was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in 2019...
Not true. Just not true.
An immigration court and an appellate immigration court ruled that he...
Shut the fuck up, Pam.
A fucking bitch.
So, technically he did come here in an undocumented fashion. That much I will not contest. But what did happen after that is that an immigration court ruled that he had legal status here and that he was not to be deported to El Salvador, which is what we did. God damn it, do I hate Pam Bondi.
In our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in 2019, two courts, an immigration court and an appellate immigration court, ruled that he was a member of MS-13 and he was illegal.
You know, I think we should all honestly, before I even go on with this fucking bullshit from Pam Bondi, I just want to remind everybody here of something. Remember the Biden administration? Do you ever remember Merrick Garland being in here, being directed by the president to answer questions? I'm being genuinely, I'm asking you right now, does anybody here remember Merrick Garland being in the fucking Oval Office answering these, being directed to answer questions by Joe Biden? Because we heard about lawfare, witch hunts, and all this other shit for years from these fuckers. Over and over and over again. But we have the head of the Department of Justice being directed by the president to answer questions about these things. And it is insane. Separation of powers, my ass. And we have I mean, he's attempting to unify the entire government against the American people, against any of his enemies. That's for sure. And, you know, hey, maybe, oh, sorry if you got caught up in your American, or you had a legal reason to be here in the United States and you were allowed to be, but yeah, we circumvented that and just sort of fucking kicked you out, or we took away your right to free speech or whatever else. Sorry, but it's too bad. We don't like you.
Illegal.
In our country. Right now, it was additional paperwork had needed to be done. That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him.
It is
That's not
what?
up to us. The Supreme Court ruled, President, that as El Salvador wants to return him, this is international matters, foreign affairs.
None of that language, none of that fucking language was in the Supreme Court ruling. Oh, if El Salvador wants to, then I guess the United States can get him a taxi. No. They said facilitate. They fucking said to facilitate. And we've got right now the president of El Salvador in the Oval Office. And they're just playing semantics right now. They're just playing semantics. And the fact is, I think the Supreme Court did it on purpose. I think, you know, they are completely in bed with all of this. Donald Trump owns the judiciary right now. And they looked up the word facilitate and they're like, oh, make easier. Oh, that means we don't have to make it happen. We just have to make it easier to happen. So we'll just get him a taxi. We don't have to actually bring him back. We don't have to tell this fucking psychotic sociopath over here, this sociopath doesn't have to tell this sociopath right here to do anything. They are playing semantics with everyone's rights right now. They're just playing games. This is all a game to them. The fact that you can play games with the lives of the people in the United States in this way should be genuinely concerning to everyone in this country. And it seems to be becoming more and more commonly held belief, honestly. We'll get into that a little bit later. I'm done with Pam. I'm done. I cannot listen to Pam talk for another second. Oh, this will help. Let's see what Kristi Noem. I'm sorry. Puppy murderer. R.I.P. Cricket. Puppy murderer. Kristi Noem. Here's a great quote from Kristi.
We go back to what we have to do. The markets have been very strong once they got used to it, but we were losing $2 billion a day. There's no company big like this. This is the biggest deal ever made. Now we're making $3 billion a day. We're a great country, but we had stupid people running this country, and I can say it. But what they've done to us at the border should never and can never be forgotten. It's a sin, what they did, and you are helping us out, and we appreciate it.
Actually, what you're doing with the border is remarkable. It has dropped, what, 95%? It's incredible.
It's incredible.
This morning, 99%.
I love how they, and this isn't even what I want, but like I didn't do this for their conversation, but I'm going to point this out because they keep bringing it up. Go and look at the crossings, the border crossings during Joe Biden's presidency. They were heading down towards an all-time low throughout his presidency, partly due to his closing of the border, which happened in 2024. And Donald Trump, and now even Nayib Bukele, another dictator, coming in saying, I love what you're doing with the border. You're doing so great. As if the border crossings hadn't been precipitously dropping since 2024.
99.1% to be exact.
Why are those numbers not in the media?
Well,
they have been.
News, you know, like CNN.
They have
CNN
been.
over here doesn't want to put them out.
Oh, they want to put them out.
They don't like putting out good numbers.
They don't like putting out good numbers.
They hate our country.
They hate us. Very nasty.
It's a shame.
Nasty
You're right.
CNN won't bring us, won't show us the numbers.
Why don't they put out numbers?
Yeah, 99%. I mean, it's crazy, right?
We're doing
It's
great.
a crazy turnaround.
Kristi, could you maybe say a couple of words about the border, how we're doing?
You know, it's just been absolutely phenomenal what a great leader can do. Clear direction, our laws matter. We should only have people in our country. Great leader can do. Clear direction, our laws matter. We should only have people. A great leader can do. Clear direction, our laws matter.
Our laws matter. Our laws fucking matter. Kristi Noem, of all people, to tell us our laws fucking matter. Is that a joke?
Give me a joke.
Damn, that was loud.
I'm staying in the race.
Sorry for your ears, chat. Sounds hella loud.
Give me a joke.
But it is insane. It makes me feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Hearing Kristi Noem in the White House with Donald Trump and his dictator friend telling us that our laws matter. That's hilarious. While they completely circumvent the law. I mean, this is premium gaslighting, is what this is. I'm in top chat? Why am I in top chat? This is unacceptable. There we go. Christy Gnome telling us our laws matter. That's a good one. I love that. They do matter, but this administration's pretending only certain laws matter. It's the ones that they want to matter. The other ones that they don't like don't matter. You know. Financial enrichment by the president for himself and his friends. Putting in an unelected bureaucrat, not in government, but tangential to government, to do whatever he wants to the government. I mean, how many laws have they violated already? And honestly, the fact that the Congress is not impeached is a disgusting failure of Congress. And we need to hold everyone in Congress accountable. It's time for a leftist Tea Party. Okay? It really is. We're going to get to that in a little bit. But let's keep talking about the constitutional crisis before we get to what we do about it. CNN here. Fact-checking some of this bullshit.
The Abrego Garcia case, it is emblematic of a larger issue, right? That the bounds of executive power, how far can it go as it pertains to immigration policy? The White House has put out some confusing and contradictory statements since Abrego Garcia was deported to El Salvador by mistake. It's a lot to keep up with, so we wanted to bring in our senior reporter, Daniel Dale, with a fact check to help us understand what are the facts. So Daniel, from the beginning, the White House has admitted in court filings that this man was sent to El Salvador by mistake. But listen to what one of the president's top aides, Stephen Miller, told Fox.
He was not mistakenly sent to El Salvador. A DOJ lawyer who has since been relieved of duty, a saboteur, a Democrat, put into a filing incorrectly that this was a mistaken removal. It was not. This was the right person sent to the right place.
So what are the facts here?
Pam, Mr. Miller's suggestion that some lefty saboteur at DOJ is the reason people are calling this deportation a mistake is just wrong. Various Trump administration officials have also called it a mistake. So here are the facts. Mr. Abrego Garcia was under a 2019 court order that said he could not be sent back to El Salvador because he had a credible fear of facing persecution from gang violence in that country. And then this year, of course, the Trump administration did send him back to El Salvador. Now, the particular career DOJ attorney Mr. Miller is calling a Democratic plant, who was quickly put on leave after he expressed frustration with the administration in court over the case, did say this deportation should not have happened, but he wasn't going rogue in saying that. ICE and DOJ officials have told the courts at least 3 other times that sending Mr. Abrego Garcia to El Salvador was an error. First,
yep,
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Got 42 likes. Okay. Wait, what do you think Nightbot's a dick for? Wait, are you talking about the Jerry quote? That's just a attribution to Jerry. She's the one who has, for many years, I think, suggested that Top Chat is for losers. This is not suggesting that Jerry is a loser in any form or fashion. All right, I'll get you another emotional support character. We really do not need the emotional support characters today, don't we? It's been a rough week. All right. Let's go here to Senator Adam Schiff's own YouTube channel.
The constitutional crisis is here, and we saw it take place inside the Oval Office in a meeting between Donald Trump and the president of El Salvador. Here's the president of El Salvador saying that he will not return a man named Kilmar Abrego Garcia, wrongfully sent out of the United States in violation of a court order.
Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm suppose you're not suggesting that I smuggle terrorists into the United States, right?
Smuggle. Smuggle. What does that mean?
How can I return him to the...
How can I smuggle them in? What the fuck? Dude? Who is stupid enough to hear this and be like, yeah, he's right. He's right. How can he smuggle somebody into the United States? The United States is, well, the Trump administration is supposed to be bringing him back. So it wouldn't be smuggling. It would just be returning. It's actually not that hard. Just get him out of jail if you haven't killed him already. And give him back. We'll bring him back. And it won't be smuggling. It'll be a legally ordered returning of a man. Smuggling. The fact that these people use this kind of language, like just constantly otherizing and or suggesting this or that thing is illegal while they do illegal things all over the goddamn place, it disgusts me. It really does. It really does. And the fact this guy should be at The Hague right now. And before all this happened, he was wanted for human rights abuses in his own country against his own people.
It's like I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, the question is preposterous.
That's right. He says it's preposterous to suggest that he could return a man that was wrongfully sent to his country and is now languishing in a maximum security prison. But more important than what Mr. Bukele said is what Donald Trump said. Here's Donald Trump in that meeting.
Yeah, I said, homegrowns are next. The homegrowns, you got to build about 5 more places.
Yeah. So that's right. There's Donald Trump saying, we want to send you more people. In fact, we want to send you homegrown people. We want to send you American citizens for you to imprison in maximum security prison in El Salvador. So why is this a constitutional crisis? It is a constitutional crisis because the administration is under a court order to return this wrongfully deported man to the United States, to facilitate his return. And
all right, that's enough of Adam Schiff. But there we go. According to him, a senator. He does have a sweet pad, doesn't he? It's quite a place he seems to be living in. But tell some how get some meetings going with some House Democrats and fucking impeach. Al Green already wanted to do it for day 3. All right, let's go to Democracy Now, place of sense. Oh, why didn't I put this? I put this in the wrong order. I meant to. Whatever. We'll just have some more disturbing stories after this one. Jesus Christ.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez as we turn to President Trump's unusual Oval Office meeting Monday with President Nayib Bukele of El Salvador during a long back and forth with the press at which key Trump administration officials and advisors were also present. President Bukele flatly refused to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia to the United States, the Maryland father who was wrongly deported, sent to the notorious Salvadoran prison Secot. In a tense exchange about Abrego Garcia, several members of Trump's cabinet and team also weighed in. And the message was clear. Despite last week's unanimous Supreme Court ruling that the U.S. government should facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the United States, President Trump and his cabinet insisted they are not required to do so. We're going to begin by playing this astounding exchange. During the back and forth, President Trump turns to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. It begins with a question from CNN's Caitlin Collins.
Go ahead. Let's hear the question from this very low-rated anchor at CNN.
Do you plan to ask President
Low-rated
to help return the man who your administration says was mistaken?
Which one is it?
I don't know about everybody here, but I haven't seen any numbers on this. I don't know where Donald Trump's getting low rated. I kind of like Caitlin Collins, even though I say her name wrong on purpose. Just really, it's out of love for her. Honestly, I'm liking Caitlin more and more and more. I might even start saying her name right. I mean, of course, we all have problems with CNN, but she's honestly been doing a better job than a bunch of people at CNN. I'd take Caitlin over Anderson any day. Any fucking day of the week.
Ask President
Ray to help return the man who your administration says was mistakenly
Which one is it?
deported. The man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador.
Well, let me ask Pam, would you answer that question?
Sure, President. First and foremost, he was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in 2019, two courts, an immigration court and an appellate immigration court, ruled that he was a member of MS-13 and he was illegally in our country.
He did not.
Right now, it was additional paperwork that needed to be done. That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him.
I am fairly certain that in this case, they did not rule that he was an MS-13. In fact, I think they said that he was in danger from a different gang. He feared for his life from an El Salvadoran gang. Not that he was in one. But I guess, you know, tomato, potato.
Up to us, the Supreme Court ruled, President, that if, as El Salvador wants to return him, this is international matters, foreign affairs, if they wanted to return him, we would facilitate it, meaning provide a plane.
So will you return him, President?
You are doing a great job. Thank you. Wait a minute. Could you just also respond to that question? Because, you know, it's asked by CNN, and they always ask it with a slant. Because they're totally slanting because they don't know what's happening. That's why nobody's watching them. But would you answer that question also, Brooks?
Yes, gladly. So, as Pam mentioned,
we need a gulag for these people. I'm preparing. I think we need to start building one now. I mean, obviously that's not going to happen, but we do need to make a gulag once this is all over for all of these people. And you know, Americans can. And this would be actually this is a double win. We can improve the deficit, right? Because we're always hearing about the deficit from these guys all the time. Oh, gotta deal with the deficit. We can generate tax revenue by charging like, you know, like $1 just to show up and like see them behind bars. $5 you get a tomato. $20. You get an entire basket of tomatoes and or other rotten fruit to throw at them. $50, you can punch Donald Trump in the face. You know? Once he's not president. And that'll be, you know, I think that'll be good.
He's an illegal alien from El Salvador. So, with respect to you, he's a citizen of El Salvador. So it's very arrogant even for American media to suggest that we would even tell El Salvador how to handle their own citizens as a starting point. As two immigration courts found that he was a member of MS-13. When President Trump declared MS-13 to be a foreign terrorist organization, that meant that he was no longer eligible under federal law, which I'm sure you know, you're very familiar with the INA, that he was no longer eligible for any form of immigration relief in the United States. So he had a deportation order that was valid, which meant that under our law, he's not even allowed to be present in...
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Bring back the pies. Yes, pies. That should also be in there. I want to say, like... What were the numbers I just threw out there? I think a pie should probably cost about as much as that basket of rotten fruit. So like $20-25 for a pie. Because that's gonna be extra. That is gonna be extra satisfying. Yes. Pies. Great plan, Scared Crow. Great plan.
The United States, and had to be returned because of the foreign terrorist designation. This issue was then, by a district court judge, completely inverted, and a district court judge tried to tell the administration that they had to kidnap a citizen of El Salvador and fly him back here. That issue was raised to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said the district court order was unlawful, and its main components were reversed 9-0 unanimously, stating clearly that neither Secretary of State nor the President could be compelled by anybody to forcibly retrieve a citizen of El Salvador from El Salvador who again is a member of MS-13, which is, I'm sure you understand, rapes little girls, murders women, murders children, is engaged in the most barbaric activities in the world, and I can promise you, if he was your neighbor, you would move right away.
So you don't plan to ask for
And what was the ruling in the Supreme Court, Steve? Was it 9-0?
Yes, it was a 9-0.
In our favor.
In our favor, against the district court ruling, saying that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. As Pam said, the ruling solely stated that if this individual, at El Salvador's sole discretion, was sent back to our country, that we could deport him a second time. No version of this legally ends up with him ever living here because he is a citizen of El Salvador. That is the president of El Salvador. Your questions about it, per the court, can only be directed to him.
I asked
You can only direct
this?
this fucking psychopath. You can only direct questions to the president. You can do not ask questions of the president.
Illegal.
Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm most sure that suggested that I smuggle a terrorist into the United States. Right?
It's only
how can I smuggle? How can I return him?
All right, we've seen a lot of this already. I think, yeah, at some point they leave this horrifying discussion. I just cannot listen to this fucking disgusting human being another second. He is so self-satisfied. The fact that we allowed Bukele into this country and into the White House to say whatever the fuck he wants.
Case.
It's too much.
He was first arrested by ICE in 2019 when he was working as a day laborer in front of a Home Depot. There was this anonymous tip, this confidential informant, combined with the fact that he was wearing a Chicago Bulls hat, that as far as ICE was concerned, was more than enough to label him a gang member. When he was first detained by ICE, he had a preliminary hearing, and the immigration judge essentially said, "Well, I don't know what's going on. We've got this, confidential tip. I can't be satisfied. I don't know what's going on, so I'm going to deny."
So Chicago Bulls are a terrorist organization? Is that what's happening here? Wow. I'm not a big Chicago Bulls fan in this age, but terrorist organization, huh? I mean, because they're claiming the MS-13s, and so I'm just going, vicariously, or sort of, what's the word? That's the wrong word for here. I'm just by the transitory property. I guess if being in the MS-13 makes you a terrorist and wearing a Bulls hat makes you in the MS-13, I think that means that the Chicago Bulls is a terrorist organization.
Illegal.
His release. So the judge essentially ordered that he continued to be detained during his immigration proceedings. But then he had a trial, right? And he won his trial. The judge ordered him relief from removal, ordered that he could not be deported to El Salvador, granted him withholding of removal. And the government, the Trump administration at the time, didn't even bother to appeal, right? They just sort of said, "Oh, all right, that's fine." They released him from detention and they gave him a work permit. And he's been working, which he's renewed ever since. And he's been working legally now as a sheet metal worker apprentice on a legal work permit ever since. So to the extent that they've got these allegations against him, they're not even sort of contemporary allegations. They're 6 years old.
That's Simon Sandoval Moshenberg, the attorney for Kilmar. We turn now to talk about the Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele's meeting in the Oval Office with President Trump and the cozy relationship he has with the administration. Bukele, the man who likes to call himself the world's coolest dictator. We're joined by two guests. Joining us from Washington, D.C., Naina Gupta, the policy director at American Immigration Council. Her most recent article for Just Security headlined "The Missing Due Process for Gang Allegations." And from Mexico City, we're joined by the award-winning investigative journalist Jose Alvarez. He is a Drop Site News contributor, has recently reported on El Salvador, and in a minute we'll talk with him about the elections in Ecuador. But we're going to start with Naina Gupta. Can you respond to this astonishing White House meeting?
Yes, thanks so much for having me. What we saw yesterday was political theater and a set of administration officials lying to the American public.
Exactly. All right, let's leave democracy now. We've got two more, and then I'm going to take a break, even though we should already be taking a break. These are the last two videos we have on this immigration... whatever you want to call it. I don't even know what to call it anymore. Crisis. And I'm not talking about people... I think everyone knows what I mean when I say that. Do not mean that we have too many immigrants in this country. I mean that immigrants are in crisis in this country. Let's go to LA. I meant to put this way before all of this, but I didn't. But we have to cover these ones too. But it would seem that ICE is definitely planning an Easter, some kind of an Easter attack on Easter. They hate Easter so much they're going to raid churches.
New at 6, many churchgoers say there is some fear out there as Easter approaches. Their concerns are over immigration agents now being allowed to enter houses of worship in order to conduct enforcement operations. NBC4's Christian Cáceres joins us live from Rancho Cucamonga, where local leaders have a policy in place. Christian.
Well, Colleen, a spokesperson for the Diocese of San Bernardino, tells me if an ICE agent was to go to one of their Catholic schools or churches, they say the staff would ask to see a search warrant signed by a judge. They say the staff would need to physically see that document. Then they would ask the agent, if possible, to conduct that operation after the Mass is over.
I'm sure they'll definitely listen.
As millions of Catholics are expected to pack churches like this one over the next few days to celebrate Easter, some say fear is growing over the possibility of ICE agents conducting an operation after a federal judge sided with the Trump administration that houses of worship should not be off limits.
Yeah, this is where they worship, where they're free to worship God and with other parishioners.
Over the weekend, hundreds of people from different denominations came together, walking the streets of downtown Riverside, praying as a community in what they say is a call for justice, compassion, and dignity for all. Among the group was Bishop Alberto Rojas.
Yo creo que sería totalmente una falta de respeto horrible.
I believe it's lack of respect if a federal agent interrupted a service at a church or takes a student out of class. It's the worst thing they could do. For nearly 3 decades, schools and churches have been off limits for immigration and custom enforcement officers, but it was reversed in January by the new White House administration.
Yeah, they're just undoing, court precedent. I used to hear all the time, court president and judiciary, all that stuff matters so much. Does it? Huh. Weird. Not seeing a lot of evidence for that right now. I hate the fact that I'm relying on the thin line of this, religion to somehow be a stopgap to all of this. All right, let's go to fucking Utah, where refugee families are receiving disturbing letters.
It's time for you to leave the United States. That's the first line of a letter from the Department of Homeland Security to several refugee families here in Utah legally. News specialist Dan Rascone is covering this story and joins us live. Dan, this has left neighbors shocked and upset.
It really has, Deanie. That's exactly right. Shocked, upset, angry, and also heartbroken that several of these families got this letter from the Department of Homeland Security telling them they got to be out of this country by the end of the week.
I'm angry, I'm sad, I'm embarrassed.
Emotions running high.
It's not right. It's inhumane.
For this group of neighbors in Mill Creek.
We love them and they love us.
Gathered together to fight for 3 refugee families.
I feel sad, really sad.
That arrived in the U.S. and in their area not long ago. All of them getting this letter from the Department of Homeland Security saying, quote, "It's time for you to leave the United States."
This is disgusting. You know, Utah, not a historically very liberal place. Even people in Utah are upset over this situation. Refugees. And you know why we call them refugees? Because they have refugee status. Because they went through a process, a legal process, through the immigration courts to be determined refugees, meaning they have legal right to be in this country. Now they're getting threatening letters from the Department of Homeland Security, from Director Puppy Killer. R.I.P. Cricket. Alright, chat, we blew through the first break, so we gotta take a break in a second. Got some space messages here, and then we'll be right back at it. We got a hell of a lot to get through. It's been a very long week, and it's only Wednesday, technically. Just gonna make this plea to the space fams real quick, since I decided to actually do my taxes on Monday after hemming and hawing over it for a while. I filed, but was forced to pay almost $250 to file because I'm not a W-2. I have to go through all this shit, so TurboTax charged me almost $250 to do that shit, and right now it's gonna be a very, very difficult month. Yeah, so if you got some extra money, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. You are my only hope. Alright, yes, if you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hope you're enjoying the stream. If you are enjoying the stream, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. So many great ways for you to show your support, of course. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, all 3 of which are considered by me in relation to our goal, which we are still trying to complete, to ensure that we get all of the galactic content, which you all genuinely deserve. But we also have Twitch, bits, subs, on-screen celebrations, Cash App and PayPal if you'd like to make sure that I have enough money to eat and or drink things with my mouth. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space bennies. You'll be here poolside with me, or at the bar sipping some galactic juice. There's a bunch of other benefits, but I just recommend that you would go on to Patreon and find out for yourself. Best way to do it. Link is in the chat as well as in my bio. That's it. No more space messages. Enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Thank you, Pitchforks Dragon, for the super chat. I have nothing to say. Eat food. Thank you. Well, chat, you know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. Somebody want to get back in your seat, otherwise you're going to miss it. Wait, why did I get muted again? God damn it. God damn it. Okay. Yeah, I muted myself accidentally. I must have double clicked or something. Right. To the Department of Injustice. Pam Bondi. Federal government. The Department of Justice suing a state. The state of Maine. Why? Let's find out. I'm sure it's a really good reason.
Today, the Department of Justice is announcing a civil lawsuit against the Maine Department of Education. The state of Maine is discriminating against women by failing to protect women in women's sports. Pretty basic stuff. This is a violation of Title IX. The Department of Justice will not sit by when women are discriminated against in sports.
I wonder how this... I mean, honestly, I know so little about this woman, but I've seen her face so many goddamn times because they keep trotting her out. I just don't understand why they need her there every time they say anything about women. Just to remind us that she had a bad time one time in sports. Well, yeah.
About sports, this is also about these young women's personal safety. I've met many of these women throughout the past weeks and months, and what they have been through is horrific. We have exhausted every other remedy.
Have you?
We tried to get Maine to comply. We don't like standing up here and filing lawsuits.
No.
We want to get states to comply with us.
What would you rather be doing?
That's what this is about. We have repeatedly notified Maine of its infractions and urged them to remedy the situation to protect women. You know, President Trump...
Maybe we should protect women from the president. You know, maybe the DOJ should sue Donald Trump for all the horrifying things that he's allegedly done to women. Or maybe Pete Hegseth. Or, you know, any number of people in this administration or currently that are your peers. Maybe you should go after them. Oh, you're not going to do it?
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, this is how we protect women. I see. Dumbest AG in history, says Becky. You know what? I don't know if I agree. I would call her the most dangerous AG ever in American history because she seems to have zero problems with genuine engaging in a term that I hate, lawfare. She seems to be thrilled about using the Department of Justice as a political wing of Donald Trump to do whatever Donald Trump might want, which it's not supposed to do. It is not his job to do whatever Donald Trump wants politically. This is what they're focused on. This is what the Department of Justice is focused on. Not on the illegal acts of the administration itself. That would be inconvenient.
That's too much, man!
It's not the only news we have on transgender people today, but for now we're going to move away from it. We'll be going back to talking about this a little later. In a different country. Let's see how Donald Trump's numbers are doing. I'm sure they're good. While he dismantles the government and attacks everyone in the country who he doesn't like. I'm sure everybody loves that, right?
What was once a winning message for President Trump is now appears to be a growing liability. Harry, just stay here for a second. Okay. New polling shows independents are turning somewhat sour on President Trump's economic leadership right now with the rollout of his tariff agenda, and that's exactly what Harry Enten was doing, looking into the numbers to bring it to you. Okay, look, we're focusing in on independents on this one. Yes. So where does he stand with independents? Just kind of base.
Yeah, we'll focus in on independents here, and independents feel that Donald Trump has vacated the center of the electorate, catering to his base. What are we talking about? Well, let's talk about the overall net approval ratings. We're going to look at the worst ever at this point in a presidency. The old record among independents for the worst ever was Donald Trump back in 2016, a net approval rating of minus 16 points. Well, Donald Trump
Make
has
America
broken
hate
his
again.
own record here. He now holds, in this particular term, the worst ever net approval rating at this point in a presidency.
The very worst ever. People say you're doing a terrible job.
Underwater with independents. That breaks the old record that belonged to Trump. He has set the new record. He is completely underwater with the center of the electorate, Kate Baldwin.
And this is overall. This is on all the issues. Now, focus in specifically on the economy.
Yeah, let's focus in on the economy, right? What is driving this overall approval rating for Donald Trump among independents to go underwater? Let's take a look at the economy, and let's take a look at Trump's net approval rating on it, and look at the trend line over just the last few months. You go back to January, he was slightly...
In 2 months. You went from a positive to negative 29 points, sorry. Whatever that is. A 30-point drop in 2 months. That is, if anything, if not historic. I mean, wow. People seem a little sad. Donald Trump's a little angry, perhaps. Donald Trump's insane decisions as president did not take long. Not take long.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Harry's right. It is awful and weak. You hate Harry? What? I mean, during the election, I might have had some problems with Harry. Right now, I don't know. Harry brings me the numbers. All right, let's see. A group of people who are upset with Donald Trump, who appeared at the AOC Bernie rally on Monday. At least I think this was Monday.
They want it all. And unless we stand up together
Sunday
and tell them, sorry, This country belongs to all of us, not just the billionaire class. Unless we bring our people together, we will never achieve the goals that we want. Now, I'm not a mathematician, but I do know that 99% is a hell of a larger number than 1%. So if we stand together and not let them divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born or our sexual orientation, if we stand together, we can defeat Trumpism, we can defeat authoritarianism, we can defeat oligarchy, we can create a new nation. Thank you all very much.
Bernie and AOC filling out another rally, another stadium, this one in Utah. And this camera angle does not do justice to just how many people are at this thing. We're gonna circle back to that rally a little later. But while we're talking about people being disenfranchised by Donald Trump, I figured we'd go here. Some of this we've already seen, technically, in our own right. But I figured we'd go to Hassan real quick here.
I think some of the countries they're already starting to come around.
They're coming around. It's gonna be good. Yeah. It's gonna be so good. We love it. We're gonna love it. It's gonna be really good.
We want to have as many bees as we can to make honey.
At Secret Garden Bees, a honey farm in Linden, North Carolina, farmer Jim Hartman has one eye on his bees and the other on his bank account.
Ideally, we'll get 100 pounds of honey per hive per year.
How do you feel about paying more for things?
Well, you know, if you find someone who says, I'm happy about paying more for something, you point them out to me. People who already couldn't afford fresh vegetables, who couldn't already afford to put good food on their plate, are the ones that are really going to be hurt by this.
Did you ever think when you voted for President Trump that things were going to cost you more and you were going to lose money?
I never thought I was going to lose this much money, this fast.
I love how for a moment there, he's just like looking off, thinking to himself, trying to answer the question for himself. Did I ever think this? No. I actually didn't do much thinking at all. I was just sort of riding my John Deere tractor, not questioning anything. I was told that Donald Trump was going to be good. Over and over again. That's why I voted for him so many times.
I never thought I was going to lose this much money, this fast.
Jim is a Republican who voted for Donald Trump 3 times.
How do you feel about your vote for Donald Trump now?
Well, I feel like perhaps I should have considered some other options.
Among other things, Jim imports packaging supplies for...
I'm sorry, hard to not. This hits like crack, dude. Bitch, you voted for him thrice, you know? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, well, can't fool me again. Fool me 3 times, the peace sign. Take the chopper out. Or whatever the he said. Fool me 3 times, fuck the peace sign. Load the chopper, let it rain on you. Not GW, I'm talking J. Cole. You said I'm white for not knowing a J. Cole lyric? Knowing the J. Cole lyric is a infinitely whiter trait than not knowing it.
For his honey, so he's paying real close attention to the tariffs Trump just put in place.
We just bought our year's supply of bottles from Taiwan and our year's supply of corks from Portugal about 3 weeks ago. So that would have been, another 5,000 or 6,000 out.
I know that this is not the point of this video, but I find it hilarious. I find it hilarious that the auto CC tool that gives videos, closed captions, when he says corks, it's like, did you mean quarks? Because that's kind of what it sounded like. Our supply of quarks from Portugal. quarks. You know, like the Higgs boson. Science.
It's science.
All right, that's enough. That's enough, Hassan. Let's keep it going. You can't hang out here watching the Hassan stream all day. All right, let's go to Idaho. I think it's Idaho, right? Forbes breaking news 2 days ago. AOC.
Are we ready to win? That's what I thought. Thank you so much for welcoming me. Boise, Nampa, Idaho, thank you so much. And I want to take the opportunity, and I want to thank...
Now, something I just want to point out to everybody here. In Idaho, almost every single voting district in Idaho voted for Donald Trump overwhelmingly. It was pretty, honestly, shockingly one-sided. It was he got over 600,000 votes in Idaho, while Kamala Harris received 270,000. More than 2-to-1 vote for Donald Trump in Idaho. And then you have turnouts like this.
Love you right back. I want to thank each and every one of you for making the effort to be here today, for taking the time to join together. You know, it's funny. I was hearing that earlier today on the television. There was someone saying, why is AOC, why are AOC Bernie going to Idaho? And I'll give you one simple answer. It's because you matter. It's because we matter. My name is Alexandria. Some of you may know me as AOC, and again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for welcoming me. You know, we're here together today because all of us share in the frustration.
By the way, this is in Nampa, Idaho, which also voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump. Now, hold on. I don't want to watch this whole thing. I just want to get to this spot where they pull the camera out and show us how many fucking people showed up for this. Give me a different angle here, pal.
Thrown him in a cell thousands of miles away because he attended a protest and they did not like the content of his speech.
Illegal.
And Donald Trump's detention of Mahmoud Khalil for his speech is anti-American too. And we demand his release, along with the release of Rumeysa Ozturk, who he is also jailing for writing an op-ed in her school paper.
Here we go. Take a look at this crowd.
You know, Idaho...
An entire stadium full of people.
I am so touched being
in a
here.
county that voted for Trump.
I'm a girl from the Bronx.
Showing up. Look at these.
To be welcomed here in this state, all of us
Not a
together,
single seat.
seeing our common
Empty.
cause. This
Standing
is
room
what
only.
this country is all about.
Look, all these people are standing in between the different rows of seats because there's no room.
Don't let them trick us into thinking we are enemies. Don't let them trick us into thinking we can be separated into rural and urban, black and white and Latino. We are one.
Somehow this is very cathartic for me. Seeing all these people coming out and clapping for the things that they're clapping for, and rooting and hollering. I assume something they do in Idaho on the regular for different things. Not a colloquialism I use a lot, but yeah. Yeah, incredibly white crowd. You're right, Jerry. Very white-looking crowd. All right. Wait, why is this here? This is son of a bitch. Sorry, chat. Hold on. I gotta fix something. I got to fix something before I just ruin my flow. How did I do this? Please hold. Okay. I think I've solved it. Should be good. Speaking of people showing up for political events in unexpected places, getting all worked up, I say we go from Idaho to another state that begins with an I. Iowa, where Senator Chuck Grassley tried to do a town hall and was met by people who were kind of upset at him, I guess you might say. Let's go here to Forbes Breaking News to start it off. And boy, was Senator Grassley having... He's honestly one of my least favorite people. He's like the definition of centrism. I mean, he's technically a Republican, but he's always playing the centrist card.
Go ahead.
Oh shit, before we do that, we gotta do this. We gotta go to some Democrats who, you know, aren't doing their jobs. People who are... I'm so sorry, Chad. I lied to you.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
You gotta go to Arizona, where a number of different Democrats showed up for their own town hall, thinking that it was going to be a walk in the woods, if you will, in the park. People like who, you know, may have given up all their power to God earlier this year. That's right, Cory fucking Booker, as well as others.
If you don't sit down, we're going to have to bring you out. You will have to leave, ma'am.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Alrighty, we totally understand you. We understand. But you're going to have to leave, ma'am. You made your point, ma'am. You made your point. You're going
we need
to
3
have to
cops
leave.
for this woman.
You are going to have to leave. You made your point.
Oh, gonna climb a wall. That's good. Everyone here allowing this to happen. This is silent consent from everyone. Okay? And we're going to talk about this and the sort of inaction by the crowd for a number of different videos here, but and on different levels. But these people, when you see police, if you're at a town hall, and you see police trying to get somebody out of it, you should get up and say, "No, Do not touch that woman. Everyone here needs to stand up right now and stop the removal of this person asking questions. You're our lawmakers. You're supposed to have answers. You're supposed to respond to this shit. And no, we're not going to allow our tax dollars go to repressing our fellow citizens.
Who's the next speaker? Alrighty, I think it's Victoria. Victoria.
There's not enough police officers to stop this whole crowd. Hundreds and I don't even know how many people are here.
We do care. We do care.
Might be 1,000. It's unclear because I can't see the whole fucking thing.
The world is horrific, and we absolutely.
Oh, what's happening in it's passive voice. Passive voice. It's what's happening in the world is horrific.
If I may, a couple things.
Go ahead, Senator.
If I may, a couple things. First of all, I applaud what she did.
Oh, you applaud it? Oh, you applaud it?
There are veterans here.
You applaud it? You didn't stand up and say, hey, let that woman speak, Corey. Would you leave it up to God again?
I applaud what she did. There are veterans here.
Then physically applaud and stand up and say, no, get your hands off of that woman. You're a fucking senator, okay? This is your town hall. You tell them no. If you applaud it, but he doesn't. He metaphorically, theoretically applauds it. In theory. Doesn't actually applaud. Doesn't actually stand up and say, hey, let her speak. Because he's leaving it up to God. God's applauding. Right? Fuck you, Corey. Corey needs to be out of here. Dude is useless. Let's talk about some more useless people. Chuck Grassley, Iowa.
That's anybody interested in attack. Well, I'm going to call on everybody, but I'm going to go through this list of people that were complaining to me in Hampton. You didn't discuss any of these things. Anything interested in the tax bill? Yes, the tax bill.
You're talking about the Senate budget resolution and reconciliation, is that what you're referring to?
But before you ask your question, let me explain that the budget just passed last week, and then the budget does not go to the president. That's just an internal congressional document that sets the stage for what you're going to ask me about.
Right. I mean, it sets amounts that each committee is supposed to cut or budget. Am I correct?
Yeah. Now, if you're like a House member and you look at the Senate, and we only have $1 billion for each committee, that doesn't mean we aren't going to cut.
Let's all remember that Chuck Grassley definitely voted for the budget. Okay? Write that down. This asshole voted for the budget that he's saying, there's not much I can do about it. I'm like 95 years old. I don't even know what to vote for.
More than $1 billion, but we just want to leave maximum leeway to the committee to decide how they're going to spend it. So go ahead with your question.
The resolution basically supports, that you supported, extends and expands the tax cuts for the 2017 tax bill, and to extend those cuts, which largely go to the top 5% or so of people. They get something like 50% of the benefits from that tax bill. The resolution allows deficits to increase by $1.5 trillion under the Finance Committee's calculations, but that doesn't account for $4 trillion in costs of extending the tax cuts, bringing the actual cost around $5.3 billion. The bipartisan policy center, trillion, 5.3 trillion over 10 years, and this is from the bipartisan policy center. And meanwhile, like the House resolution, the Senate resolution calls for $880 billion in cuts over 10 years from the Energy and Commerce Committee, which includes Medicare and Medicaid. And it also orders the Agriculture Committee to cut $230 billion, among cuts from other committees, while increasing funds and for defense and other areas. And yet, after all those cuts, we still end up with trillions in deficits. How is this fiscally responsible, Senator, to extend these tax cuts when they're raising deficits and resulting in cuts to services that people need, and giving benefits to the top 5% or so of taxpayers.
Okay. Well, first of all, the last two items you mentioned are in the House part of it, not the Senate part of it. So I'm not going, you'll have to talk to your Congress people about that. But I can answer the...
It's not my fault. It's actually the House's fault. You talk to them. We're the ones. I mean, I voted to make it so that the House Energy and Commerce Committee, they're gonna have to cut all that money somehow, and they only oversee Medicaid, pretty much. But you know, you're gonna have to talk to the House. You're not me, the guy who voted for it. Okay. Good gaslighting, Chuck. Good gaslighting. Let's see some more professional gaslighting from Chuck on a number of issues at this town hall.
Senator Grassley, on that same subject, the Constitution, the framers of the Constitution, said that every person, not citizen, every person within the jurisdiction of the United States has due process. And we would like to know what you, as the people, the Congress, who are supposed to rein in this dictator, what are you going to do about it? These people have been sentenced to life imprisonment in a foreign country with no due process. Our government...
Illegal.
Why won't you do your job, Senator?
Yes. Why obey the Supreme Court? Trump's not obeying the Supreme Court. He just ignores them. Yeah, screw it. He's doing whatever he wants. I'd be okay with that.
Wow. Look at all these white people in Iowa upset about this. I honestly am thrilled. The entire crowd's like, yeah, what the fuck? What are you doing exactly, Chuck?
What is a constitutional crisis? What does that consist of? A constitutional crisis exists when you have a president who ignores the Supreme Court. You have a Congress who fails to rein in a third branch of our government.
That's right.
Who is now violating our Constitution. You took an oath. I do solemnly swear or affirm. Do you remember that, sir? Yes, sir.
I can put my hand up.
The Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of office of which I am about to enter, so help me God. Sir, will you act upon your oath?
Yeah, I thought that I was, when I answered, I'll wait till the clapping's done. I thought when I answered this guy's question, I was doing what...
I love how he's trying to get real close to him, so he doesn't have to say it super loud. Look, I've already answered the question. I don't know why you're bringing up my oath right now. It's very rude. I don't appreciate it.
How rude.
Why Iowa hasn't voted this guy out yet, I don't know. It'll happen at some point. Maybe when he gets to be 100 years old. That's when they'll do it.
We're talking about the SAVE Act.
Have you had a question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask about the SAVE Act. What's your opinion, and do you support it or you're against it?
Which one?
The SAVE Act. Well, first where it won't allow me to vote. I'll have to go get a passport because my birth name is not my current name, last name. You have not heard of that?
Yes, I have heard of it, and every lawyer I've talked to that's been involved with that legislation says it'd be ridiculous to think that you can't, that women...
You're being ridiculous thinking anything like that. There's no way that happens, even though it's definitely possible. You have to be a fool to think that.
How rude.
Now let's go to... Where is it? I'm trying to remember. Where's MTG from? Georgia? No. Alabama? I think Alabama. Why don't I know where... I should know this. Make fun of her plenty.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
I need to look it up. No, not Magic the Gathering. God damn you. You son of a bitch. It is Georgia. Wait, no, wait. Is it? Wait. She is, yeah, Georgia representative. Yeah, let's go to Georgia, to the town hall the Marjorie Taylor Greene was holding yesterday.
It was a night of hot tempers and heightened emotions here in the U.S. That's where town hall events hosted by Washington lawmakers put them face to face with the voters they represent. Republican Senator Chuck Grassley fielded questions in Iowa about a man from Maine mistakenly deported to El Salvador.
Are you going to bring that guy back from El Salvador? Yeah. Why not?
I'm not going to.
Because that's not a...
It's not a power of God. You can't.
Supreme Court said to bring him back.
We would like to know what you, as the people, the Congress...
I got no
who are supposed
power.
to...
Republicans are in power, but I don't have any power as a sitting senator. The longest sitting senator in the entire United States. There's nothing I can do. Why are you asking me this question? Why are you asking me this question right now? I can't do anything. I couldn't hold the president to account as a senator, as a co-equal branch of government. Why would you even bring that up?
In this dictator, what are you going to do about it? These people have been sentenced to life imprisonment in a foreign country with no due process. Our government cannot do anything.
Now, Grassley is known for visiting all 99 counties in Iowa every year and says that his office has received more emails so far in 2025 than all of last year. Voters questioned his support.
In 3 months, he's gotten more emails than he got all of last year. And yet he comes out and acts like a coward out here as if there's nothing I can do. I mean, I gotta stay in power.
President Donald Trump, and apparently weren't happy with the response.
If you're proud of voting for Trump and what he's doing in office, are you proud of everything he's doing right now?
There's no president I've agreed with 100%.
I've never agreed 100%.
Meanwhile, in Georgia, a town hall hosted by Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene turned violent after an altercation between a police officer and an attendee. Here's what CNN's crew saw. So what you're watching there is CNN crews witnessing police use a stun gun on at least 2 men after they refused to leave the event. So both men and another woman were arrested. Police say that officers used force that was, quote, necessary to gain compliance and control the situation. At least 11 more town halls are set to happen across the country tonight. Reed Binia now has more details on what lawmakers hope to accomplish on Tuesday.
Tempers flared as Washington lawmakers faced constituents at town halls on Tuesday. Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene was interrupted several times by protesters at her town hall in Georgia, with police forcibly removing people from the event, arresting 3 individuals and using stun guns in 2 instances. Greene dismissed the interruptions and moved on.
Thank you to our great police officers.
She displayed some critical constituent questions about the Trump administration on a projector, reading them out loud, and responding in at least one case by pushing back.
Unfortunately, you're being brainwashed by the news that you're watching. A lot of Democrats pride themselves on being educated, and I suggest they educate themselves better.
In Iowa, Republican Senator Chuck Grassley took a different tack, mostly listening to concerns about the Trump administration.
I'm trying to recapture the constitutional authority of Article 1, Section 8.
Well, I guess when you're wearing a diaper, it's hard.
Democrats...
When you're wearing a diaper, you don't understand. It's very hard to recapture anything. I mean, the diaper does most of the capturing. I just sit there and poop myself.
Also faced pressure from constituents Tuesday, listening to criticism that they're not fighting hard enough to combat Trump and Republicans.
I hear the criticism that we're not doing enough. I'm never going to lie to somebody as a politician. I can't do things in the minority that I think people wish I could do. So I'm doing what I can do.
I'm Reed reporting.
Town halls gone wild, complete with scrums and stun guns.
People applauding are
fucking event for Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene in suburban Atlanta. Police arrested 3 people. They did use stun guns on 2 of them. Now, Greene did not take questions face to face. Instead, questions had to be submitted in writing, and she mocked anything that was critical. Protesters rumped at her several times.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're all inside the interior of the United States.
How about the KKK?
All inside the interior of the United States. You can head out. The protest is outside. Thank you very much. Protest is outside.
I just want to point something out here, and we're going to get to this in a second, but Marjorie Taylor Greene saying the protest is outside is disgusting. What she's saying is, if you have any complaints about what I'm doing, what the government is doing at this town hall meeting where we're supposed to be speaking to citizens about their concerns, is the opposite of democracy. And kind of the opposite of what people like Marjorie Taylor Greene I thought stood for. Right? I mean, I don't agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene at all, but she has made her feelings known time and time again, regardless of decorum or anything else. And now suddenly that she's getting complaints from constituents. Oh, you're gonna have to go outside. You're gonna have to go outside.
A fucking bitch.
Protest is outside. Bye. Have fun out there.
All right, let's get ready to see. And it's Eva McCann who's been covering these town halls across the country. Eva.
John, it was true to form for the far-right ally of President Trump as she sparred with her own constituents. She pushed back on tough questions, accused Georgians of being brainwashed. Now, it was clear Greene relished this. Republican leadership has advised against holding these types of town halls to avoid these episodes. But what we saw last night was Greene very much looking for a fight. Listen to how she responded to a constituent concern about cuts to the federal government.
DOGE gutting our government with a chainsaw approach and the utter destruction and ignoring of our Constitution and rule of law. He is not well physically or mentally. Poor Christina. Poor Christina.
Wow.
Well, I'm sure, Christina, you think that you're pretty smart. But the reality is you are being completely brainwashed by whatever source of news you listen to.
Wow. Marjorie Taylor Greene suggesting someone is brainwashed?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, bitch.
This woman is the most brainwashed person in our entire government. And she's claiming other people, oh, you think you're smart, but you're actually an idiot and you're brainwashed. I think Jewish space lasers are coming for us. But you are brainwashed. Meh.
Brainwashed by whatever source of news you listen to.
So you could see the Congresswoman reading there because she decided to do it that way and not actually answer questions in real time. Now, in at least 2 instances, our crew on the ground witnessed officers using stun guns after scrums with male attendees as they tried to remove them from the building. Meanwhile, a town hall with Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley also got testy yesterday. His constituents thanked him for being there and not hiding from them, but they raised concerns about immigrants being rounded up and railroaded in this moment and potential cuts to vital services for veterans. John?
And what are members hearing about tariffs around the country, Eva? Because that is also a subject that's coming up.
There is a lot of concern, especially for the vitality of some of these small businesses. You heard a lot of farmers question Grassley last night, and he basically said to trust the process here.
Trust the process. Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that. Trust the process that I'm not getting involved in. And or voting for the stuff you don't like. Just trust the process. It's going to be great. Let's see what Marjorie had to say after the town hall.
You know, we aren't going to be intimidated by funded Democrats.
Oh, they're all funded.
That want to come in and scream and yell.
Everyone's being paid. Anybody who criticizes me is being paid. How many people need to show up for Marjorie Taylor Greene to believe that they're not being paid?
A town hall is information for our constituents.
Is it?
And this is not a political rally. This
No?
is not a campaign rally.
Uh-huh.
And town halls are extremely important.
Right.
I'm glad they got thrown out. That's exactly.
Yeah? That's what you believe? You're glad that they got thrown out. And this is important for our constituents who want the information I'm going to give them. Okay. Let's go back. Way back. Way back. Remember 2009? I know we were, well, maybe some of us were younger than others in 2009. But I'm just old enough to remember what was going on back then. Let's go here. The Tea Party.
I am not a right-wing wacko. And I don't want the government to do it for me.
It'll be a cold day in hell before he socializes my country.
They've decided that we're just stupid.
Stay away from my kids.
I have a question for this young man.
I want to know if it's coming out of my paycheck.
I have a question for this young man.
Look at this. She's in this representative's face. You know, screaming. All these people screaming loudly on their feet. Why are we kicking people out of these town halls? Because our government doesn't want to do anything about this. We're going to have to make them. We're going to have to make them listen. We're going to have to go back to 2009. We're going to have to start acting like the Tea Party people and demand to the face of this government to do what they were elected to do. Rather than helping to dismantle the government, we're going to have to get all, you know?
They've decided that we're just stupid.
Stay away from my kids.
I have a question for this young man.
I want to know if it's coming out of my
I
paycheck.
have a question for this young man.
I want an answer to this question. Is the money...
That's where Mike Rowe Johnson came from. A bunch of currently elected Republicans have replaced previously sitting Republicans. This whole thing made that happen. We need to do this inside the Democratic Party. And I hope Republicans get on board too, honestly, and start kicking these assholes out. Placing them with people who, at least, the very least, respect the rule of law, the Constitution, and the people, most importantly.
Out of my paycheck.
I have kept my oath. Do you ever intend to keep yours?
What are you going to do to restore the faith and trust that the American people have? Because you don't listen to us. I call your office and I get placated. And we're tired of it. What are you going to do?
And nobody has done anything until today, and now it's being rammed down our throats.
Anybody notice a difference between these and the current ones? One thing I noticed is people had microphones. And now they don't want people to have microphones. They don't want people to be able to yell. They don't want people to stand up and interrupt. And I'm sick of that shit. Why is it in the last 15 years the people have completely, the elected representatives have completely lost respect for the people? Maybe because we stopped yelling. Maybe we need to start yelling a lot. Screaming in their fucking faces. Everyone needs to get band together and find some goddamn solidarity at this moment before the entire American Constitution is dismantled before our fucking eyes. And if they won't give us microphones, well, we'll have to find some other ways to make our voices loud.
Well, thank you. It's not your right to decide whether or not I keep my current plan or not.
We need this energy right now, in this moment. How we bring it back, I don't know. Well, I do know. We need to get out there. We need to get out there.
They're vocal. They're impassioned. And they've got everyone talking about health reform. But who are the people who come out in droves to challenge, debate, and sometimes taunt their local lawmakers at health forums around the country? It depends on who you ask.
I'm retired military.
I'm a senior.
I'm a stay-at-home mom.
Many of those raising their voices at town halls have never been politically active. Take John Baer, whose frustration with the government reached new heights earlier this year over government bailouts and massive spending bills. He found an outlet in the conservative anti-tax Tea Party movement, the same movement whose organizers are now busing protesters to healthcare town halls.
The American people are not stupid. Only common sense tells you we just can't support this. The trillions and trillions of dollars.
In some cases, the protests are nurtured by...
Well, I guess we'll have to find it in us to get as much ire going inside of us to go and do something about this shit. I think it's going to require someone out there to create a party, essentially, like the Tea Party. It's going to take a lot of work. It's probably going to take some money, too, to be able to make that happen. Because not everybody can drive themselves to these rallies who want to have their voices heard. You know, props, loudspeakers, speakerphone, whatever you want to call them, megaphones, whatever it takes. If they're not going to give us microphones because they don't want to hear our voices, well, we'll have to find a way to get our voices heard. All right, let's move on. Speaking of money, let's move on to talking about money in politics. Let's go to Democracy Now! From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show with a new documentary series premiering today on HBO. Alex Gibney is the Academy Award-winning director of the HBO original The Dark Money Game. We're joined by Alex Gibney, Academy Award-winning director of this new two-part series, The Dark Money Game, an HBO original premiering tonight, 15 years after the Citizens United Supreme Court case. I want to thank you so much for being with us in these last few minutes as you feature Jane Mayer, the great New Yorker investigative reporter, her book called Dark Money. Talk about what's critical for people to understand today as your two-part series premieres, The Dark Money Game.
I think what's critical to understand is that our country is being run by a small group of people who have an enormous amount of money, and they dominate our politics. It's almost as if bribery has become utterly legalized. It's pay to play. It's quid pro quo. And unless we stop the system of money in politics, we're done, because then our lives will simply be ruled by the people who have the most money.
Mm-hmm.
And Alex, how
Absolutely. Unfortunately, right now, it's not going to happen for the next 4 years. I don't see how it will happen. Under this administration, took a record amount of money in for the presidential election from a tiny fraction of the population. Elon Musk paying $250 million, more than that. Technically, I think it was a third. What was the number? It was like $300+ million. And everything else he's doing right now, I mean, how can we expect this administration to do shit about money in politics? One that is completely beholden to that money. All right, let's go here. How are we doing on the goal right now? Only 2 of 5. 16 minutes left to go. Okay. Speaking of money in politics, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been accused by a number of different people of profiting off of Donald Trump's lie social tweet, whatever you want to call it. Or she may have actually received word directly from Trump. I honestly don't know. But she has been accused of profiting in the stock markets amidst the turmoil going on recently. France 24 covering this. Yeah, thanks, France. We weren't gonna do it, I guess. Ooh, a 5th emotional support character. Okay.
Turn now to truth or fake. I'm joined by Kathleen Marshall and David Brewer, who's over by the big board. Good evening, Kathleen. A Trump ally facing insider trading probes, a big investigation. Tell us more about this. Basically, is it truth or fake?
Soul Life with a blank super chat for $1. Thank you, Soul Life. Thank you. Because I'll count that as a 5th of a super chat.
Well, Mark, Democrats are actually calling for an investigation into Trump ultra-loyalist Marjorie Taylor Greene's purchase of stocks, accusing her of insider trading information during the recent market dip following President Donald Trump's announcement of sweeping global tariffs on April 2nd. The Georgian Republican is said to have benefited from the fall of global stock markets during the tariff turmoil, as users also claim investigate her for insider trading now. This as early on Wednesday, April 9th, Trump announced on his Truth Social, this is a great time to buy. Nearly 4 hours after this post, he abruptly announced his 90-day pause on many tariffs, which the move that sent the S&P 500 back up several percentage points in just a few minutes, marking a historic rally. As on social media on the same day, users posted this video from inside the Oval Office showing Trump celebrating the stock market's gains.
He made $900 million.
So as a user says, Trump brags about his friend and investor Charles Schwab, who made over $2 billion from the stock market chaos, as users say. Sounds like market manipulation to me.
Indeed. So what do public statements say about Marjorie Taylor Greene's financial statements in the days following Trump's tariff announcements?
Well, Mark, it's not too difficult to verify this information, as all American elected officials are legally required to disclose or publicly report every purchase, sale, or exchange involving stocks, bonds, commodities, future contracts, or other securities that exceed the amount of $1,000. So here's the one in question from Georgian Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, a 3-page financial holdings document from April 4th that doesn't exactly disclose how much she paid for stocks, but discloses, for example, ranges and dates. Here you can see numerous.
Just want to go. If she maxed out on these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Am I counting that? Yeah, 8. I don't know if this is the whole document, but if you just go based upon that, that's $120,000. She could have thrown into the market and then made a whole bunch more money off of it, as the market has rallied something like 13, or I think more than that at this point. Somewhere around, maybe at the high, I think it was over like 15%. I think it's come back down a bit since then, but yeah, could have made an extra 20 G's there.
Discloses, for example, ranges and dates. Here you can see numerous purchases of securities made at, for example, Amazon, Apple, JP Morgan, Nike, Lululemon, Dell Computer.
Oh, there's more.
That amounts
there is
between
more.
1,000.
There is more. There's more pages. Every 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's another 100, potentially 150,000. So that's nearly $250,000 she may or may not have put into the market here on Unliberation Day. What are we calling the day where Donald Trump unliberated us from the tariffs, or well, whatever you want to call it? That seems to be a genuine plethora of evidence there. Marjorie getting in just at the right time. Whoopsies, how did that happen? I must have slipped onto my keyboard. Accidentally bought a bunch of stocks the moment that I needed to. Huh. Incredibly convenient. Actually super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Sorry, Screen Rant. I'm stealing your quotes. Alright. Speaking of American money, let's talk about the US dollar, which has been continuing to have a pretty rough time of things. TLDR on the story.
For the past few months, the dollar has been riding high, both because markets were exceptionally optimistic about the US economy and because there was a widespread sense that Trump's tariffs would do more harm to other economies than the US. However, in the past few months, anxieties about Trump's erratic trade policies have sparked somewhat of a sell-off, which has accelerated into a full-blown crash in the past couple of days. So in this video, we're going to take yet another look at the declining dollar, what it means for the US economy, and how it could set up an uncomfortable showdown between Trump and the Federal Reserve. Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. So let's start with a bit of context. As we've mentioned in previous videos, the dollar was actually riding pretty high until a month or so ago. Once it started looking like Trump might win the election, back in about September last year, the dollar surged against other currencies. The best way to illustrate this is to look at the so-called dollar index, which basically measures the strength of the dollar against a weighted basket of other currencies. According to this index, the dollar rose steadily from late September before peaking in early January at nearly a 3-year high. So, why did the prospect of Trump's re-election, and then his actual re-election, trigger such a surge in the dollar? Well, there were basically 3 reasons. First, investors anticipated that Trump's policies of tax cuts and tariffs would mean higher inflation, which would mean higher interest rates from the Federal Reserve, and therefore make it more attractive to save in dollars. Second, there was a widespread sense that Trump's trade wars would hurt other economies more than the American economy, which made other countries' currencies less attractive. thereby boosting the dollar. Because, after all, the dollar's value is determined relative to other currencies. And third, there was a sense in America's business community that Trump's promised agenda of tax cuts and deregulation would boost growth. Now, this wasn't necessarily a good thing from Trump's perspective. After all, he and senior members of his team have occasionally suggested that they would want a lower dollar to help make American exports more competitive and reindustrialize America. But it was nonetheless a testament to some genuine optimism about Trump's economic policies. However, a couple of months ago, the dollar started slipping. This was in part because investors became slightly more optimistic about other economies, including Europe, China and Japan, which strengthened their currencies and therefore weakened the dollar. But it was mainly because, even then, it was becoming clear that Trump's policies, and especially his tariffs, were just too unpredictable, which was taking a toll on both consumer confidence and business investment. However, this slippage has now accelerated into a full-blown crash.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Let's take a look at that dollar index graph real quick. Hold on, I gotta pull up the stupid stock. Wait, why is it not in here? Alright, I'll find it myself. Don't know why. Be an idiot. Here we go. This is the last month. If you zoom out further, it's much higher at one point. See here, basically, inauguration week, it hit a 110. It is now trading under 100. It's lost over 10% of its value in just the last few months. And this high, I mean, it wasn't even this high at all during all of 2024. Last time it was this high was in 2022. Or at least that it had gotten this high was in 2022. But now we're down here, a place we haven't been for 5+ years. That's going to be bad for consumers. Why? Because you buy things in dollars, I'm assuming. If you live in the United States, you're most likely using US dollars to buy stuff. It says basically the only currency people accept for some reason in the United States of America. They only accept dollars, US dollars in the US. It's very strange, I know. And the lower that the currency goes, the less buying power that you have. Suddenly things become more expensive. But Donald Trump doesn't care about that. He cares about businesses making money and exporting goods to other people, not yourself. And it's easier for companies to export in dollars if the dollars are weaker. Because compared to other currencies, it looks nice if you're in a different place like Europe or Britain. Or wherever else, even China, you know. If suddenly things are less expensive coming from the United States, you might be tempted. I mean, excluding tariffs right now, you might be tempted to buy stuff from the United States. Is that good for America? No, actually not good. Only good for the capital class who are exporting things abroad. Let's talk about those tariffs. The confusion and all the people getting hurt by the tariffs. And or to be hurt by the tariffs in the very, very near future. Reuters, 2 days ago. Trump floats more tariff exemptions amid confusion. Oh, good. That sounds good.
U.S. President Donald Trump
Whoa, this is quiet.
To his trade policy on Monday by suggesting he might grant exemptions on auto-related levies already in place. He said he was considering a modification to the 25% tariffs imposed on foreign auto and auto parts imported from Mexico and Canada. Those tariffs could raise the costs of a car by thousands of dollars.
I'm looking at something to help some of the car companies where they're switching to parts that were made in Canada, Mexico, and other places, and they need a little bit of time because they're going to make them here. But they need a little bit of time. So I'm talking about things like that.
This comes after
Might
the
do it, might
U.S.
not. Who
removed
knows?
smartphones and other electronics from its tariffs on China over the weekend. Meanwhile, China's President Xi Jinping met with Vietnam's top leader To Lam in Hanoi Monday to discuss establishing stronger ties on trade and supply chains amid disruptions caused by U.S. duties. They also signed dozens of cooperation agreements between the two communist-run nations.
I don't blame China. I don't blame Vietnam. I see that
China
meeting today. Is that wonderful? That's a lovely meeting. The meeting, like trying to figure out how do we screw the United States.
I don't blame China or Vietnam. I just tariff them. I am so sick of this presidency already. Let's talk about some of the people that are going to get hurt. Let's start here. In this bike shop. Yeah, probably can't. Regular people can't go spending thousands of dollars per bike. Certainly not, regular people. Yay. All right. Let's go to New York.
The tariffs will, of course, have an impact on businesses across the city. In Chinatown, with a focus on imports, this could prove devastating. Eyewitness News reporter Tanya Rivero talks to business owners about the impact that they are already seeing. Right, Tanya?
Well, that's right, Sandra. And there are over 1,300 small businesses right here in Chinatown. And business leaders here say if those punitive tariffs are imposed, it will have devastating impacts not just on this neighborhood, but throughout the city. It may look like business as usual in Chinatown with throngs of tourists enjoying the spring weather, but anxiety over the threatened tariffs on Chinese goods makes it anything but. The Liu family have worked long and hard building Grand Tea and Imports, not taking a single day off in 25 years.
I don't have a vacation.
But their daughter Karen says President Trump's 145% tariffs on imports they get directly from China, like tea and herbs, would devastate this small business.
We keep margins tight because we serve a working class neighborhood. Our parents' mission for the business was to source authentic goods that allow immigrants to continue to practice rich.
I think everybody here knows I drink perhaps unhealthy amount of. I drink a lot of tea. I drink tea like I'm from the UK. Okay, I drink so much tea. And I've already talked about how this is gonna really fuck with me. But I mean, this is going to utterly decimate Chinatowns across the United States. And other sort of immigrant or ethnically, culturally diverse places that, like to keep their culture going, that are buying things from other places. But China's going to be Chinese, goddamn, I can barely talk. Chinatowns are going to be affected more than anybody else right now because of Donald Trump's insane tariffs on China, which have hit 150. I heard a crazy number earlier today. I heard that he might be raising it to 250%, which might as well just be an infinite tariff. If you buy anything from China, you owe us $30 trillion immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And rights and celebrate, big important milestones and festivals.
A gathering of local lawmakers and business leaders in Chinatown Monday sounded the alarm.
These tariffs are not just bad economics, they are bad for Asian Americans.
Calling the tariffs the latest insult to a community that has weathered COVID-19 and Asian hate.
Trump keeps changing the rules, carving out exemptions for tech giants like Apple, while leaving everyday Americans and immigrant-run businesses to bear the brunt.
We've had small business owners tell us that they're going to have to shut down in a few weeks or months.
As chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, Representative Grace Meng has a national perspective.
We're hearing from families who said, hey, some of us voted.
Oh my God, Sasha G. gifting out Galactic memberships. Who got them? Robert G. Blue Tomato. Sassy Sassarai. Jules T. and Crotchy. Thank you, Sasha. You know what? That counts. That we're counting it. The goal may be up. I'm counting it. We did it. We did it, everyone. Great job. We did it. We're getting all the content. We are doing it. All thanks to our lovely space fams who have contributed here tonight.
Trump, and we wanted to see him work to lower the cost of living. This is doing the exact opposite, and we're scared.
Congressman Dan Goldman blames House Republicans for conceding Congress's role to oversee tariffs.
They are affirmatively taking away Congress's power to be a check on the president and to play our role in the separation of powers. This is a self-inflicted devastation.
While here in Chinatown, many wonder if they will ever afford to restock inventory. And economists warn a downturn here could quickly spread through our interconnected local and state economies. According to the state comptroller, over 17% of businesses in New York State are owned by Asian Americans.
I have to have my China.
Yeah, we live in an interconnected world. You've never seen... Oh, I think you're a new chatter. I don't think I've ever seen Gato before. Never seen a goal on a YouTube stream. Well, I make goals every night just because... what do you call it? A, I need to make a certain amount of money a month. But also, B, I do incredibly long streams. If you're new, probably not prepared for this, but we do streams like 5 nights a week, 8 hours plus. Yeah. Go through some of the live streams, see how long they've gone for. And this is the only way to ensure that we get all of the content. It's the only way. I should make the goals larger, honestly, because they don't actually solve that first problem I pointed out, needing to make a certain amount of money. But it's at least a floor that I can have some sort of expectation around. Alright, let's go from Chinatown, which may start seeing the impacts of these things very, very soon. You know, people have been, you know, like they were saying, trying to get as much inventory as they can, but small businesses do not have unlimited amounts of money. I'm just going to point that one out. But in the next, couple weeks, that inventory will probably start disappearing. You know, people will be continuing to buy things, one would assume, to some level, even though it's going to be a reduced level right now. Everybody is concerned about spending. Times is tough already as it is. But, you know, as inventory dwindles and businesses go to restock, they're going to be left with some super difficult decisions. Do I buy it? Will people buy this at the price I need them to buy it for? to make this purchase make sense? It's already going through the minds of, I assume, pretty much every business in the United States right now. Okay, now let's go south from New York to Mississippi. AP archive from 2 days ago. Let's see how farmers are dealing with these tariffs.
We was talking to.
Right now, it's just like this. We don't know which way to go on anything that's going to be happening. We do know what's there. We do know that tariffs have been placed in. We do know that this is going to impact us. Now, what's going to happen on the side from our government, we don't know.
That just cut out right there, that was the food source that they made all the honey.
And then go wash your hands.
Yeah. He's still that city boy.
Well.
I see you, mommy. I see the new baby. We buy more seeds this time than we did last year? Yes, because of what was being talked about. So we've started putting more things in our toolbox that we're going to have to use to continue or to be able to survive. But every cost is going to go higher. But those were planted by Mr. Danny, harvested by Mr. Danny, would be washed by Mr. Danny, would be ready, prepared by Mr. Danny. Where is Bingo? Bingo!
Bingo, where are you?
Yeah, they changed medication.
Bingo. Bingo has left the farm.
Footprint Farms is located in the city of Jackson, Mississippi.
Even the cow knows times are about to get tough. Time to time to fly the coop. Haha, farm pun. Fly the coop. Alright, I'm amusing myself too much with that one. Yeah. Farms are gonna be hurt by this. Do people eat food? Is that a thing people do? I'm trying to remember. People eat food. Well, while regular people are being hurt all over the place. Some in Silicon Valley are feeling okay about this.
From the White House to the Silicon Valley, it's an America First agenda. Today, big news from Santa Clara-based NVIDIA. It's bringing back manufacturing here to the U.S.
Our business and tech reporter Scott Budman joins us with all the details. Scott.
Well, Janelle and Raj, manufacturing jobs largely left America for other countries decades ago. But the White House tariffs being imposed aim to bring some of those jobs back by making it more expensive to import foreign goods. Companies that already build here in the Bay Area say that's good business. When NVIDIA, one of the hottest companies in the world, announced plans to begin making AI supercomputers and AI chips in America, the stock market jumped. But to be fair, there is already tech manufacturing happening in the Bay Area. Lots of it.
Every company would like to sell to as much of the world as they can.
Companies like San Francisco-based Chef Robotics, those robotic arms that make and serve food, made here.
It's definitely a win. That
good American robot jobs. The fox is in the henhouse, Joe. More farm puns. Well played, well played. Does the guitarist skeleton have a name? You mean the one in the aquarium back here? Actually, no. We've never given him a name. We should work on one. I want to. What comes to me first is Chuck. I don't know why. We'll come back to that.
Those robotic arms that make and serve food, made here.
it's definitely a win that you don't need to worry about tariff. It's a win that you're
it's a
creating
win.
jobs, but it's also a win for their customers because at the end.
Oh, hold on. I assumed I shouldn't assume because it makes an ass out of me and the space fams. Interwoven Ventures. I wonder what Interwoven Ventures is. I'm sure they employ a ton of people and they don't do robot stuff. Oh, he's just a venture capital firm. Oh, okay. So this guy actually probably doesn't employ almost anyone. He's a capitalist. This dude is a venture capitalist, and he's saying actually all these panicking need to stop a panicking. Yeah, nice. Yeah, because we're gonna replace those. We're gonna bring back jobs for the robots in the United States. Everybody should be excited from a Silicon Valley venture capitalist. Great. Thanks, buddy.
The day when you need to support, to service, to help those guys, they don't need to now wait.
Nokia also just announced plans to make chips in San Jose. Good for business in an uncertain tariff environment. Good also, perhaps, politically.
Look, I'm not a trade negotiator, and I'm not privy to those conversations, but this all seems part of a strategic objective by the White House.
It's all strategic. It's all strategy. Don't you get it, people? It's chess. It's 17-dimensional chess. Donald Trump.
Zero Megastar just cheered 100 bits. His name is Yorick.
His name is Yorick? The skeleton. Maybe we should have a vote in the Discord. I think that's going to be what we're going to have to do. I want Chuck, Omegastar, using 100 bits to tell us that his name should be Yorick. I think it's at this point, we should just have some galactic democracy. And we'll have a little skeleton name vote in the Discord. Seems like the best way to go. If you're not in the Discord, get in there. A lot of galactic stuff happening. Okay. So while Silicon Valley venture capitalists are super excited about this, other people are continuing to not be excited. Let's go to NBC LA from 2 days ago. Do you wear shoes? Probably not. You probably walk around barefoot, don't you?
Southern California footwear stores are bracing for the impact of the Trump administration's tariffs. That's because the overwhelming majority of sneakers come from China.
NBC4's Ted Chen live right now in Fairfax along Melrose, where one store owner is worried tonight he'll be going out of business. Ted.
Colleen, Carolyn, the store says it has overcome challenges before. After 9/11, it says it figured it out. After the pandemic, it says it figured it out. But with these new tariffs, it says it isn't so sure.
It's just ruining our business, honestly. It really is ruining our business.
Brooklyn Projects owner Don DeLuca told me he's been getting warnings from his vendors, like this email, announcing wholesale price increases because of new tariffs and urging buyers to take advantage of current pricing. DeLuca says tariffs already forced him to raise prices on some skateboards.
Pre-tariff, $65. Now this one is $76.
And now he's bracing for a tariff hit on his biggest sellers, sneakers. Some 97% of U.S. footwear and clothing is imported, predominantly from Asia, according to the American Apparel and Footwear Association. The Nikes sold by Brooklyn Projects are made in China, the #1 target of the Trump administration's tariffs, aiming to address the trade imbalance and help American manufacturers. DeLuca says it will erase his already dwindling profit margin.
You have $100. Once you take into consideration the tariffs and all that, and your expenses, that $100 gets, after paying for the goods, now you have $35. But then, okay,
yeah, I mean, I'm not sure this guy's doing the math right now. I'm not sure that's his strong suit. If you start off with $100 shoes and you charge 145% tariff on them, suddenly they're $250. It's insane. $300 shoes for what used to be just regular old shoes. Regular old shoes. I don't mention the Twitch enough anymore. I'm so sorry. I suck. I suck at my job. I will try and mention the Twitch more. We have a Twitch. You can go there and contribute as well, or enjoy the stream in a different format. Have access to some different emotes. You know, if you're sick of the YouTube emotes, we got a whole bunch of emotes for subscribers over there too. Some that you won't even see over here because we can't have nice things on YouTube. Well, we can. In many ways, YouTube is better than Twitch. But we can't have animated emotes on on YouTube, but we do have them on Twitch. Some of them are pretty fun. Not gonna lie. All right. Done with shoes. Let's talk about seafood. Here's Reuters from yesterday. Oh, they got puns in the title. Troubled waters. How Trump's tariffs spark a rivalry over seafood. Got more soul. Welcome to the Galactic Stream Nation. Following on Twitch. Thank you very much. We got to get our viewership up over there. It's another source of revenue that we aren't really revenuing very well. Omegastar basically keeping us alive single-handedly. Thank you for throwing the link in the chat, Monope. Alright. Seafood. Reuters. Yesterday. Everyone's getting hit. That's great. Do you like food, shoes, or jobs? Well, sorry.
It's a long way from Washington, D.C., but this Indian shrimp packing factory is just one example of how Donald Trump's sweeping global tariffs are causing a storm in unexpected places. Producers here face a potential 26% tariff on exports to the US and say they are already seeing demand evaporate. Farmer SVL Pathy Raju says the industry is suffering. He hopes India's government will step in with help for things like the price of feed for the shrimps. It's no small matter for the country, which had seen seafood exports boom. They hit a record $7.3 billion last year, with shrimps the #1 product. The US and China were the main markets. Most of the output came from here in Andhra Pradesh state, where some 300,000 farmers contributed to the bulk of supplies. Now exporters say thousands of containers of frozen shrimp are at risk as the new tariffs roil trade. But India's pain could be someone else's gain. Far away in Ecuador, shrimp producers face a lower tariff and so could stand to grab market share. With shrimp among the country's most valuable exports after oil, that too is no small matter. For now...
I should have put this one in later in the stream, when we were talking Asia, which we will get to eventually. But hey, it's true. We're all going to be affected. The people sending us the stuff, and us ourselves, the people buying it here in the United States. Next, we're going to have shrimp black markets. Tariff-free shrimp. Sold out of the back of your car in your local neighborhood. That'll be good. That'll be good for all of us. All right. Let's go here. Wait, how are we doing on time? Oh, we are approaching the second break quickly. Let's talk about steel. Oh, wait, first toys. I forgot we have toys, too. That's right. Do people... no, we don't need toys. The children will be very busy working in the factories alongside the robots.
The impact of those tariffs now showing up in the Bay Area. A wholesaler in San Jose says a new shipment of toys has just arrived from overseas, and it comes in with a hefty price tag.
In fact, that wholesaler now says he might have to close up shop if the tariffs on China stick. NBC Bay Area's Damon Gio has a story you'll see only on NBC Bay Area.
The wholesaler where this store gets its merchandise just warned that his prices will go up next time, and now they're bracing for that impact. Name a toy and you'll likely find it at Lena Toy, a San Jose importer. This is where smaller stores shop for merchandise to stock their shelves. And this current stock is still reasonably priced. But everyone involved says that's about to change, and change soon.
People aren't really feeling it because it's so brand new. But over time, yeah, in a couple of weeks or so, they're going to start feeling it.
Lena Toy says they just paid 20 to 46% in tariffs in this shipment from China. The owner, who asked us not to show his face, says he'll now have to pass on that extra cost to his customers, and says based on the numbers, he's not even sure if he'll be able to replenish his inventory.
We have over 13 containers ready, but we cannot ship out anything right now.
You can't ship it out? You
Yes.
can't afford it?
We cannot afford it. We have to wait for a little while. Let's see what happens.
He's hoping for a quick end to the U.S.-Chinese trade war, telling us if the tariffs stand, this current stock of toys will be his last. You might have to close.
Absolutely. If we don't have enough supply.
And that's bad news for the owners of Postal and Pure Water in San Jose. The store gets their toys from the same wholesaler to augment their profits. They say tariff is a terrifying word right now.
It's very, very scary because, you know, it's feel like everything we work for is like it's go toward tax.
Linda Tran also notes most of her customers are low income, and she worries about having to raise prices.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Wow, good point, MTG. How much taxes did they pay in the Ice Age? But it's you know, if the kids are busy enough working in the factories like Republicans want, well, then they won't need toys. They can play with the robots. It'll be fine. Do we need steel? That's a question I keep asking myself. We don't need steel for anything, really, aside from building stuff.
President Trump is defending his 25% tariff on steel imports, claiming they're bringing trillions of dollars of businesses back to the U.S. This comes as the impacts of those tariffs are already being felt in places like Ohio, where many workers rely on the steel industry. Jason Carroll is out front.
I'm very optimistic, and I agree.
You're optimistic?
I am. I'm extremely optimistic.
Optimistic? Not the word some might use to describe their outlook on the economy, given all the back and forth with tariffs. But here at Swanton...
When guys like that say they're extremely optimistic, you gotta ask yourself some
I'm
questions.
very optimistic.
When you got this guy here saying, I'm extremely optimistic, you really should be asking yourself a lot of questions. Why does this guy... Why is he so optimistic? Oh, because he personally is probably going to make a lot of money off of this shit. And for no other fucking reason. He'll be able to jack up prices, right? You know, portly business owners such as this gentleman, amidst all of this trade war, and you know, the expectation of higher prices, will be able to, you know, sort of swim, you know, in the current and pretend like they're the same as everybody else, and they'll charge more money for products that probably shouldn't be charging more for, and he's going to be able to make hand over fist dollars. Very exciting for him. Yeah. How about the people who are buying it? That is going to be good for them. Probably not. The portly get portlier. Yeah, we'll have more money to buy more steaks. All right. Let's go here now. CNN. From 12 hours. Oh, wait, actually, no, it's the perfect time to take a break. We'll get back to this after these brief galactic messages. Well, I do hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships. Over there, we got on Twitch. We got the bits and the subs. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer the money go to keeping the stream going, rather than padding the pockets of people like Jeff Bezos. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars So go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Just $3 a month, get you access to a wonderland of space bennies. The best of which I think is getting an avatar on the stream. That's right, all these people you see around me at the pool are patrons. People who genuinely love the galacticness. I want to feel like they're actually in this world that we've created together. That's right, you could be looking back at yourself, or maybe you want to put your pet in there, your dog, your cat, whatever it might be. Maybe something fun that makes you smile. But of course there's more benefits, so just go on to Patreon and find out what they entail. Anyway, chat, that's gonna be it for the messaging. Enjoy this short space break. Maybe grab yourself a drink, a snack, and I will be right back. Okay. Well, I think everyone here knows what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the show. Okay, well. Still got a lot to get through here tonight, chat. Midweek report means I missed Monday and Tuesday. That means we got a hell of a lot to talk about still, Space Fams. Let's get this started again. Continuing to talk about economics. Let's go to the man in charge of our fiscal policy, essentially. Well, kind of. Very much kind of. That's right. Fed Chair Jerome Powell made a statement at the Economic Club of Chicago yesterday. I think it was yesterday. It's yesterday at this point, for sure. So, somewhere in there. Pretty sure it was Wednesday. Or Tuesday. Wednesday or Tuesday. Let's not trifle over to things. Enough of that trifling. Alright, CNN. 12 hours ago. Fed Chair Jerome Powell gives stark warning. Yeah. Yeah, we got some problems. That's a given. Certainly Jerome Powell has some problems. More, I mean, not life problems, but certainly professional problems as it relates to the Federal Reserve's policy and sort of forward-looking plans. All right, Jerome, tell us what you're going to do with the interest rates, buddy.
Happening now, Fed Chair Jerome Powell giving his starkest warnings yet when it comes to the economic impact of President Trump's tariffs. We are listening in on that. We're going to bring you some more of those key details. Fair to say, though, Wall Street understandably keeping a very close eye on this. Joining me now, business journalist and the host of Public Radio's Full Disclosure, Robin Farzad. Robin, good to have you here. So just a little bit of what we have heard so far from Chair Powell talking about the level of tariff increases he said is significantly larger than what's anticipated, and the economic effects will be too. He says that includes higher inflation and slower growth. These are stark comments. They're very direct comments, especially coming from Jerome Powell.
Yeah, Jerome Powell doesn't like to say mean, nasty things about the economy. He's always trying to stay as... In fact, he doesn't even... I don't think he even likes to talk about the... Like, if you listen to this guy's speeches, which I'm forced to on a consistent basis, I mean, Jerome Powell is always just trying to tell us about what it is that the Federal Reserve is going to do and is or doing, and how that is going, basically. And he will use as many words as he possibly can to describe that, as long as they don't include bad ones that suggest the economy is not doing good, or that it's doing too good. It's just that the economy. Think of Jerome Powell as your economic Goldilocks, if you will, right? It needs to be just right. That's what Jerome Powell likes, a nice low simmer. Okay, things get too hot, things get too cold. Not for Jerome. He's not into it. But unfortunately, amidst all of this, he's in a real pickle. Real pickle.
Yeah, and it throws a monkey wrench kind of into his dual mandate of keep inflation under control and keep unemployment low. So what do you do if it's an exogenous shock? I mean, the playbook says you could go back to 1930 and look at the Smoot-Hawley tariff, and that was only 17 years after the Federal Reserve.
Oh yeah, that's right. The last time we did tariff policy even close to this, we had the Great Recession. Great Depression. Not long after.
So you only have so much of a precedent to go on. Do you hike? Do you keep rates where they are right now? Do you give into the White House and slash rates? It is a multi-trillion-dollar question.
It absolutely is. The Fed feels cultish, like a weird. Yeah, I mean, this is actually an apt description of Jerome Powell's job. Like a weird oracle of the invisible hand of the market. He is the oracle of. That's absolutely right. That's a good description. I'm fairly certain that, like, in tiny microfilm print at the bottom of Jerome Powell's employment contract with the I almost called it the Economic Club of Chicago because I was reading it in my mind. The Federal Reserve Board of Governors. I'm sure somewhere in it says you will be the oracle of the invisible hand of the market. And I know you're new. We've talked about Jerome on a number of occasions, and just the Federal Reserve's job in the past, and how I think that the parameters by which they determine whether or not the economy is good are somewhat laughable and not necessarily super helpful to everyone. So many occasions I don't even know where to start. But certainly a lot more recently, since we're talking economics so much in the middle of the world's histories, the universes, the galaxies. Yes, I went out of order. Don't sue me.
Come on!
But the universe's worst and dumbest trade war. You know, we've been talking about Jerome a lot. And, you know, amidst this, what can the Federal Reserve do? They can't do anything. It was my contention, and it continues to be getting proven right. I mean, they basically go into it here on CNN. Maybe I should let them do it for a second so I can be vindicated.
Multi-trillion-dollar question. I mean, what more do you need to hear from him? What more do you think Wall Street and investors are listening for? Because those comments off the top are a lot.
Look at that. Violet Quinlaw literally found the lowest bar in the galaxy. I can't speak for the whole universe, just the galaxy. But yeah, better than Scientology. If we're talking in terms of cults, if we're ranking cults, yes, the Federal Reserve ranks above Scientology. Once again, though, world's lowest bar.
So if Wall Street at this point, are you rooting for bad news or good news? We're still creating a good amount of jobs, 5 years after the onset of this pandemic and this financial crisis. Remember, unemployment shot up to the teens. So prices are still a concern. There are still inflationary pressures across the economy. And if suddenly this gives cloud cover to a lot of companies preemptively, car makers, apparel makers, Walmart, Target, to go out and hike prices just purely in anticipation of inflation, and also the crackdown on immigration is on the margin inflationary. It's not going to free his hand to cut rates the way many people in MAGA and the White House and traders on Wall Street are romancing.
Right. There's also, leading into these comments, you have the World Trade Organization.
Hold on. Actually, we don't need to do more of this. It's fine. We could get into it, but here's the facts, okay? The Federal Reserve has said over and over and over again, they've reiterated it so many times that I might get sick even saying it, but they have a dual mandate. And that dual mandate is low unemployment, not no unemployment. They see 2% as being, I think, or was it no higher than 2%? Is it 6%? Above, lower than, somewhere around. Basically, the Federal Reserve wants maximum employment. Actually, it's not low unemployment. I'm saying the wrong thing. Maximum unemployment and a target rate of 2% inflation, because they want prices to keep going up forever. They believe that a linear line up at 2% per year is good for everybody. I mean, I would argue it might not be, but that is their goals. Their stated goals. But you can't do both of those. Like, all right, they've been saying they want, a lot of people. Donald Trump literally came out and said, "Hey, Jerome Powell, lower the interest rates," even though it's a completely independent organization. He's been trying to tell the Federal Reserve what to do to lower interest rates because he knows that he's about to screw over everybody, and it'd be maybe easier to pay your credit card bills if your variable interest rate went down. And Federal Reserve lowering rates would fix that, technically, maybe. As long as banks stop, lower their interest rates along with them. Because it's really banks that make that decision. But, with employment having come down during the Biden administration to very, very, very low levels that haven't been seen in quite a while, and inflation running hot at that time, they started raising interest rates because that is their only tool to raise or lower interest rates. So that's what they did, starting after they got done selling most of the bonds from QE. They started raising interest rates last year, I want to say. Might have actually been late 2023. I don't have it in front of me. But it does not change the point. In the midst of this tariffs situation and Donald Trump laying off workers, he doesn't want to say it because he refuses to be political. It's one thing I actually respect about Jerome Powell. He refuses to be political. I mean, he really is consistent about that. Almost more consistent than his dedication to that goddamn dual mandate he's always talking about. But, he's in a bind here, right? Because he wants lower unemployment. He wants employment right where it's at. He wants maximum employment. And he also wants to keep inflation to a low level, but not no inflation. But in this moment, he doesn't even know what inflation is going to do. Probably is going to skyrocket. As long as the economy doesn't implode first and people lose all their jobs and stop buying things, right? And so assuming that everything kind of stays normal, people continue to try and live their lives, eat food, keep their children in homes, there will be at least some economic activity. And with the added tariffs, inflation almost definitely is going to run hotter. So if you have unemployment going up and, you got inflation running hotter, that's bad. That's very bad. But, and here is the big but, right? If he lowers interest rates, that will only add to inflation. If you just essentially, because lowering interest rates puts more money into the market, which, if you're just going based upon macroeconomics, it would essentially is something that they claim to be inflationary, right? And it is. It is inflationary. And that's so how is he going to solve his dual mandate? He can't, because lowering interest rates would help with hiring, but it would also increase spending, increase more inflation in a moment where inflation's already going to come in hotter. So he's in between a rock and a hard place. And so we aren't going to get lower interest rates. We're probably not going to get higher interest rates either. Because, and so the Federal Reserve is just going to sit there and do nothing for the next 4 years, probably. I mean, all right, I'm going too much. Not the 4. No, they might start doing something in between now and then. But for quite some time, I expect them to do absolutely fuck all. Because first of all, they're not they're not a political institution, like I mentioned, and they're supposed to be a completely independent branch of government. And he has made his intentions clear to not be political. And as long as he sticks to that, he is going to have a real tough time doing anything at the Federal Reserve, which I'm fine with, honestly. They can just leave it right where it is. It's not about the interest rates right now. It's about people's ability to survive. And, that's going to be solved in a different branch of government. All right, let's talk about a little piece of financial news, which is something we have basically not talked at all about. That is Facebook's antitrust trial, which just started this week. Here's PBS NewsHour on that situation. How Meta's blockbuster antitrust trial could have major implications for big tech. PBS NewsHour from 2 days ago.
A blockbuster antitrust trial kicks off today between Meta and the Federal Trade Commission. The government alleges the company, which was then called Facebook, monopolized the social media market when it purchased competitors Instagram in 2012 and WhatsApp 2 years later. Stephanie Sy is here to explore the potential impact of the trial. Stephanie?
William, the trial, which is expected to last up to 2 months, could have major implications for big tech. If the social media giant loses, it could be forced to break itself apart and sell off both of those popular platforms, including Instagram, which is projected to make up more than half of the company's ad revenue this year. To help us understand the issues, we're joined now by Rebecca Allensworth, professor of law at Vanderbilt University. Rebecca, thanks so much for joining the NewsHour. This is a case that has been years in the making, and we know what the major battle lines already are. The government alleges that Meta used a strategy to buy or bury other startups, killing competition. Illegal. Does the FTC have a strong case on that basis, that Meta has violated
100%.
Antitrust law?
So it has a strong case on that part of the case about whether or not the acquisition suppressed competition.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something that started really in full, like, I want to say almost 20 years ago. But the M&A activity in the United States is the reason why we have, I mean, there's a litany of antitrust trials that should probably be moving forward, not just Facebook. They're just one of a number of people. But the buying up of other companies, merging them into other bigger mega conglomerates, is the reason why we have the price situation we have today, why we don't have actual competition in the supposed free market. And it's bad.
Illegal.
Also illegal, probably, if you follow the law to the T.
This part of its case is actually whether or not Facebook is a monopoly in the first place, whether or not Meta is a monopoly. It has to prove both monopoly power and an act of exclusion that allowed it to maintain that monopoly power. But the problem for the government is that there are potentially other competitors that we could see as major players in the space.
Meta's lawyer today called the case a grab bag that was, quote, at war with the facts and the law. We heard that Mark Zuckerberg himself testified today. What are the strongest points of the defense, and do they have to do with the fact that so much has changed in the social media landscape since this case was first brought 4 years ago?
This is not a grab bag. This is definitely a strong case. So on the part of the government, it's a very strong case. As far as what are...
honestly, though, it's hilarious. Because if anything, Facebook is the grab bag, the bag of money that grabbed a bunch of companies and shoved it into itself. That's the grab bag. All right, we're not going to get too deep into this Meta situation, but I figured I'd at least give you a little bit of that story. We do deserve every single story since we went and completed that goal in chat. We're going to get this whole midweek report done, even if I die trying. And this was a fucking I almost held this until Sunday Funday, and I might bring it back in 3 days, not gonna lie. But this one was both fun and inspirational. And what better place to go than Coachella?
Would you jump up?
All right, settle down. Wow, chat has been taken over by two chatters.
Please give it up for Senator!
I love Bernie so much. All right, chat, I'm just teasing you. I know you two seem to be having a perfectly fine conversation in chat. I'm just teasing you. Maybe even myself a little bit. Oh, Donald James and Joe lurking away. See you both. I think he's the only almost 90-year-old guy who knows what Claro is. Gotta love Bernie. You really do. What a guy. There you go. Bernie made a freaking appearance at Coachella. Now, of course, it's basically glamping and not what as it once was. But still, I thought that was huge. Big news. I don't know if you caught it in there, but Bernie wants you. Needs you. Immediately. Alright, now let's talk about health. How's that sound? Just a little bit. Since we got a psychotic anti-vaxxer, the head of health in the United States, might be good to check in with how things are going over there. Bad, you say? No, but we were going to make America healthy again. How's that possible? Start with CBS News. Not reading. Just trying to. All right, CBS, 2 days ago. I'm sure we're doing everything that keeps us safe, right?
Public health data collection has been halted in several key areas as Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. slashes funding across HHS agencies and departments. The funding cuts have impacted programs that track national statistics on HIV, STDs and STIs,
we don't need any of that.
abortion, sexual violence, cancer.
Why would we want to know any of these things? We don't know anything. We don't need to have data collection on STDs. There's no way that that's going to go wrong. We're also going to stop collecting data on abortion. Then, now this one I found almost funny because I feel like this hits on both sides, right? But I don't know. How are the abortion nuts gonna? How are the anti-abortion people gonna yell nonsense facts at us though? I guess they won't need them actually. Now that I think about it, because they're often using non-facts, but I just find it funny. We just don't need the facts. That's where we're at.
I don't want reality.
Here in the United States. Sexual violence? Come on. Who needs to know about who's getting, people getting R-worded? Sexually assaulted. Whatever it might be. Why would we want to keep track of stuff like that? Now, this one I found incredibly specific and sort of just directed at firefighters. It's like, hey, firefighters, go fuck yourself. As well as after you give birth, well, we're gonna completely forget all about you. Postpartum risks. We want to get and the fact is so many of the Republicans are like pro-natalist, like pro Handmaid's Tale shit. They're like, we need to get as many ladies pregnant immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And once you give birth to that baby, you can go fuck yourself as well. Sorry.
Among firefighters and postpartum risks. Officials who have been put on leave from these departments say going forward, data on these topics likely won't be collected or made public the way they were before. CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder joins us now. She's the editor-at-large for public health at KFF Health News. So, Doctor, what are the consequences of cutting back on this data collection?
Yeah, what we are witnessing is mass dismantling of CDC and other public health data surveillance systems, really applying to anything that touches on health in this country. It's a little bit like if you think about police departments trying to fight crime. If they don't know when and where it's happening, how it's happening, to whom it's happening, who's committing the crime, they can't fight crime. They can't be going door to door at all hours of the day.
That's fine. Now, if anybody accuses you of crime, tells ICE about it, we're just gonna get rid of you. Wow.
I don't want reality.
This is where we're at. We're just gonna stop keeping track of important statistics. Yeah, that's gonna make America healthy again. Wait, you're telling me it's not gonna make us healthy again? But I was told this is to make America healthy again crew. It's not making sense.
A second child with measles has died in Texas. There is an outbreak. I think it's spilled over into New Mexico too. Infections over 500 people in Texas alone. And here's this thread responding to RFK Jr., who did tweet out this statement. I came to Gaines County, Texas today to comfort the Hildebrand family after the loss of their 8-year-old daughter, Daisy. So this isn't the full statement in the screenshot. I think the thread goes through it, but it does. At one point, he says, I encourage folks to get vaccinated, basically, against measles. And this doctor goes through what this case says. So let's start with what we know. Can we go to the top? Okay. Today we learned the sad news: another kid died.
Before Emma goes too far. This is the one. Okay. Nowhere during the statement. I came to Gaines County, or should I say,
I came to Gaines County, Texas today to comfort the Hildebrand family after their loss of 8-year-old daughter, Daisy. I got to know the family of 6-year-old Kaylee Furr after she passed away in February. I also developed bonds.
Don't be creepy.
With and deep affection for other members of this community. During that difficult time, my intention was to come down here quietly to console the families and to be with the community for their moment of grief.
Nowhere during that statement does he suggest that people should get vaccinated. It must have been in a retweet, or not a retweet. What is it called? A reply? Is this on Truth Social? No, this is Twitter. Might have been a reply. He was, I guess, RFK reply guy.
In the screenshot, I think the thread goes through it, but it does. At one point, he says, I encourage folks to get vaccinated, basically, against measles. And this doctor goes through what this case says. So let's start with what we know. Can we go to the top? Okay. Today we learned the sad news: another kid died from measles in Texas. We also learned what RFK Jr. will and will not say. So this thread breaks down what is said and what is unsaid in these statements here. Let's start with what we know. The death announced today was an 8-year-old girl. The hospital reports she died of measles, pulmonary failure. They also report she was unvaccinated and had no other health conditions. Her death was the third measles death in the past few months, the second child. There have been more pediatric deaths from measles in the past 2 months than there have been in the previous 2 decades. This isn't just a coincidence. In 2000, measles was declared eliminated in the United States. There were sporadic importations and some localized flare-ups, but what we're seeing now is likely just the beginning of a bigger, more frequent, and more geographically diverse outbreaks here. If we could just pause at that graph for a second. Eric Topol put it together, measles cases by year, and you can see the vaccine when that was introduced and how there we go. Before 2025, last death from measles was in 2015, and that was the first one since 2003. And in 2025 so far, there have been 3 deaths, 2 children. Texas, the epicenter of the current outbreak, has reported nearly 500 cases. And that outbreak has seeded cases in numerous other states, including across the country. According to the Texas Department of Health, 98% of all cases and all deaths were in the unvaccinated.
Because of course they were. Because it's been an effective vaccine for decades. That graph just sort of lays it out perfectly. Here's all the measles cases here, and then no measles since 65, basically. I mean, the precipitous drop to near nothing, and then actual nothing, and then bloop. Whoopsies. Gonna make America healthy again. It's a fucking retruth. Del Sol. I don't think it was Truth Social. It looks like Twitter, because I saw a Grok symbol. Didn't you see the Grok symbol back there? I'm fairly certain it was Grok. What did I saw just now? So it's got to be, unless they've integrated Grok. I guess they may have. I don't know. I don't know. We don't have time. Gotta keep it moving. Thank you, Emma, and the majority report. Let's get to some real world scenarios here real quick. Let's go to Hawaii. This is probably bad news. But here's Kahan 2 news from 2 days ago. Health officials identified 10 vulnerable individuals who came in contact with the measles. That sounds bad.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
10 people who may have been in contact with Hawaii's first measles case are being urged to isolate and are being monitored. Health officials reported last week an unvaccinated child contracted the measles and an adult in the same household was showing symptoms. Since then, 92 people have been identified as possible contacts. The Department of Health says most are vaccinated, but there are 10 contacts without proof of vaccination or other immunity who are being told to isolate. It may take up to 21 days for symptoms to appear. The child infected with measles has fully recovered.
That's good. Let's hope all 10 of those people who came into contact with this child didn't A, spread it to someone else after the fact, and B, had the vaccine. Because if they were vaccinated, the likelihood of them spreading it goes down by about 99+%, and even lower in terms of them actually contracting and dying from the disease. It's fucking insane that we've allowed these people to go as far as they have. We should have stopped this years ago, rather than let them do all this bullshit and continue spreading all these fucking lies all over the place.
It's science.
But guess what? We're not done talking about the measles, but we are going to move over to the Canada portion. Might as well start at the Florida of Canada. Or the Texas of Canada? The Florida, Texas of Canada, Alberta, where apparently 16 new measles cases have sprouted up.
The province is recording 16 new cases of measles since Friday. 9 of those new cases are in the central zone, 7 are in the south zone. That brings the total number of cases across the province to 74. The province says 64 of those cases are past the period of transmission. The majority of cases remain in kids, with 18 cases in children less than 5 years old.
Danielle Smith should be ashamed of herself. For multiple reasons.
Hello and thank you for joining us. Danielle Smith's
Like this.
government is facing accusations of a cover-up over the way it's handling an Auditor General's inquiry into procurement procedures at AHS. The latest controversy stems from an email sent to AHS and Alberta Health staff telling them to refer calls from the Auditor General to the province's lawyers. As Kevin Green reports, that sparked multiple seemingly contradictory responses from UCP ministers and a call by the opposition NDP for a public inquiry.
The Auditor General, or AG, is looking into the way AHS awarded multi-million-dollar procurement contracts. Last week, this email went out to AHS staff saying the OAG may reach out to you for an interview as part of their investigation into Alberta Health and Alberta Health Services procurement processes. Please redirect the OAG representative to our legal counsel, Rose LLP. The NDP
Illegal.
calls it a cover-up. Even UCP MLA Peter Guthrie, who quit cabinet over the health contracts controversy, agrees.
This highlights some of the very reasons I resigned from cabinet and why I called for a judicial review, cooperation with the RCMP, and our government's full support of the investigation of the Auditor General.
The health minister claimed the AG had signed off on it, but in a statement to CTV, the AG spokesperson said, "This came as a surprise to the Auditor General, and our office will be seeking clarity on why that communication was sent."
So yeah, Pierre Poilievre realized that, he maybe shouldn't continue to be mini Trump because of the horrifyingly bad numbers in the Conservative Party. So he's been trying to not talk about Donald Trump and behave like Donald Trump as much as possible, because for a little while there, he was kind of really genuinely the mini Trump of Canada. But then, there's always Danielle Smith, who's always been doing insane right-wing things. And I think she's just sort of taken the page. She's saying, okay, if there's a vacuum, I'm going to fill it. I'm going to fill that vacuum. And she's starting to act like Trump now. She's saying, we talked to the Auditor General. She fired a bunch of people at the Auditor General. Then, like, it's insane. This shit is insane. And then she's like, they were fine with it. They were fine with it. And then the Auditor General's like, wait, we don't remember that. We're going to be seeking clarity on that situation. Don't you know? But she's just hilarious. It's just fucking hilarious. And also very troubling. Both hilarious and troubling. I'm sorry, Canada, for laughing at your misery, but we're having. It's almost funny because it's like a microcosm of our larger misery that we are currently dealing with, and so it's somewhat, I don't know. It's like a sense of catharsis, I think. All right, now the elections are coming up in Canada. You might be wondering to yourself, as a Canadian, maybe not. But maybe you're asking, how do I vote? Well, CTV's got the answer for you. Right here.
And voter information cards are hitting mailboxes. There are several ways to vote, including multiple ways to cast your ballot early. CTV's Colton Weens takes a look at the options.
2 weeks before Canada's general election, voter information should be arriving in mailboxes across the country.
They should be received or should have been received, but if you did not, you can find out on our website.
There's several ways residents can cast their ballot before Election Day. Advanced polling is available this long weekend. Voters can go to their assigned polling stations starting Friday through Monday.
You need to be a Canadian citizen, you need to be 18 years old and over, and you need to be registered. If you receive a voter information card, that means that you're registered.
Voters can also cast a ballot by mail. To do so, they must apply online before April 22nd. They will receive a package that must be mailed to Ottawa before April 28th at 6 p.m.
If you want your vote to be counted, make sure you allow enough time to be returned to Ottawa. There's pre-addressed, prepaid envelope, but it is your responsibility that it is returned by April 28th at 6 p.m.
Registered voters can also go to any of the 500 Elections Canada offices across the country and cast a special ballot anytime before April 22nd at 6 p.m.
If you're traveling by business, by pleasure, you can go. You'll vote by special ballot. So you just need to prove, who you are and where you live.
Well, there we go. Now, Canada does have a voter ID system, but they give it out to their people for free, unlike what's being suggested by Congress right now. And yeah, seems like there's a number of different ways for you to vote, including this long weekend, the holiday weekend, Easter, of course, this Sunday. And you could use that time, potentially, as long as you're not working. Get out there and vote. But there's only 11 days into the official election. I think pre-advance voting is already over. Many of you maybe overwhelmed by everything else going on. Like this lady here. I just figured we needed a little fun in the middle of this horrifying day. Let's go to Julie Noki.
Hey, babe, have you seen my BlackBerry? Yeah, the one from 2012. I'm not doing Apple products anymore. No, only Canadian. No more Severance. No more White Lotus. I just bought all 17 seasons of Murdoch Mysteries. 18 season, 19? Gotta stop making that show. But I got them on repeat because we're only watching Canadian TV now. It's not good. We're all gonna make some sacrifices. All the furniture in this room, Canadian. Yeah, this couch, constructed in Winnipeg. Had to take out a second mortgage to buy it. Oh, I'll go into crippling debt. Yeah, to stick it to the Americans. I will dive deep into poverty to show them how we feel. They got no idea what's coming. I am not spending another dime on anything American. Don't show the Amazon box. That was a moment of weakness. You ever heard of Neil Young? BTO, okay? That's what we're doing. We're taking care of business. This is a Jan Arden household now. Well, who am I kidding? It's always been a Jan Arden household. John Lennon? He's okay. Oh, looky here. We got, oh shit, Dolly Parton. I'm not burning Dolly Parton. I'm gonna put her there for a minute, and we're gonna think about that one. Okay? Let's not do something we're gonna regret. White Stripes? That's basically Windsor. That's Canadian. I'll bring on the tariffs. Make them 200%. Because I'm not buying anything American anyways. If it doesn't have one of those Canadian flag stickers, burn it. Unless it's like from another place, not American. Anything from the UK, France, Germany. Yeah, literally everyone is okay. Yeah, none of those other countries poked the bear. They didn't poke the bear. You know who did? And they're gonna feel it. Yeah, you can be.
I'm just highly amused by her antics. Okay. It's enough, Julie. Let's go on to some other news. We are still in the third half after all, but we're going to move on to our environmental portion of the stream. Since we're done with North America for now, kind of ish. Let's talk about environmental issues. And this is the perfect segue to that. CBC News from yesterday. Climate being overshadowed by quote-unquote more immediate issues this election.
We know this morning that energy and climate will be one of the 5 official themes and topics at the French and English language debate. So tomorrow in French, Thursday in English. For some of our viewers, there's been a worrying lack of attention to climate on the campaign trail as tariffs take center stage. We heard from Fred, as a matter of fact, who wrote to say, I'm disgruntled that the environment isn't getting the attention that it needs. It seems like people don't exactly know just how important it actually is. Fred, thank you for letting us know your views. And our international climate correspondent, Susan Ormiston, today is looking at why this is existing, why environmental issues have been on the back burner this campaign.
Big pressure back in 2019 when over 40% of Canadians polled said a top issue was environment and climate change. But in the years since, that metric by Angus Reid Polling has sunk, diving further in the last 6 months.
We have winning. Now, one thing I do want to point out.
By Angus Reid Polling has sunk.
While this number might be very low right now amongst the entire electorate of Canada, one thing which we talked about might have been last stream, or at least sometime in the last week. Young Canadian voters see climate as being the #1 issue. As a majority of younger people are, going to be affected most by climate change. You're older, you got less time to live. But this climate situation is upon us right now and is only going to get worse in the future. And I kind of hate the way that they talk about it during this, because the way the CBC winds up getting it, it continues to suggest that there are more quote-unquote immediate issues, as if it's not a currently pressing issue. Speaking of which, let's go down to California. Or I guess we should go down to Hawaii to talk about California. You'll see what I mean.
All new tonight, a leading attorney for Lahaina fire victims has learned firsthand what his clients went through. He and his wife, who is from Oahu, lost their home in the Palisades fire in California this past January.
Our Daryl Huff spoke with the couple about their harrowing escape and how their knowledge about Lahaina helped save them.
I looked out the window and I saw this huge plume of smoke, and it was terrifying because the Lahaina fire was so fresh.
Mia Monroe knows a lot about the Lahaina fires. She's from Hawaii, a graduate of Punahou School, a lawyer herself, and her husband, Jesse Creed, represents hundreds of families who lost loved ones, homes, and businesses on Maui.
I've listened to a lot of the stories that the locals had told about their horrifying experiences. So I felt a little in panic mode.
Jesse was at his office when Mia called about the smoke. Their 2 boys, 4 and 7, were at school in the Palisades.
I think from hearing all these stories from my own clients in Maui who said, when that fire comes, it comes so fast. So I immediately told her, get a bag, pack up, get the heck out.
As fire entered the affluent subdivision, Mia collected the boys and left before any evacuation orders.
Especially with the winds, you just don't know how fast everything can just happen so quickly, that the lesson I took from Lahaina is get out of there.
Jesse stayed back to secure the house and now laughs, recalling the panic that surprised him.
And I'm thinking to myself,
I mean, in many ways, they may have been very lucky that she decided to do that, and that they had that experience back in Hawaii, the worst fire, I think, in Hawaiian history. And the husband is the lawyer for those victims of the Lahaina fire right now. It is, this thing is horrifying, and this, this happened already, once this year. A fire of this size, there very well may come a day during this year where we see something similar to this. Horrifying to say, considering just how devastating this fire was. Alright, let's move on now. Not far. Gonna stay in LA. Talk about what happened in San Diego. If you missed it, a 5.2 magnitude earthquake was felt in San Diego County on Monday.
Our other top story here, a 5.2 earthquake that shook Southern California. Here it is on camera, shaking a living room in El Cajon. And in another view, you can actually see a woman, a mother, run in. She grabs her baby. The baby is sleeping in the crib there, and she books it right out of the living room. Good evening once again, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Carolyn Johnson. Michael is off tonight. This earthquake happened just after 10 this morning, and there were 7 aftershocks in the 30 minutes that followed. This is video from an elementary school in San Diego County. Students under their desks just waiting for that shaking to pass.
Now, according to the USGS, this earthquake was felt as far away as Orange County and in West LA. It was centered in Julian, just east of San Diego. That's actually a small town with fewer than 2,000 people living there. We're joined right now by NBC4's Christian Casarez with the latest on the shaking going on there and some of the emotions.
Thanks, Maria Bartry-Romo's cousin. She's not. She isn't technically, but they do look alike. Let's see some of the home videos and other things of this earthquake. These dogs, oh my god, we're getting the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, scaring dogs all over the county. We got more on this.
The 5.2 magnitude quake hit just after 10 a.m. It was centered in the mountain community of Julian in San Diego County.
The quake was felt strongly across the region into Orange County and here in the LA area. KTLA's Shelby Nelson is live in Julian where the shaking rattled a lot of nerves. Shelby.
Micah, this community was buzzing when we got here. So many people recalling what they had felt just hours earlier when that quake hit. Luckily, we are not hearing any reports of major damage because of it.
It was just a normal, calm morning.
That's until the clock struck 10:08.
Instantly aggressive shaking. And within 10 seconds, I obviously knew it was a fat earthquake.
Dylan Carnero had just stepped
It's a fat earthquake, dude.
away
Totally.
for a bathroom break when suddenly bottles at Mountain Spirits Liquor started crashing to the floor during this morning's 5.2 magnitude earthquake in Julian, about 60 miles northeast of San Diego.
It was all top shelf, of course, And so just start with the Weller, then that's already a $250 bottle.
He estimates a loss of about $500 to $600. And it wasn't just here where things flew off the shelves. Watch as the ground shakes at the warm hearth across the street.
It was really scary, especially with all the stuff we have in here. It's like the glass was like shaking and...
Yeah, people seeing the effects of this all over the place. Not just people. Let's go to the San Diego Zoo. You can kind of see the camera shaking, yeah. These elephants come out immediately. They get into a circle, they're like, oh shit, that's a big elephant. What is that thing? Nice. Form the protectee circle. You must protect. You must protect the tiniest elephant. All right. Enough of that earthquake. Let's go to Colorado, where a wildfire was seen.
Magnitude 5.2 earthquake.
We don't need more on this earthquake. That's enough. All right. Yeah. Let's go to Colorado. There was a wildfire burning in the foothills here.
Crews continue to battle a fire near Woodland Park just northwest of Colorado Springs. The Turkey Track fire started Saturday night. At last check, it is 45% contained and estimated to have burned about 130 acres. While the exact cause of the fire remains under investigation, crews say it is human-caused and the area is close to shooting.
All right, there we go. I don't know if that's out yet. But we're probably going to start seeing more and more fires here as things go on into the warmer months right now. Let's go on to CTV, back to Canada, where a tornado was seen, the first of 2025 for Canada, and it was in Alberta, I believe.
Environment Canada has confirmed a landspout tornado formed in southeastern Alberta Saturday. Darby Lester captured video near Lake Newell, near Brooks. Environment Canada says a landspout tornado comes from the ground rather than from a thunderstorm and happens when there is a considerable shift in surface winds. The organization has given the tornado a preliminary rating of EF0. That's the lowest rating on the scale. No injuries or damage.
All right, thankfully no one hurt and nothing destroyed by that tornado, since it was just tiny baby tornado. Now let's go to something that's probably going to get defunded immediately, if not sooner. Actually, wait, it's in Canada, so maybe not. Here's CBC News from 2 days ago. Technically 3 now, Monday. This new weather satellite.
Stunning video of a tornado.
And we don't need more of this. We already got that story in. New weather satellite could make forecasts more accurate.
The government says it's repatriating energy by not renewing 2 hydroelectric export contracts with Minnesota. Premier Wab Kinew says the contracts expire at the end of this month and amount to 500 megawatts of power, which will now be available for Canada.
Wait, did I skip past
50
it?
megawatts will be set aside to go towards the potential.
I didn't. I just totally missed this story. I looked right past it. What's wrong with me? It's my bad. It's my bad, chat. Let's talk about this. If you didn't quite catch that, United States is about to see an increase in costs. Northern states especially. Near Manitoba. People like Minnesota, Michigan, probably. The Dakotas, for sure. All gonna probably see higher energy costs because Canada is cutting us off. Where's my sound?
The Manitoba government says it's
Whoa.
repatriating energy by not renewing 2 hydroelectric export contracts with Minnesota. Premier Wobegon says the contracts expire at the end of this month and amount to 500 megawatts of power, which will now be available for Canada. Canoe says 50 megawatts will be set aside to go towards the potential development of a transmission line, which would connect parts of Nunavut to Manitoba's grid. The project aims to reduce the dependence on diesel fuel in northern communities.
Well, Canada first, I guess. Elbows up, Canada. I get it. I get it. You're circling the wagons. That's going to cost Americans more money. And now, while they're cutting the contract off to Minnesota, you know, states can share energy, and they often do. And this means if Minnesota's energy costs go up, everybody around them, if, you know, that's just that's how it goes. And things like this are going to continue to have ripple effects. It's going to be bad. All right, let's talk about that weather satellite. CBC from 2 days ago. Take 2.
A brand new weather satellite could be a big deal for more accurate forecasts. As a meteorologist, I'm genuinely excited about this. It includes cutting-edge new tools that will capture even more information, making it easier to see storms coming. But let me back this up. For half a century, we've had continuous satellite observations of Earth, a crucial part of modern weather forecasting. They help us track clouds, sea surface temperature, ice coverage, wind speed, and more. Honestly, I couldn't do my job without them. And now, the newest in the fleet, GOES 19, is officially operational for the Western Hemisphere after months of testing and tweaking. For the next decade or so, this new satellite will track Atlantic hurricanes, monitor severe weather, atmospheric rivers, wildfires, even volcanic eruptions, all from a very specific height above Earth. It's in a special orbit that always matches Earth's rotation, so it always has the same view. But want to know what my favorite feature is? A super cool lightning detector that tracks lightning continuously and everywhere. So that means when storms like hurricanes move out of radar range, we can still monitor them and send out warnings.
Anybody else notice the same thing that I'm noticing right now? In every single one of these images, you look in the corner, NOAA. That is America's satellite system, which is getting defunded as we speak. Another, oh, this is the same one. More NOAA. 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 Over and over and over again. And now we're defunding it because they don't believe in keeping America safe. I'm really hoping this weather satellite. Actually, this video didn't actually say whether or not this satellite. I gotta look it up. But I think it's a Canadian-funded satellite, so I guess we'll have at least one satellite up there taking up some of the void. It's gonna be left by Donald Trump's cutting of programs like the NOAA. And the fact is it's not just us who are going to be fucked. Everyone, I mean, this is CBC. This is a Canadian news. They're using NOAA images. Everyone is using them because these satellites go around the whole Earth. And so everybody has been afforded, at least most people have been afforded, the ability to use that imagery to also help keep their people safe. The United States has the most extensive satellite network in the world. Alright, let's go down to something in Mexico now. As I think it's Oaxaca has been on fire throughout the weekend. Here's the AP from yesterday. The fight against the fires is being carried out in two different ways. On the ground, with more than 600 brigade members deployed, plus volunteers from the municipality of Tepoztlan, from the community. In addition, the combat is being complemented with water drops by helicopters. While it is true that fires have occurred year after year and that we are currently experiencing a critical season, not only in the municipality, but also in the entire country and the world. Unfortunately, we have some evidence that allows us to assume that these fires have been started by arson. Okay, what's next? Oh, the same story.
Raging wildfires have ripped through hundreds of hectares in Mexico's southern state of Oaxaca. According to reports from Mexican media, the wildfires have consumed some 500 hectares of land, with strong winds driving the flames into neighboring towns. The local residents have called for urgent help to extinguish the fires. Mexican authorities have dispatched firefighting brigades, and some 80 local volunteers have joined the efforts to extinguish the flames. Well, earlier, local residents had blocked the road to demand urgent aid to extinguish the fire.
The fire has already caused a lot of damage.
How many hectares it has consumed?
I don't know, but it's huge.
How many towns it has reached?
So far, Santo Domingo, Santa Catarina, El Tule, and La Chigolo.
Well, according to Mexican authorities, 75% of the wildfires are now under control. But the fires have spread to nearby towns of Santa Catarina, El Tule, and La Chigolo.
So, I mean, technically the source of the fire is under control, but it is now spread and created other fires, which is probably bad. Sort of negates the controlling of the other fire, kinda. At least in my mind, even though technically that's not true. Alright, let's go now across the Atlantic to Europe. It's our last environmental story for now. Although I do feel like, and I have 120 videos, and this is like one of the shortest environmental sections ever. And I feel like I'm not gonna be able to sleep once fire and storm season truly kick into gear. Oh my god, I'm never gonna sleep again. I might die. It's probably what's gonna happen. All right, let's go to Europe, across the Atlantic. Because storm season, as I just mentioned, is on its way. And according to Reuters from yesterday, last year, in 2024, Europe saw its most widespread floods in over a decade. And we might just see a worse one this year. I guess we'll have to...
Europe faced its most widespread flooding in over a decade last year, scientists said on Tuesday, as climate change continues to prompt extreme weather globally. Deadly floods and storms in 2024 affected over 410,000 people in Europe, causing over $20 billion in damage. Western Europe was hit hardest, with last year ranking among the region's 10 wettest years since 1950. That's according to a joint report by the EU's Copernicus Climate Change Service and the World Meteorological Organization. Nearly a third of Europe's overall river network exceeded a high flood threshold, while 12% breached severe flood levels in 2024. Globally, 2024 was the warmest year on record, with Europe being the fastest warming continent. The planet is now about 1.3 degrees Celsius warmer than pre-industrial times, mostly due to human-caused climate change. Southeastern Europe experienced its longest heat wave on record, totaling 13 days, while Scandinavia's glaciers also shrank at record rates. Much of Eastern
Yep, and that's the situation we're facing, where scientists are predicting that 2025 is going to be another hottest year in a row. It's not given, but all signs point to that being likely. Unless something very drastic happens, like the melting of the entire Arctic, which I guess could happen. What am I gonna do? Ah, yes, let's go to space. Talk space. And this is something we didn't get to watch on our last stream, although it happened shortly after the end of our last stream on Sunday/Monday morning. That being the Blue Origin flight. Billionaire Bonanza. Started off with CNN from right after the launch.
Going to fill 5G, so 5 times the weight. Parachute will come out, they'll land safely.
Here it goes. This is clearly the beginning of it. Let's watch this together. Here it goes.
New Shepard has cleared the tower.
Space dildo.
Begin throttle down for Q limiting. Engine response looks good.
Okay, we don't have to watch all of this. Let's look at how Jeffy Bezos looked while this was happening.
You're still with us, and you can hear us under the roar of that. How much preparation did they have for this flight?
His neck is going like 90 degrees backwards.
Not much. The crew showed up here in West Texas about 3 days ago, and they began the process of just kind of going through the safety briefings and understanding exactly what would happen inside the capsule and that sort of thing. So this is it kind of adds to when you hear Gayle King talk about how nervous she is, I think all that kind of lends itself to.
He's so fucking creepy. Alright, like I said, we're not going to watch all this. Lasted for like 11 minutes. Some say that's the most pleasure. This is the most pleasure that Jeff Bezos has ever given a woman in 11 minutes.
See a sonic boom. We're going to hear that shortly here. And remember, this is something that had never been done before until just a few years ago. Truly the stuff of science fiction that you're about to watch in just seconds.
There's that sonic boom.
There we go.
Not for nothing, I think that's always the coolest part. That thing lands right back down on Swan.
Here on Earth, that's the coolest part.
Yeah. And
that's the rocket, correct? We're going to see the capsule in a second.
They come down with a parachute.
Let's hope. And so they.
Touchdown, welcome home, New Shepard. Picture perfect.
Looks like SpaceX isn't the only one that can land a rocket on its bottom. Alright, like I said, we're not watching this whole thing. I do not have it in it.
To watch the capsule,
do not have it in me.
And it is far more east than from the rocket, the launch pad, and from our vantage point, it is just now looking like it's touching the ground, and the parachute starting to descend to the desert floor here. So by all accounts, it looks like this has gone off safely, and assuming that everyone on board is doing well, but that capsule appears to be on the ground safe and sound with this star-studded crew on board.
Yeah, we are watching it just slowly descending now, comfortably descending.
A bit of a delay from
a little bit of a delay, yeah. But we just to mention, journalist Gail King's there, singer Katy Perry is there, Amanda Nguyen, who's a research scientist, and Carrie Ann Flynn, a NASA rocket scientist on that flight. And this is, I mean, it's cool. There it is.
It is something, I have to say. It's an amazing picture, particularly when those parachutes go out. And I think everyone has that moment when they're happy to see them unfurl, and now even happier to see it touch down safely.
That's right, with
safe and sound.
Star-studded audience for the star-studded crew in West Texas today. So we're gonna keep.
Is that fucking Khloe Kardashian? Is that who that is? Oh my god, it is their mom. Whatever. What's her name? I want to call her Bruce, but that's not it. What is the mom's name again?
Parachutes go out, and I
Chris?
think
Is it
everyone
Chris?
has that moment when they're happy to see them unfurl, and now even happier to see it touch down safely.
That's right, with
safe and sound.
Star-studded audience for the star-studded crew in West Texas today. So we're gonna keep an eye on this. There will be video that Blue Origin, of course, will be putting out from inside the capsule during their moments of weightlessness, and maybe then we can learn what Katy Perry was actually singing.
Okay, let's listen in now. There's Jeff Bezos opening the capsule.
Hey. Now that is Jeff Bezos' wife. Forget her name. So if you're a billionaire's wife, you get to go up in space for free, I assume.
We'll see your babies.
Where are my babies?
Go over here. Go see them.
Where? Oh, we have to go there. Okay.
Ooh, yay! Look, a flower. How great. Haha, oh, you're gonna kiss the ground? That's totally normal. Totally normal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my god. Why? Why? Yay! Multimillionaires can go in space now, even if they have no qualifications. Yay! That's good. Oh, they're not married. They're right. They're engaged. I'm sorry. Made a huge tiny mistake.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Wow, Gail, settle down. Settle down.
Thank you, Jesus. Oh my God. That was amazing.
That fucking laugh is so fucking weird.
No, you're not the crier of the group. Feeler of the group. No, you are not. I'm crier. I'm going to tell you something right now. You are officially an astronaut. Thank you so much.
Are you? Are you? Yeah. At the very, very, very lowest level. The multimillionaire, paid, unqualified astronaut. By the way, I didn't know this fact until now, or well, not now, until doing some cursory research earlier. Did you know that Katy Perry is worth supposedly $350 million?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
How do you feel?
I feel super connected to love.
Oh, to love?
So connected to love. I
To
think
love.
this experience has shown.
What does that even mean, Katie? What are you talking about? You just paid, I assume, millions and millions of dollars to go up in space, even though you're completely unqualified to do so. And now you're connected to love? What, did you all have some sort of a bonding session up there? What, you're you feel more. You can't say you feel more connected to the people down here, who can't afford to pay their way up to space. I know that much. It's really weird. Are you gonna say it a bunch more times?
You never know how much love is inside of
Oh,
you.
you are.
Like how much love you have to give.
Wow. You gonna
and
keep
how
saying it?
loved you are
so many
until
times.
the day you launch. We had
It's until you
incredible
launch.
shots of Daisy watching you.
Once you launch
as
yourself
the rocket-
into
oh,
space, I
make me
love
cry.
that.
As the rocket-
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Until the day that you launch yourself into space, something which no one else can do, that's when you know how connected you are to love. I guess. If you're stupid. And I shouldn't call her stupid. She was apparently studying Carl Sagan. I wonder how that played into this whole thing. And string theory. Did you do any string theory while you're up there?
10 out of 10. That's my review.
10 out of 10.
You
There
definitely
we go.
go for it. 10 out of 10.
I am so floating. I
can't believe it.
I'm floating.
I'm so proud of you, and I know that I speak for the collective
Gail,
because
stop being
you have
weird.
been so honest.
Don't be
You've been
creepy.
so vulnerable, and I spoke to your best friend prior to you taking off, and I asked her why it was so important for you to do this, and she said she said
So
she didn't
important.
have to hear you say, "I wish I would have done that."
So true.
But now,
I love
you
that.
are officially
Just do it because you
an
can.
astronaut. How do
Just
you
do it
feel?
because you can. You know, even if it costs millions and millions of dollars to put yourself in there. I mean, Gail and Oprah have plenty of money, and I'm sure if Gail somehow didn't have the money, which no, she definitely almost does. But you know, could have just maybe she just went to Oprah. I was like, Oprah, I need it. I need to be up there. And she's like, you get a space flight, and nobody else gets a space flight. Sorry, everybody, not doing it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
All right. Now, they've been getting a little bit of pushback on this, but we'll get to that in a minute. Let's go here to Eyewitness News ABC.
Got it? 1, 2, 3, taking up space! Tamir's in space. It's okay. Leave Flynn up there. Flynn, bye. Flynn, I gotcha. I gotcha, Flynn. Gotcha.
We've got full-on altered carbon. If you haven't seen that, I recommend it, because that's where we're basically heading right now. These people are already working. I mean, Jeff Bezos already working on already definitely working on it.
Proud of you, Flynn.
It is dystopian. You're right, many doctors. It is.
Oh, the moon! You guys, I will have to tell you, look at the moon.
The moon.
That's amazing.
Wow, look at the blue line.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goddess.
Wow.
Oh my That's our pink moon. Okay. Now it's time to look out that way.
I love this guy.
Oh my gosh.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I love this comment though from Columbia Regan, New York. Celebrities going to space and talking about love is what cryptocurrency looks like when it takes actual human form. It's true. It really is. This is so fucking weird. I've been trying to stop Billionaire takeover of space for quite a while. I mean, just look at my desk. This has been here since the beginning. Just look over here. Stop Bezos and Musk from ruining space for the rest of us. We're supposed to have luxury space communism at this point, but we're just getting cold, hard, galactic dictatorship right now. Oligarchy, the space-agarchy, is upon us. I've had that note there forever, and I feel like I'm failing everyone a little bit for not having achieved what I intended to at this point. It's starting to feel more and more like my work is getting harder and harder by the day.
This evening, pop star Katy Perry and the other 6 women who traveled to space today on a Blue Origin rocket are reflecting on their historic trip. That rocket carrying the all-celebrity crew lifted off around 9:30 this morning and returned a few minutes later. A short trip, but these women call it life-changing. Blast off for the first all-female space crew since the 1960s. A Blue Origin rocket took 6 women up into space for 11 minutes this morning, including pop star Katy Perry, journalist Gayle King, and Lauren Sanchez, the fiancé of Billionaire and Blue Origin founder Jeff Bezos. The spaceship launched from West Texas and reached a height of about 65 miles above Earth. You can hear the women reacting as they experience zero gravity.
Look at the moon. Look. Oh my God. Oh my God.
They then parachuted back down to Earth and landed in the Texas desert.
Perception. There it is.
The newly minted astronauts emerged from the capsule. Bezos and Sanchez embraced. Katy Perry and Gayle King both kissed the Earth.
I don't think you can describe it. Earth looked so... It was so quiet, but then also really alive.
How much work has this woman had done?
You're like, we're all in this together.
Friends and family on the ground.
That face has got to be like 60% plastic. I
Yeah,
might be
you're like,
underestimating.
We're all in this together.
Friends and family on the ground. Oprah Winfrey was emotional as she watched her best friend Gayle launched into space, and Katy Perry's daughter looked on as well. For Gayle, the flight was about overcoming fears, including her fear of flying.
And now that I've done it, I really do feel I can take on anything.
Katy Perry belted out what a wonderful world while in space.
It's about a collective energy in there. It's about us. It's about making space for future women and taking up space and belonging. And it's about...
In what way are you making space for future women? By buying multi-million-dollar tickets on the fucking Blue Origin to space funded by the billionaire? Which women? Only the super rich, I guess? Future super rich women? Yes, we did it. Glass ceiling broken. Okay. Now, there has been a lot of backlash to all this. And I don't know why I decided to watch this one today. I mean, I do subscribe to this channel. But yeah, let's go to the Breakfast Club. Don't worry, the Breakfast Club's gonna come to the rescue.
All right, so yesterday we talked about Gayle King, Katy Perry. There's a ton of women that went up in space yesterday. Gayle King, Aisha Bowe, Amanda Gwynn, Gayle King already. Carrie Flynn and Lauren Sanchez went up to space. Now, they were there for the total, it all was about 11 minutes. They went up, they circulated for a bit. There's videos of them. You see them like floating, and allegedly Katy Perry sung while she was in air. And then they come back down and they hit the ground. So when they hit the ground, we're seeing them, get out of the shuttle, and everything's like, yay, go, y'all did it. And then all of a sudden online, the people, not even after, during it, the people just started getting so upset.
When are they not upset online about something?
All right. Thanks, Charlemagne. Yeah. Oh, what aren't they upset about on the internet, though? Everybody's angry. Come on. Yeah, everybody's just angry about everything simultaneously. Is that right? Is that how the internet works?
I'd be like, okay, I guess. This, I was like, there's so much more to be upset about. And their issue was, there's so much more we could be spending time and research on. So,
this is a continuation of the thing that everyone's upset about right now. That's what they're completely missing here. This is the same thing. People being upset about this is the same people showing up in droves, tens and tens of thousands of people showing up to the Bernie AOC anti-oligarchy rally. This is the oligarchy that people are talking about, and you're missing it. You're just, I don't know why you're not seeing it. It's just a continuation. It's like, coming at Elon. They're all in the same club.
Rodakowski was one of the people. She got online and she posted a video. Let's take a listen.
A space mission this morning. That's end time shit. Like, this is beyond parody. Saying that you care about Mother Earth and it's about Mother Earth and you're going up in a spaceship that is built and paid for by a company that's single-handedly destroying the planet. Look at the state of the world and think about how many resources went into putting these women into space. For what? For what was the marketing there? And then to try to make it like, I'm disgusted, literally.
That's the thing about this. This genuinely does nothing for society, right? Like, what is it? They do research up there? No, they paraded around their little products, whatever they were. I don't know if it was personal marketing they were doing or not. I don't know enough about those women to say. I just don't understand what was done, what was achieved here. Certainly didn't benefit humanity, I know that much. It benefited those women for about 11 minutes. And that's all it was.
And that was a lot of people's sentiment. I know I saw Olivia Munn.
A lot of people's sentiment?
A lot of people's sentiment. I saw Olivia Munn on Jen and Friends yesterday.
Charlemagne sounds so... A lot of people? He sounds so taken aback. How many people? Give me a number. How many people are we talking about?
People's sentiment?
A lot of people's sentiment. I saw Olivia Munn on Jen and Friends yesterday, and she said the same thing. Like, it's disgusting. They're wasting resources. They're destroying our earth. This should not be what, like, Go Women is about.
Help! I'm
like,
being repressed!
Oh my God.
Wasting whose resources, though?
They're talking
gosh,
about, I guess, like, just...
Why? What do you mean, oh my gosh, this is nothing? This is something. And you're missing it again. I don't know why. And I'm very confused why you're missing it. You know, hello. This isn't what feminism should be about. You know, about a certain class of women being able to do whatever the fuck they want, while the rest of women, you know, like those women should be focused on some other shit. You know, if you want to talk about people who should be focused on some other shit, how about those women focus on some other shit rather than that? Rather than spending their money, their millions of dollars on themselves, maybe think about the people.
Because it wasn't a government-funded project.
Yeah,
I think that they're talking about the. I don't know.
It's not public. Home, broke. They, you know what I mean.
Hasn't he also received a little bit of money?
Some bread. It's like, yo, what? Like it was just stupid for people to get upset. The interesting thing that I saw, Wendy's had something to say.
Wendy's,
yes, the restaurant Wendy's, Katy Perry. They was like Katy Perry.
Damn, even Wendy's coming for Jeff Bezos and Gayle King and Katy Perry. How dare you, Wendy's? Had 2 Wendy's. Hold on. I gotta do something. I gotta look this up. I gotta look something up. Oh, actually, it is a... Yeah, I had a feeling. I had a strong feeling. What a shock. One of my strong feelings turned out to be correct. Oh, shit. Columbia Regan with the super chat. I was too focused in on the space situation. Charlemagne doesn't understand that the rich turn space travel, which is for the future of humanity, as a roller coaster ride into Six Flags for the rich. Exactly. That's what everyone here is missing. Quite literally. That is what's happening right now. They're just missing the point. Everyone's upset about the super rich ruining their lives for their own amusement and or self-enrichment. And, you know, are sick of seeing it. That's why we're trying to bring in luxury space communism.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But what was I about to do? Oh yeah. Remember when I was like, hey, I wonder if Blue Origin has received funding from the US government? Here's the hill. Blue Origin has received nearly $1.5 billion in government contracts over the past 5 years from NASA. Sounds like it was funded by the government. So there's another reason for people to be upset. Maybe you should have done a little research before saying this stuff. Just an idea. A simple Google search would have told you this was government funded. But that's a lot. That takes a lot of time.
That's too much, man!
returns back from space, Wendy's going to tweet, send her ass back. Well, they ain't say send her ass
They
back.
should.
But they said send her back up.
I agree,
Yes.
Wendy.
Yeah, but it wasn't
Do
publicly
it.
funded
It
from
was.
what I read. It wasn't a
You didn't
commercial
read.
mission. It wasn't paid by taxpayer dollars.
No.
Like, so what's the...
No, it was. It was. They had to pay for tickets, but we already paid for those tickets here. You're missing Charlemagne. Why are you all not just do the research? Just 2 seconds. You got a computer right in front of you. You're looking at it right now. You see, here's your eyes. They're looking at the computer. You just use this, your hand. You type in down here on the keyboard, and you say, "Hey, has Blue Origin ever received funding from the U.S. government?" And you'd find out, yes, Ching! They have, to the tune of over $1 billion. Wouldn't have been hard.
The issue. I actually thought Jeff Bezos paid for it. That's what I thought,
I
because his
don't know
fiance
how-
was on the plane.
Yeah, I don't know who pays for it and how that works, but I also did read too, because people were so upset. I wanted to know how, like, is it really destroying it as far as like the
Pollution, exhaust,
yeah,
and stuff
pollution
like
and
that,
stuff
yeah.
like that. And they said that they all of this stuff is sustainable.
I'm sorry, I forgot about this comment. Somebody told me this was all sustainable. It's not. Nothing about it is sustainable. Rocket fuel, not sustainable.
Destroying it as far as like the
Pollution, exhaust,
yeah,
and stuff
pollution
like
and
that,
stuff
yeah.
like that. And they said that they all of this stuff is sustainable that
Uh-huh.
he's been using. I don't know, y'all. But,
That you don't know. you clearly don't know. God damn it. Why does the Breakfast Club get so many more views than I do? Is it because I'm researching midstream sometimes? Is it because I correct myself when I say something wrong? I need to know. Well, they did start way before me, too. I'll give them that. And they got a good format, generally speaking, even if they're saying untrue things. But my God. No. Rocket fuel, not super sustainable. Especially when you're sending... I mean, sustainability is a matter of, I guess, in some ways, opinion. Based upon sustainable in what regard, right? In this case, not at all. On multiple levels. You know? Rocket fuel already contributes a huge amount of carbon dioxide. And earth-warming gases. Don't forget about the other sorts of gases that are being used to cool it, right? Because those also tend to have negative effects on our climate. Not something people think about. But then, when we talk about sustainable in relation to what? Activity, right? What's getting done? In this case, literally nothing. Like we already went over. No science was conducted on this aircraft. No research was done at all. So it achieves nothing. So it's for nothing, which means in no way is it sustainable. All it did was achieve the enrichment of 5 women and their sort of self-aggrandizement, I guess. And, well, I guess Bezos enjoyed it too. So, like, a bunch of multi-millionaires and or multi-billionaires really enjoyed this. So I guess if you're one of those things, this was... no, you can't even say it was sustainable then. But it was a thing that people enjoyed. Like 330 people or something like that. Everybody else with any common sense said this was bad. But the Breakfast Club can't figure out why people are saying it's bad. Because Google searching is hard.
That's too much, man!
That's a good point. I'm sorry, Sarah Lynn. Alright. Let's see what was said on CNN. We're not done with this goddamn Blue Origin flight. How are we doing on time? My God, we're already approaching the end of the third half. How much more content do I have after this? Okay, why is my webpage not loading properly? This is very rude.
Come on!
Alright, let's just go to CNN while this other thing loads my list. CNN had, specifically Kara Swisher, had a reaction to this.
Today we saw the all-women Blue Origin launch featuring Katy Perry, Gayle King, Jeff Bezos' fiancée Lauren Sanchez. Look, the mission got a lot of attention, but also criticism. A critic at the New York Times wrote, Blue Origin's all-female flight proves that women are now free to enjoy capitalism's most extravagant spoils alongside rich men. How do you see it?
I think I see it that way. I thought it was a stunt. I thought it's fine if rich people want to do this, but I think what was sort of offensive to me was putting it off like it's some big feminist thing, that this is an all-female crew. It's just a bunch of wealthy people going up at the behest of one of the world's richest people.
Follow the rich way.
They look like they had fun.
There we go. Even Kara Swisher thinks that this was clearly an oligarchic space mission. Yep, that's where we're at, and I feel personally attacked up here. Invaded by the ultra-rich of Earth. Okay, I think I'll take a break right now, and then we'll head back into the fourth half with more content. Wait, why is this still not loading? What's happening here? Come on. Okay, this is hella annoying. If I do this. Sorry, chat. Here. Little galactic elevator music for you. While I try and solve this situation. I'm just having a problem with my list not loading, and I can't see what's coming up next, which leaves me unable to give you sort of forwards and other sorts of commentary leading into future videos, which is sort of my job. Okay, is this really gonna happen twice? Is this a joke? Am I gonna have to do this? Don't make me do it. Please don't make me. Oh, God. This is wildly annoying. My internet connection is fine. What's wrong with YouTube? Be an idiot, YouTube. Oh my God, it just won't load. What is happening? Is this a joke?
Give me a joke.
We just cannot push forward without me having my list, because then I have no idea what we're walking into. So this is gonna be important very soon. Oh, now it's just... What is happening? Is my internet connection... What the hell is going on? Does my YouTube Premium not go through? Is this what it is? Could be that. Bet you money it's that. Just starts doing weird shit when my YouTube Premium goes up. That's bad. I don't have any money to pay that right now. Alright, we're gonna take a quick break here, chat. Be right back with the galactic content after these space messages. Sorry for the extra long sort of break here. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal, but the best way to get the most base benefits for your earned dollars is to go on to the Galactic Patreon. Become a patron yourself. Only $3 a month. And if everyone either subscribed on the YouTube or became a patron member, we would have no galactic financial problems, so long as, I guess, the economy doesn't completely implode. But yeah, so help contribute to keeping this spacecast alive if you enjoy it.
Are you not entertained?
Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Oh my god, that's loud. How did I not notice that? Well, I hope you enjoyed that space break, chat, because we're about to get right back to the show. Oh shit, where did I put it? I'll be right back to the show in 5 seconds. Okay, actual back. I left my phone, which is going to be the only way I can look at the list and we're about to talk about. Give you all a heads up on our plans. We have a 6th emotional support character. That seems low. But you know what? Either way, great job getting there. That's Bacula. Alright, we're going to start in a place you might be familiar with called the United Kingdom. Sorry, I'm eating. I'm still not finished with my break, okay? Yeah, the United Kingdom, where some troubling stuff is afoot. I guess we'll start with this one. France 24. UK's top court tackles the legal definition of what a woman is. No way for this to get weird. Scott Bakula, yes, from Quantum Leap. He's going to get us to the right timeline immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Correspondent Benedict Pavio, who joins us from there. Benedict, explain to us then, first of all, exactly what this case is all about.
Well, you're right. Stand by for what is the culmination of this long-running legal battle between the Scottish Government and a women's group. The ruling, which is said to will be a landmark one, will be announced mid-morning here in London by the Supreme Court, and it's expected to set out how the law should treat transgender people. So the outcome, as you said, should have far-reaching implications on how sex-based rights apply across Scotland, England and Wales, and indeed, in fact, affect single-sex spaces and services. Not only that, also equal pay claims, maternity policy and sports events. And there is no doubt that not just the legal arguments, but there's been a heated debate across the media, across social media, across the United Kingdom on gender issues. So the Supreme Court is deciding on what they call the correct interpretation of the 2010 Equality Act, which applies across Britain. And this law provides protection against, and here's the important word, discrimination on the basis of various characteristics, including sex and gender reassignment. So judges this morning in London are ruling on what that law means by sex, whether it means biological sex or legal certificated sex, as defined by the 2004.
Yeah. And let's continue this here after this came out. Here's the AP from 15 hours ago. UK Supreme Court rules. What do they rule? Let's find out.
Britain's highest court has delivered a long-awaited ruling on the legal definition of a woman, saying it does not include transgender women. The UK Supreme Court said that a woman is someone who is born biologically female. However, the court said it did not remove legal protections that apply to transgender people. The ruling provides some clarity in the UK on the contentious issue of gender identity that is royal politics in other places in the world, particularly in the US. The ruling settles a long-running dispute between feminist groups and the Scottish government
Tariffs.
over a law that was intended to bring gender parity to the boards of public bodies. Transgender women with...
Not all feminists, just trans exclusionary radical feminists specifically that have a problem with this. It's almost like they want assaults to happen. Or for people to, I don't know, hurt themselves. I don't know. I don't know what else they want.
Gender recognition certificates were to be included in meeting that quota. Trans rights groups say they are shocked and disappointed, but
they just want to exclude people from their little group. And this is going to have massive implications, as was referred to earlier on Reuters or whatever it was, France 24 before this. After I heard this, I was not just horrified, but the first thing that came to mind is that there is no way this doesn't get used in the United States in one way or another, right? I mean, I can guarantee you, I can guarantee you that all of the right-wing influencers will be talking about this all week. And the United States government is almost, especially with Donald Trump and Pam Bondi in charge of the Supreme Court conservative majority, America's going to do the same thing. Or they're going to leave. The Trump administration is certainly going to try. It is coming. It is very troubling. Trump already decreed new... Well, I know he did, but... You know, I think they'll try and take it to the court. That's my guess. So we'll try and get the Supreme Court to rule on this now. So that it's... Because that's the thing we keep hearing. You know, it's contradictory stuff that we're hearing, but Donald Trump has a power to do whatever he wants. But then we hear congressional lawmakers saying, anything we like, we're going to try and put into law, right? And I think this is going to embolden them to do just that. All right, let's go. Well, let's stay in the United Kingdom, actually, and talk about a different thing that's been going on there. Apparently, in Birmingham, there has been a strike going on related to trash pickups for over a month. We haven't talked about it one time. It is now entering its 6th week.
For 6 weeks now, the streets of Birmingham have been littered with overflowing bins as a refuse workers' strike continues. Bins have been left uncollected, forcing residents to haul their rubbish to municipal dumps, with teeming refuse attracting rats.
It's just been very inconvenient, and I've had to just make an effort to go to the tip more, to be honest. But I think what I don't like is seeing it everywhere in the area and seeing, you know, I suppose not everyone's got a car either to get rid of the stuff.
The source of the dispute is a new pay offer that unions have unanimously voted to reject. The leader of the Unite union is adamant that it's Birmingham City Council and not the workers who are responsible for the standoff.
What's happening here is that our members are facing a pay cut. It's not our deal. This is of the councils making. The council have put forward a proposal that would lead to a sharp drop in pay for our members.
And despite widespread frustration, members of the public are saying that the council are not doing enough to break the deadlock.
They'll take a bin, they'll leave 2 behind,
I've even seen in some cases there's like rubbish on the streets. They're just picking up bags. Whatever's left behind is just left behind. So I think Birmingham City Council needs to pay a bit more deeper.
Pay money, obviously. They deserve the pay.
There you go. The people on the street seem to think that the government should just pay up. Stop hemming and hawing and just give the people who are doing the thing that they need more money, rather than leaving trash on the streets, blowing around, causing everyone problems, and probably becoming an environmental disaster as we speak. Alright, let's go to France now, leaving France 24 for AP Archive. Talk about those Trump tariffs once again, but in France. Where the fromage is about to be affected. The announcement of tariffs on EU products by the president is important because the United States is a strategic market for our dairy products. It's a market that was worth 350 million euros last year. 2/3 of which is cheese. We export 25,000 tons of cheese every year to the United States, mainly Amontel and Brie. That market has doubled in 15 years. We are in contact with French and EU authorities. The idea is that we have to react, but be careful not to overreact, as world trade is a highly inflammable matter.
Et sur les 350 millions d'exports, que l'impact se compte en plusieurs dizaines de millions d'euros. Oui, tout à fait.
Alright, well, yeah, French cheesemakers are going to get hit by that fromage tax. I read some of that out of order. It's on me. Alright, let's continue in France, but talk about something that France is doing with its foreign policy. Potentially. That being the potential for France to recognize Palestine as a state. Let's go here to Channel 4 News from 6 days ago.
On doit aller vers une reconnaissance. Et donc dans les prochains mois, on ira.
And so in the coming months we will.
Et je ne le ferai pas pour
I won't do it for unity
ou faire plaisir
or
à
to
tel ou
please
tel.
this
Je
or
le
that
ferai
person.
parce que
I
je
will do
pense
it
qu'à un
because I
moment donné,
believe
ce
this
sera
has a
juste.
point.
Et parce que je veux.
It will be right. I also want to participate in collective dynamic. This is one who must allow all with the Palestine to recognize Israel in return. Something many of them want to do. Being clear. Damn, Emmanuel. He's speaking super fast. Being clear about how to fight those rights who deny Israel's right to exist, which is the case with Iran, and to commit ourselves to collective security in the region. Our goal is to chair this with Saudi Arabia sometime in June, where we would finalize this toward mutual recognition. There's Emmanuel Macron saying a number of things there, suggesting many people in Palestine don't recognize Israel, but all of Israel seemingly doesn't recognize Palestine. And Iran, too. Threw that in there. Apparently Iran's going to be involved. To what degree? Hard to say exactly. Just keeps on this story here for a second.
A long-time champion of a two-state solution, Emmanuel Macron announced on Wednesday that France might finally follow through and recognise a Palestinian state, a move he says would promote peace in the region.
I'll be doing it because I think that at some point it will be right, and because I also want to participate in a collective dynamic. That is to say, it must also enable all those who defend Palestine to recognize Israel in their turn, and to commit ourselves to collective security in the region.
The president proposed that France and Saudi Arabia co-chair a UN conference in June on peace in the Middle East. His hope that French recognition of Palestine could come in lockstep with Saudi Arabian recognition of Israel. The Israeli foreign minister was damning in his reaction.
A unilateral recognition of a fictional Palestinian state by any country, in the reality that we all know, will be a prize for terror and a boost for Hamas. These kinds of actions will not bring peace, security, and stability in our region closer.
Un prix pour prize for terror. And wow, I mean, that's interesting. I guess that's not actually the word for terrorism, is it, in French? But yeah, a prize for terror. What a way to put it. Israel's foreign minister very upset that France would consider this. Because, I mean, of course, for all intents and purposes, Israel is taking over every aspect of Palestinian life right now, as well as territory. We talked about it last stream, but they took over all of Rafah. You know, they, what's the word? They expunged however many thousands and thousands and thousands of people were living in Rafah into central Gaza. And, you know, they already had the Philadelphia corridor, and now they've seized all of Rafah. They've invaded with the West Bank with tanks and troops. And so, yeah, this is not convenient for Israel this time. They're trying to annex the whole thing. Not just the foreign minister is upset. Benjamin Netanyahu himself had words.
It was only a week ago that Emmanuel Macron said Paris might recognize a Palestinian state at an upcoming UN conference, a statement blasted by Israeli officials. On Tuesday, Macron had a phone call with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The French president restated France's priorities for Gaza.
A ceasefire, the release of all hostages, humanitarian aid, and finally the reopening of the prospect of a two-state political solution. This is the context in which I see the June conference, taking into account the security interests of Israel and of everyone else in the region.
Macron hopes the summit will lead to broad recognition of both Palestine and Israel. Nearly 150 countries already recognize Palestine, and about 50, mostly Arab and Muslim, still do not recognize Israel. But according to the Israeli government, Macron's suggestion is out of question.
The Prime Minister said that a Palestinian state established a few minutes away from Israeli cities would become an Iranian stronghold of terrorism.
Macron also called for an immediate ceasefire and said the suffering of Gaza civilians must end. According to the UN, the humanitarian crisis is now the worst since the war began. In early March, Israel blocked aid deliveries into Gaza. A month ago, it resumed military operations, aiming to retake more of the enclave.
Okay,
Our correspondent in Brussels, Dave Keating, tells
Excuse
us how
me.
the EU is reacting.
Please hold. So yeah, this is another piece of troubling news that I am fairly certain is going to come back to the United States. Let's go to a place that Donald Trump wants to make the United States like. Hungary. Where in the country of Hungary, they have passed a constitutional change which basically targets the LGBTQ community.
Our correspondent in Brussels, Dave Keating, tells us how the EU is reacting to this move by a member state, notably about the court case at the European Court of Justice that could be groundbreaking and force Hungary to change course.
We've had statements of support for the people trying to have the Pride from EU politicians and EU political groups, but the Commission's reaction on this has been relatively muted, and that's for a very specific reason. The Commission is in the middle of a legal challenge against Hungary for the law that forms the basis of this Pride ban, and that is the 2021 so-called Child Protection Law, which Hungary adopted, saying that basically children can never see anything LGBTQ+, that needs to be kept out of anywhere where a child could see it. So that has involved banning any books about gay people, banning television about gay people.
Jesus Christ.
It came along with a law saying that gay people obviously cannot adopt children themselves. And the Commission actually launched an infringement procedure against Hungary shortly after it passed the law, way back in 2021. That case is still pending, partly because legal challenges like that take a long time in the EU, but also because the Commission really slow-walked that at the beginning. They were trying to convince Hungary to change that law for a long time before they actually went ahead and took it to the court. So now that ruling is actually expected in June, the initial ruling in that case. And in November, we had a hearing for that case, which was very unprecedented because it had 16 EU countries siding with the Commission and testifying there, 14 of them, at the hearing against Hungary, saying why this is an EU issue, basically why the EU should be able to stop Hungary from doing this. And the Commission's challenge relies on two things. One is kind of an economic argument, so they're using the Media Services Directive and the e-commerce directive to say that Hungary banning books and TV shows that depict gay people, which are allowed in other parts of the single market, basically violates the principles of the EU single market where things should be able to flow freely. But the other one is more serious. Then they're also accusing Hungary of violating Article 2 of the EU treaties, basically the EU's constitution, which outline respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. Now, that is hardly ever used in legal proceedings in the EU, and that's what makes this a very, very big test case. And that's why this is being so closely watched. So this doesn't really help the people trying to organize a Pride in Budapest this year. However, if the European Court of Justice, the EU Supreme Court, rules in favor of the Commission in June, it is likely that Hungary would have to scrap this law and also have to scrap its Pride ban. And so therefore there could be a Pride in 2026.
Yeah, and you see why I'm concerned. This does genuinely seem like something that Donald Trump will try to do. Make it illegal for, and try and use the children as a pawn. Once again, claim that, it's wrong for children to see anything LGBTQ. Anything diverse. Why? They've been attacking everything that even slightly represents diversity. And we should all be concerned. And, Hungary may or may not get kicked out of the EU if it refuses to follow a ruling from the Supreme Court if the Supreme Court does rule against them. We'll have to keep our eyes out, but this is practically thought crime. Essentially, it's happening in Hungary. But Donald Trump loves Viktor Orban. And Viktor Orban, didn't he already arrive? No, but he's got the invite, and I think he's supposed to show up. I can't remember. I don't think he showed up yet, right? But he's supposed to be one of the next people that show up in the United States. So who are we hanging out with? Benjamin Netanyahu, Nayib Bukele, and Viktor Orban, and I guess Vladimir Putin too. That's who the United States is now allying with. Should be good for the world, I'm sure. It'll be good. All right. People were very upset about this law, and have been protesting in the streets. So many cops out here to stop people from protesting. Fascism alive and well across the world right now. Donald Trump only bolstering it. Worst guys on the planet. Deciding what everybody else should do themselves. Alright. Now let's go to Ukraine, where Russia has not discontinued its onslaught of the people in Ukraine, regardless of whether there's any military objectives. Launching missiles, rockets. Let's go to Reuters from 2 days ago.
As Artem Selyanin walks down this Sumy, Ukraine sidewalk on Monday, he recalls the horrors of what he saw a day earlier.
Over there, where men are standing now, I saw many bodies there. I was simply walking over dead bodies. I saw that all of them were dead.
2 Russian missiles struck the heart of the city on Sunday, killing dozens and injuring more than 100. Russia says the missiles hit a meeting of Ukrainian military officers with Western colleagues, but did not identify any Western participants or provide evidence to support the allegation. Ukrainian officials called the strikes a deliberate attack on civilians. After the first strike, the paramedic says he grabbed his medical kit from his home and rushed outside to tend to the wounded. He recounts the mental toll of determining who needed his help first. At some point, I got overwhelmed, he says. Many caught in Sunday's strike were on the street or inside vehicles, like this 13-year-old boy who broke a bus window to help escort his fellow passengers out. Ukraine's interior minister visited him in hospital on Monday to thank him. Without you, the tragic list would have been longer. Thank you for saving people, he says. Tearful Sumy residents paid tribute to the dead at a memorial on Monday. This resident says she's scared to be here, but that Sumy is her home.
We keep on living and try our luck. It's a lottery. I don't know. Today was the first time that I was afraid to fall asleep. What if a strike hits my house and I don't wake up? That'll be it.
Officials say this was the deadliest strike on Ukraine.
More war crimes, Russia? I thought Donald Trump was going to solve this the second he got into office. Didn't he say this never would have happened without me? With me, if I were there in office, never would have happened. Gonna bring peace day one.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, Volodymyr Zelensky came out to call for increased pressure on Russia after this recent missile attack from Western leaders, for Western leaders to, put pressure on Russia. Today, all day long, work continues in Sumy after yesterday's Russian ballistic missile strike to clear the rubble. Almost 40 wounded are still in hospitals, including children, 11 of whom are in serious condition. And doctors are trying to do everything they can to help save lives. All manifestations of support are very important right now. Every leader, every country, all diplomatic representatives have spoken out. We see and hear them. Russian state propagandists are preparing their audience for the fact that negotiations and diplomacy will not work. And there's only one reason for this. They are not afraid in Moscow right now. And if there is not enough pressure on Russia, they will continue to do what they're used to continue to fight. It has become a Russian state habit to fight against its neighbors and to promote hatred and destroy lives. We all want this to stop. Peace is needed, and it must be lasting. And where that pressure is going to come from, I do not know. It's certainly not going to come from Donald Trump, at least in my estimation. And I don't know what the European Union can do, or others can do, to put pressure on him. They've already got max sanctions on Russia. And the way forward looks very bleak. All right, let's go now to CNN and talk about a recently revealed list of tariffs which the European Union are prepared to enact if Donald Trump fails to secure a deal. The art of the deal fails, and the tariffs get put on. The further tariffs, the formerly reciprocal, fake reciprocal tariffs, whatever we're calling them right now. The EU has a list of tariffs that it's going to do.
The global financial markets have been roiled by US President Donald Trump's tariffs and the multiple revisions, delays, as well as exemptions and muddied explanations that have come along with them from the president and his top economic advisors. Now, there's been extreme volatility as investors wonder if the most impactful tariffs will really happen. The White House insists that they will. In the meantime, uncertainty reigns. Today on Wall Street in early trading, we're sitting well into positive territory. Dow, NASDAQ and S&P well above that 0.5% mark in the green. And this is quite important because we've seen real pressure coming through. But the last few days, we've seen some reprieve. And again, it has to do with the messaging from the White House. In the meantime, European stock markets are edging higher today after President Trump said he's considering those exemptions on auto tariffs. Here's a look at the major indices late in the trading day. As you can see, all in the green. The FTSE up 1.2% and the IBEX up almost 2%. Now, the EU announcing today it is going to impose retaliatory tariffs on hundreds of American products, ranging from clothing to toilet paper, if trade talks with the US fail. I want to bring in Nick Robertson from London. He's on top of the story for us. And Nick, frankly, the Europeans have said if things don't go as planned and there's no negotiation and deal on the table, they are willing to embark on countermeasures. So give me a sense of what is happening behind closed doors, what kind of conversations are occurring, and whether the US and the Europeans can see eye to eye.
Well, they saw eye to eye yesterday, quite literally, because their top trade commissioner was in Washington meeting with US counterparts, and he said, look, taking this opportunity of a 90-day pause on these US tariffs. President Trump had initially said 20% on Europe on horizontal tariffs, taking it down to 10%, holding it off for 90 days. Okay. They're into these talks, but he did say this is going to be difficult. It's going to require both sides, and he also said that the tariffs were unfair. So he is back in Europe now, briefing ambassadors. This is how the EU works about the nature of and the result of and the content of those conversations. But what else is happening? And you just talked about it. Well, last week the European Union took a decision on $23 billion worth of tariffs on the United States for. Okay, we've got to look at this very carefully here because it was 4 aluminum and steel tariffs that the US had announced back in February. That came about, this is your question about what's actually happening behind the scenes, coordination, conversations between the Commission and the constituent countries that make up the European Union. Everything is a discussion. Everything they say is done carefully. It's done, sort of to the agreement of all the different parties involved. So,
yeah, it seems like the ECU has a lot more concern for people it looks over than the United States government does right now, as Donald Trump didn't think one bit about doing anything like that, even close. But they are planning on putting a whole bunch of tariffs all over a bunch of different things. If these Trump tariffs come back, in how many days is it going to be now? How long has it been? When does it start? I can't even remember now. I guess, is it going to be like, I think it's like 80 days, I want to say. I could be wrong on that number. Something like that. I guess it depends on when they started it from. Okay, where next? Let's go down to Africa real quick. We have been talking about Sudan for the better part of a year. And actually longer than that. It's actually been going on for over 2 years now. But we've only been doing the stream for like a year and 2 months. But the situation is getting quite troubling in Sudan. Not just on a humanitarian level, but in terms of how long this has gone on for. The RSF recently took back control of Khartoum, but that certainly isn't going to be the end of it. And according to the UN, they at least seem to think that Sudan is on the brink of another civil war. I mean, are they not already a civil war? It's confusing to me. Let's go here.
The capital city is relatively calm, but many people here are concerned about other parts of South Sudan, which are becoming increasingly volatile. Since a revitalized peace agreement was signed in 2018 to end the civil war, conflicts have mainly been intercommunal.
What we've seen more recently is that conflict has not taken on a direct political nature. And manifest really between clashes involving the uniformed elements of both the principal parties. Our absolute fear and anxiety is that the country will relapse into open war.
Regional leaders worry tensions between President Salvador and First Vice President Riek Machar could lead to another major conflict. Machar is accused of planning a rebellion against the government and is under house arrest.
In 2013, people started calculating games towards the election of 2015 as a process for transfer of power or secession within the leadership of the SPLM. And it went rough. Why it went rough? Because the dialogue and the concept of power didn't gain any internal party consensus. And this is what we're paying the price for until now.
The world's youngest country has never held elections. It gained independence 14 years ago. Some critics blame President Kiir.
You will never risk giving power to somebody while he is still alive. You see, the problem of here is that he is, in fact, he is afraid of accountability. He doesn't want.
So yeah, at least what it seems like to me is that the Sudanese, what's it called? The Sudanese armed forces are splintering potentially here, which could just further complicate the situation. But of course, they've been under, you know, Sudan has been under multiple military rulers now for over 2 years. Haven't had government, genuine government in quite some time. Democracy, you can forget right about it right now. I mean, I would love to see it. But it's hard to have a democracy when everyone's living in refugee camps and starving to death. Okay. Hold on, I gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry for the delay, chat. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Okay, sorry for that brief delay. We're gonna get right back to it. Let's go from Sudan and talking about Israel and Palestine. I think we should start it off with this. This is a PBS-funded show by the name of Amanpour & Co. This man fears the definition of anti-Semitism, which he wrote, being used to silence other people.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Well, now we turn to U.S. college campuses, where student activists are facing increased scrutiny as part of a crackdown the Trump administration says is aimed at eliminating anti-Semitism. In one of the most high-profile cases, an immigration judge has now ruled that Columbia graduate Mahmoud Khalil can be deported from the U.S. after the White House alleged his beliefs compromise foreign policy interests. Our next guest helped draft the working definition of anti-Semitism used by multiple governments and universities worldwide. Director of the Bard Center for the Study of Hate, Kenneth Stern, is now worried that the definition he helped create is being weaponized. He joins Michelle Martin to explain why it's causing harm to everyone, including Jewish students.
Thanks, Biana. Kenneth Stern, thank you so much for speaking with us once again.
Thank you so much for having me again.
So just to remind people, you were the lead drafter of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or IHRA. It's the working definition of anti-Semitism. So just to remind people, what was the idea behind drafting this document, and what does this working definition say?
It was actually drafted in 2004. IHRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, adopted the text in 2016, but it was drafted at a time where there was the Second Intifada and an uptick in attacks on Jews in Europe, and there was a group that was tasked with putting out reports about anti-Semitism. But they said, look, we have a problem. We have all these different data points across Europe, and there's no common sort of score sheet of what people should be looking at. We need a common definition. And then they said that anti-Semitism, in their view, was a series of stereotypes about Jews. But then there was a problem, too. They basically said, look, we have, what do we do if a Jew is attacked as a stand-in for an Israeli? And they said, well, we have if the person is being attacked because the person has these stereotypes about Jews, applies them to Israelis and reapplies them to the person walking on the streets of London or France, that's anti-Semitism, but not if they're upset at Israeli policy. And I thought that was, sort of nuts. And we worked with the director of EUMC, I was the lead drafter, but it was never designed to say that you say something that violates the definition, we're going to classify you as an anti-Semite, and that's the problem of how it's being used as a way to stop speech as opposed to just take the temperature or give clarity on what's a hate crime and what isn't.
So, in fact, we spoke about a year ago. Your concern then was that mainstream Jewish groups were putting more and more pressure on lawmakers to adopt the IHRA definition as well, and that you were worried that it would be weaponized for the purpose of suppressing free speech. So what do you think now?
Sure. And, it predates the current moment. I started writing about this in 2010, 2011, and I wrote a book about this in 2020. So it's not new. But what I see is using it as a way to suggest what funding goes to programs, what speakers should come to campus. What worries me more about somebody who's spent decades dealing with hate and anti-Semitism is that it's giving an easy solution to a complicated problem. It's saying, take this definition, use it, put something on one side of a ledger or another, and that's how we should think about anti-Semitism. When we're at a moment where I'm really worried about the levels of anti-Semitism, when we're targeting people that are seen as not part of our social contract, whether it's immigrants or Muslims or transgender folks, because if you look at how anti-Semitism works, that is the environment in which it grows, when people fear somebody else among us, and leaders can make that a problem. The other thing that troubles me too, and this is new since the change in administrations, and I see the wholesale attack on higher education and on the legal profession if you have the wrong side and all this. I look back at Jewish history, and it's the times where democracy was under threat, the times of the Palmer raids, the times of the McCarthy era, where Jewish security was the most at risk. And I'm worried that we're entering another one of those periods now.
We can debate about the degree to which
we're basically already in that period. I mean, we are one tiny step away from that from what he's talking about. I mean, if you just take the word Jews out of that, we're already doing it, right? And if we don't if we don't stop it here, it's absolutely going to affect Jewish people as well.
These demonstrations that took place mainly last spring, how appropriate they were. But some people would just say, look, some of these demonstrations really were anti-Semitic. Things were said that created an environment of fear among Jewish students in particular, Jewish people who happen to be in that environment. And so some people might look at that and say, well, why wouldn't you employ a definition as a kind of a yardstick for behavior that is to be...
I disagree. I disagree with the premise. I disagree with the fucking premise. These protests were at all being directed at Jewish people. They weren't. We watched so much goddamn footage of them. And every single one, you cannot suggest that that's what was going on. I mean, besides the fact that many Jewish students were people who were attending these rallies, and in some cases, a majority, depending on where you are in the country, and or what protest you're at. And I think it's disgusting that she wants to frame it this way.
Tolerated behavior that is not.
You know, one of the things is that the fundamental distinction is being lost here, which is that no student should be harassed or intimidated or bullied or threatened, let alone assaulted. But students on a campus, for a campus to work well, students have to expect that they're going to hear things that are going to disturb them to their core. And universities have a responsibility of how do we teach out of this moment? How do we support students and so forth? Not to say there are things that are not going to be heard. I think part of the problem on the campus at the moment also comes from the left with ideas about, oh, you have to be safe intellectually. There are things like, you know.
Who's saying that? We have to be safe intellectually? I haven't heard that phrase one time in my life. It's the first time I'm ever hearing it.
Microaggressions. Nobody should go and harm somebody, you know, intentionally and so forth, and be aware of what they're saying. But the idea that somehow we're going to monitor speech means that you know, there are certain ideas that are okay and certain ideas that are not okay. It's going to prioritize.
I mean, if you're intentionally saying hateful things to somebody, that's wrong. It's very simple, right? It's harassment, first off. But if you're not directing your speech at someone and rather at an idea or a political movement or whatever else, that's a completely different situation. Even this guy seems to be doing a whole lot of conflating over here, while also saying he's hoping that this definition isn't conflated in the wrong ways and that it winds up causing Jewish people more problems with anti-Semitism. And I find this conversation to be very frustrating. Very frustrating indeed. All right, that's enough of that. Let's go here to a celebration of both Passover and a protest. Here's Democracy Now! From yesterday. Liberation Seder. Hundreds of Jewish protesters demand release of foreign students abducted by ICE.
On the third evening of the Jewish holiday of Passover, Jewish Voice for Peace held a protest seder outside the New York City immigration offices after ICE seized yet another Palestinian Columbia University student with a green card. Mohsen Madawi, a co-founder of Palestinian Student Union at Columbia with Mahmoud Khalil, also a Palestinian green card holder, just like Khalil. These are some of the voices from Monday's night's protest, including the lawyer who represents Khalil and also the Tufts University graduate student Ramesa Ozturk, who was taken by ICE agents who were masked last month in Somerville, Massachusetts, just outside Tufts. But we begin with a member of Jewish Voice for Peace.
I'm here with the Jewish elders, part of the JVP. I've never been more proud to be Jewish. I've always thought of Passover as a celebration of liberation, And liberation can never be just the Jews, because there's nothing free about being by yourself in some sort of country embattled. The only way to fight for liberation is to fight for everybody, and in this case, the Palestinians.
Come for one! Face us all! Come for one! Face us all! Occupation must fall!
Give it up for one of Mahmoud Khalil's tireless attorneys, a law professor at CUNY and the founder of CLEAR, a vital legal clinic that challenges the U.S. security state, Ramzi Qasem.
My client, Rumeysa, shared with me and my fellow lawyers representing her that when she was taken by ICE from her campus at Tufts, in the video that I'm sure you've all seen, and she was whisked across state lines by men in plain clothes in an unmarked van. One of these men turned to her and he said, "We are not monsters." He said, "We're just doing as we're told."
That is chilling. That is chilling. You know that that's exactly what, I mean, I'm not making this up. Those are exactly the words of multiple Nazi war criminals during the Nuremberg trials. He came for the communists, and I said nothing.
And so I want to contrast that message with the second message, which is a message of gratitude from Mahmoud, from Yunsal, from Rumeysa, and I'm sure all the others whose names you know. The message of gratitude for all of you. Because you exemplify the grandest Jewish tradition, the truest Passover tradition. You have stood in solidarity with the Palestinian people as they have faced a genocide. You've stood with Mahmoud, with Rumeysa, with Mohsen, as they face abduction and detention. You're standing with Yunsal as she continues to fight to remain free, because she is still free. And for that, they are deeply, infinitely grateful for all of you.
Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our dear friend who has inspired millions around the world with her conviction and love, the co-founder of Empower Change, Linda Sarsour.
I'm here to say I pray for you all to have a blessed Passover, and just to show my gratitude, and at any chance that I get to come and say thank you to you directly, I'm going to do that. In Islam, thanking people is thanking God. And I thank God for you every single day, for being on the front lines and saying to this administration, to the one before, and to the Netanyahu administration, not in our name.
Okay. All right, we what do we got next? People continuing to fight for their comrades, for others in solidarity, and during a religious holiday. Now let's go to this horrifying video, which you may or may not have seen. But a clip was released of a U.S.-Israeli soldier. That's right, an American/Israeli who is still being held in Gaza. And many of you have probably seen his face before on those posters that are being carried by Israelis back in Israel. Don Alexander. I haven't heard Trump say a single thing about this since it came out. They don't seem at all concerned. It came out 4 days fucking ago. I am Don Alexander, and I've been held captive in Gaza 555 days. It seems we are not worried. Wanted, sorry. This is going fast. It seems we have not wanted, and we have been deserted here. I am collapsing because of this disgusting world and disgusting Israeli government. Every day, I see that Benjamin Netanyahu controls the country with a dictatorship. He is broken down physically and mentally. I heard that 3 weeks ago Hamas was ready to release me, and you rejected and you left me here. Why? Why am I here and not at home with my friends and family? Why am I here today filming a second video? Why? Everyone lied to me. My people, my government, the US government, the army. Everyone. President Trump. I had believed that you would succeed in getting me out alive. Why did you fall for Netanyahu's lies? Tell me why. I'm not sure if you could hear me over that. I gotta fix my mic level still. I was too busy dealing with my taxes at the beginning of this week. Alright, let's go here now, to the BBC. According to them, Hamas has rejected an Israeli ceasefire proposal, which included Hamas's complete disarmament. Only if you do.
Now to the Middle East. Hamas has rejected an Israeli proposal for a 6-week ceasefire in exchange for the release of half of the Israeli hostages and the group's disarmament. A senior Palestinian official familiar with the talks, led by the Hamas's chief negotiator in Cairo, has told the BBC that the Israeli proposal relayed to the movement through Egypt and explicitly called for the disarmament of Hamas without any Israeli commitment to end the war or withdraw from Gaza. Hamas therefore rejected the offer in its entirety. Well, the official accused Israel of stalling for time, seeking only to retrieve the hostages while prolonging the war, a position Hamas finds unacceptable. So let's talk to our Middle East correspondent, Yelan Nell, who's live in Jerusalem. Yelan, just talk us through where we are with this rejection from Hamas.
I mean, basically, still we're far from any breakthrough in the ongoing ceasefire efforts to end the war in Gaza. We knew that last week Israel had put forward a new proposal via regional mediators. Had been working with the US on that. We understood that it demanded a lower number of hostages than Israel had previously asked for, 8 or 9 to be returned in exchange for a new 6-week ceasefire. But now what we've heard from a senior Palestinian official, that really there's been no sign that Hamas can agree to this. It's saying that there is this new condition being attached by Israel for Hamas disarmament. That is something which is really seen as being a red line.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, consider yourself in that situation. And you are being threatened by somebody with your complete and total destruction, who is armed by the most powerful country in the world. Saying, hey, disarm and we'll definitely ceasefire and definitely respect your rights. Don't worry. Don't worry, we're gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
You think you'd disarm? Say, oh yeah, I trust you. People who had time and time again violated ceasefire agreements and committed war crimes, crimes against humanity, avoided going to The Hague and the ICJ, ignoring all human rights on the planet. And you're going to take their word? Yeah, right. Okay, you say so. It's definitely not going to happen. Now, I just want to say something which I forgot to mention, and this has not even been like close to confirmed yet. But Israel, as you know, as they have been continuing to lay onslaught to the Gaza Strip, may have killed Idan Alexander. I don't have any verification. I can't even remember who I saw that from. I'm fairly certain it was a news outlet, but it was all a supposition. Or I don't know if supposition is the right word, but it was like a... They even didn't seem sure. I mean, it's not like communications are coming out of Gaza super good right now as it is. But it's possible that that has happened since the taking of that video. Alright, what am I going to next? Oh, let's talk about Israeli strikes on Palestine. Oh, this next video is rough. Let's go to Al Jazeera English from a day ago.
Where is Mama? Those are the words uttered by this Palestinian girl as civil defense crews use their bare hands to rescue her from beneath the rubble. An Israeli airstrike targeted her home in Gaza City overnight. She's injured, alone, and in need of comfort, but lives on to fight another day. Elsewhere in Gaza is a 3-year-old girl who no longer has that chance. What's left behind is her lifeless body, cradled in the arms of her grieving father. Illegal. She was killed in Khan Yunis by an Israeli attack on a makeshift tent. Israel has maintained its systematic bombing of heavily populated areas across Gaza. One of the latest attacks targeted Yarmouk Stadium, where tens of thousands of forcibly displaced Palestinians are sheltering. And once again, children are among the victims. The United Nations Secretary General has warned nearly 70% of Gaza is now under Israeli-issued displacement orders or within a no-go zone.
Yeah.
Antonio Guterres has called for civilians to be respected and protected at all times, and that they must have the basic necessities to survive. But fleeing to safety is not an option in Gaza, where many Palestinians say death has become inescapable. Julie.
Not a peep from the U.S. government about any of the war crimes or the U.S.-Israeli hostage. They don't care about anything that they can't claim as a victory. They certainly don't care about anything that might be shameful to the United States government, or be illegal internationally or within our own country. It's all about the ratings. Great ratings, I hear we have. People keep saying, sir, your ratings are so good. I know, it's very good. They say, sir, you're gonna be the best rated ever of all time, even better than McKinley. Wait, what? McKinley was rated very badly? No, that can't be. Can't be, McKinley was great. Alright, now let's go on to talking about this situation between the United States and Iran. As, of course, as we talked about over the weekend, and I think potentially last week, can't remember exactly, but Iran and the United States are supposed to have talks in Oman or Jordan. I can't remember. Couldn't remember where the talks are supposed to be held. One of the two. Probably Oman. All right. Start it off here.
For the first time in 8 years, the U.S. and Iran held talks. The talks, which took place this weekend, centered on Iran's nuclear energy program, which the U.S. insists should. To help us understand what's at stake, Will Todman, senior fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, joins us for tonight's interview. Will, thank you for joining us. Let's start with the nuclear program. Help us understand what the debate is about.
The debate is about Iran's nuclear program and whether or not it's true when it says that it only has intentions to have a civilian program. President Trump is very concerned that Iran is at the threshold of breaking out to a nuclear weapon and wants to ensure that he has a deal in place to ensure that never happens. That is something that Israel views as an existential threat, but it's also something that would be really destabilizing for the rest of the Middle East. So even though it was President Trump who previously exited the previous Iran nuclear deal that was signed under President Obama, he is now hoping that he can get a better deal. And as you said, talks began this weekend, and they went about as well as I think anybody could have expected.
And what's the sign that they went well? The fact they're going to meet for a second round?
Exactly. This was the first time that they had met face-to-face, Iranian and U.S. officials, since Trump withdrew from the Iranian nuclear deal. And so there is a huge amount of distrust between both sides here. And so the first step was to come face-to-face to find out where each side's red lines are and to scope out whether or not there's even the potential to come to an agreement here. And
yeah, I try to think to myself, what would it be like to be Iran right now? One of the Iranian officials going to negotiate with the Trump administration. You know, the guy who got them out of the nuclear deal that they were already in, that took, if I recall correctly, multiple years to come to fruition. Why get back into it while the United States is waging war against all of your allies and threatening to wage war directly against you? Why would now be the time to say, yeah, we don't need nukes. Yeah, it's fine. Why would we need nukes? That can't think of a single good reason.
Ultimately, those positions that each side put forward were not so maximalist that one side was driven away from the negotiating table. And as you said, they're planning to meet again this coming weekend. And it's at that stage when
yeah, so they're supposedly going to meet in the next couple of days. And we'll see what happens with that. We're not done talking about it. Let's go to Zeteo now to wrap up this conversation of thermonuclear war.
US President Donald Trump, self-proclaimed anti-war President Donald Trump has recently said that if Iran doesn't come to an agreement on their nuclear program, he will bomb them. And it won't just be any bombing. No, according to Trump, it will be bombing the likes of which they have never seen before. Indeed, the lives of countless Iranian civilians are now apparently hinged upon Trump's restraint or not during negotiations, which is a position no one really wants to be in. In addition to bombs, Trump threatened the Islamic Republic with secondary tariffs as well and more sanctions. All of this was triggered by Iran's rejection of holding direct talks with the US, instead saying that they're open to indirect diplomacy. Of course, one can't blame the Iranians for distrusting Trump, since he was the one to pull the US out of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JCPOA. Give me a joke. Signed with Iran back during the Obama days. He pulled out in 2018 and directed his administration to immediately begin the process of reimposing sanctions related to the JCPOA. Throw in Israel's desire for an all-out war with Iran into the mix, and you have a recipe for an even bigger crisis in the Middle East than the one taking place already. So what happens next? And was this what people expected from America's supposedly first anti-forever wars president? Joining me now to discuss all of this and more is award-winning author and expert on US-Iran relations, Trita Parsi from the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Trita, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
So, a lot going on. Let's just start with what he said on Meet the Press not too long ago. How seriously should we take Trump's threat to bomb Iran in a major way?
I think we have to take it absolutely seriously. Not because I think he actually wants to. I do believe that he actually wants a deal. But he may be trapping himself here in a position in which the Iranians are likely not going to respond positively to that type of bombastic demands. We have a very clear history of evidence of that. And that he will then be...
Before Trita gets too far along here, I mean, that should be terrifying in and of its own. You know, Donald Trump doing these kinds of negotiations, man slipping into dementia. I mean, he's a deranged freaking narcissist with his hands on the nuclear button, and the entire U.S. military. Whoa, hello, there we go, and we all know just how fragile that man's ego is due to the narcissism. And, you know, he's like Trita's saying, he's backing himself into a corner. A man who is almost 90 years old racist grandpa, the chip on his shoulder. Yeah, it's all just horrifying.
Left in a position in which he feels like he has to do something for his own credibility. I do think that the biggest problem, though, right now, in terms of getting to some sort of a deal, is not him making these type of threats. Those are not helpful. I think that's highly problematic beyond the fact that, you know, he doesn't have authority from Congress. He doesn't have, you know, any legal standing. I think the bigger problem right now actually is that he started off saying, look, I want to get a deal and my only red line is the nuclear program. No nuclear weapon. That actually works because that's what the deal was in the past.
Yep.
But then on February 4th, he signed this memo that started talking about dismantling the nuclear program, Libya style, you know, ending all of Iran's relations with all of its different partners in the region, from Hezbollah to the Houthis, as well as closing down Iran's missile program. If that is the basis for talks, there's not going to be any talks. That's actually a bigger obstacle right now to getting somewhere than these bombastic threats, because I think a lot of countries, and including the Iranians, are discounting a lot of those threats. Not in the sense that they don't take them seriously, they're preparing, but they understand that that's part of the noise that Trump seems to want to do. But his actual negotiating position is more important. If those are his positions, we're going to probably gravitate towards conflict.
Dan Hodges of the Daily Mail in the UK published an article last week that claims he was told by senior political, military and diplomatic sources while he was in Israel, the United States and Israel are preparing to launch a strike on Iran that will finally eradicate the threat posed by the country's nuclear weapons program. It doesn't have a nuclear weapons program as far as we know, but that's the Daily Mail. Have you heard anything that confirms that America and Israel have already done the deal to bomb Iran?
No, I don't think that is the case. I think there is a very intense debate going on inside the administration right now. Those who are much more committed towards getting a deal, and those who are pushing the very same strategy that Bolton, Pompeo, Brian Hook put in place, that was designed to make diplomacy fail so that war would be the only option. That's what you have with this memo.
Yeah.
It's going for demands they know the Iranians are going to reject because they want the rejection in order to go to war. And you have others in the administration who are pushing for more realistic demands in order to get a deal. So take a look at, for instance, what Witkoff said to Tucker Carlson in his interview. He talked about a verification-based deal, as well as that it would be very technical. Any deal that is just going for the dismantlement of the program is not going to be particularly technical, and it's not going to be particularly verification-based. A verification-based that is very technical, you know what that sounds like? A different version of the JCPOA, which means that what he's pushing for is a completely different approach, an approach that I think can work, but not, again, if they're going for these completely maximalist demands designed to fail.
So on that, you told the New Arab outlet in January that contrary to all the buzz that was spread by hawks in Washington, Trump had no plan to return to maximum pressure, but appears eager to start diplomacy with Iran and strike a deal. Do you think that assessment is still true? Because he is doing maximum pressure right now. Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe.
It's true. You should do the same thing with this stream.
Because at the time, you had an effort by the Hawks to try to give the impression that this was a done deal, that he's going to go for maximum pressure, and I think they were hoping to make sure that the Iranians would lash out and make this a whole self-fulfilling prophecy. And as you may have noted, the person who was pushing for that maximum pressure strategy was fired on day one of the Trump administration. But since Trump signed the memo on February 4th, and you may remember that press conference, says, I really don't want to do this, but they're telling me that I have to. So he kind of poo-pooed it, but nevertheless, it had a tremendously negative effect.
I feel like a lot of people in diplomatic circles, on the left, even on some parts of the kind of MAGA right, believed that Trump would somehow be less hawkish, less neoconservative, less gung-ho than a Joe Biden or a Kamala Harris, would be less pro-Israel even. And yet that was all wrong. In fact, in February, you wrote a piece headlined, Trump's peace efforts should be a wake-up call for Dems, and that he's running circles around the left, you said. This is the man who, since that peace treaty, has allowed Israel to violate the ceasefire, kill hundreds of Palestinian children, while he himself was bragging just the other day about bombing and killing hundreds of people in Yemen who may or may not have been Houthi fighters.
Illegal.
Do you feel a little bit naive, a little bit foolish to have put that Trump's peace efforts? I went back and read it. I wonder how he feels now. That you thought he was anti-war or pro-peace. No, some of us were like, come on, he wasn't.
The full piece, if you see what I wrote there, is talking about the fact that he went out there and he was making statements such as peace is the most important element of my legacy. You know, of course. What did the Dems say? What I was trying to point out in this piece is, and I say, undeservedly or not, he's taking the space of claiming that he's the peace candidate.
And he did that during the campaign, right?
Whereas
he went to Michigan
Kamala Harris goes around and says, no, hold on. I want the most lethal military force in the world. Don't use the word peace. I went back and looked, and the last time you actually had someone getting close to using that language was Obama saying, I don't want stupid wars.
So we can agree
But the point of that article is the Dems need to step up
space for him
and actually make sure that they're taking the space instead of leaving it empty for someone who may not at all deserve it, and particularly mindful of what you're saying. That's a strong case to be made, but the space was left empty by the Dems.
So I half agree with you. You're right. The space was left. We don't disagree on that. The criticism of Harris, totally legitimate. And he did go to Michigan, remember, before the election, said, I'm going to be the peace candidate. Liz Cheney wants to drag Muslims into wars. I'm going to be the anti-war guy. All lies. My problem is, you can say the Democrats left a space without ever accepting the idea that he's some kind of peace guy or anti-war guy. When you say Trump's peace efforts, that implies there's some good faith to it, that they're real. I mean, that ceasefire was fake from the get-go. It was just for the inauguration. He was never going to restrain Netanyahu. We're talking to each other on a day that Netanyahu's been welcomed to D.C. with a red carpet. So he kind of did.
Yeah. I don't remember Benjamin Netanyahu sitting in the White House and giving a press conference with Joe Biden. I could be wrong. May have forgotten at this point, so much has gone through my brain.
Fool a lot of people who thought, oh, maybe he'll be less hawkish than Harris and Biden, and here we are, what is it, 200 children killed in 24 hours?
I'm trying to remember exactly the article, but what I'm talking about there is what he was saying about Ukraine and other places.
And Gaza.
And Gaza as well.
Did you believe that was a real ceasefire?
I believe, well...
Although, I mean, while he didn't do a White House thing, he did come to the United States and do the... What was it? That wasn't the State of the Union, but like he did do that address to Congress. I do remember that, which was basically just as bad.
Let me tell you one thing. It will be out in the news, but something happened when Witkoff went to Israel.
Although not in content. I will make that distinction for sure. The content of the White House press briefing with Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu was unrivaled in its horror. All right. I should fake a I should fake a War of the Worlds 2.0, like a like an alien invasion. Okay. You're right, that might unify Earth. Do like an Independence Day type of situation. Alright, I have to... Why does this keep doing that? My mic is doing some weird stuff. Still haven't worked out all the finer points of this thing. Alright, we are approaching the end. We have Asia left to do, and that's going to be it. Although we have a number of stories for this. Let's start in China.
I have to have my China.
Forbes breaking news. Started off. This is from Monday. Protectionism will lead nowhere. Xi Jinping snipes at U.S. tariffs as he seeks allies in trade war. China's President Xi Jinping criticized the Trump administration's tariffs and called for the protection of the multilateral trade system, as President Donald Trump signaled that the exemptions put in place for tariffs on electronic devices, which have spurred a recovery in the stock market, will be short-lived. Xi, who is on a 2-day diplomatic trip to Vietnam, which was targeted with the president... wow. You give that subtitle as long as the rest of them? This thing's like a paragraph long. Which was targeted with a presently suspended 46% U.S. tariff rate, penned in an op-ed carried by state media in both countries. In the op-ed, the Chinese leader reiterated an earlier stance that the trade war and tariff war will produce no winner. And protectionism will lead nowhere without directly mentioning the United States. Xi said China and Vietnam should work together with the global something. The global what? The timing of these is wild. I might have to slow this down. This is bugging me. They are likely to be short-lived, and they will soon be covered under a different tariff bucket. The latest apparent flip-flop on tariff exemptions was made in a Truth Social post by Trump on Sunday, where he said that nobody was getting off the hook. And his administration is taking a look at semiconductors and the all-caps whole electronic supply chain in the upcoming national something. God damn it. The upcoming national security tariff investigations. National security tariff. Yes, national security tariffs. Yes, this is going to make us safer. The president also indicated the previously announced 20% fentanyl tariffs on China will remain in effect for electronic device imports from the country. In an interview with CBS News on Sunday, United States Trade Representative Jameson Greer said of Xi, he doesn't, wait, what? Said Trump and Xi. It's killing me. Trump and Xi don't have any plans to speak to each other amid the escalating tariff fight. They're not going to speak to each other? How are we going to get the art of the deal? If... what? Okay. So you're gonna be the one in charge of it, eh, Jameson? Since April 2nd, we have this at the leader's level, and at some point, yo. There's zero thought about the timing of all these. This is pissing me off so much. Slow it down even more, I guess. At some point, as President Trump has pointed out, what? These sort of like, I don't know if these are AI generated by Forbes or what, but they suck. China's Commerce Ministry on Sunday said the tariff exemptions on electronic devices announced by the U.S. Customs and Border Protection last week are a small step. Are they a small step, or are they just going to be made up somewhere else, like they were just saying? That's confusing. All right, I'm done with the Forbes news. We have 70 likes. Okay. Go to the Galactic Cantina for another emotional support character. Alright, we're gonna stay on China. But let's move on here now to, what is this? Sorry, I have to get this back out since my browser is totally broken right now. Let's go here. CNBC television. Talk about what happened in China yesterday.
Phil LeBeau is good. Now, Phil, try not to mess it up.
This guy's such a condescending douchebag. I hate this guy. He is my least favorite CNBC anchor, and that's saying a lot. So much. Most of these guys are garbage people.
This time, if possible, our viewers are counting. No, we had some gremlins.
No. Hey, Joe. Yeah, Joe, this is what happens when you don't pay your internet bill. Let's give you the headlines of the news coming out of China. There's a report that China has told its airlines to halt deliveries of new Boeing aircraft as well as parts. Now, this is one report. It has not been confirmed by the state government, at least not in a statement yet. Just for some context, China has taken delivery of 18 Boeing aircraft this year, 18 new aircraft, but the order backlog is immense out of China. And when you look at it, they've got 128 named orders, hundreds more that are in the queue but have not been named to specific Chinese airlines. There's also a report with regard to tariffs that is going to catch a lot of attention. Ryanair CEO Michael O'Leary, a friend of the Squawk Box crew, he told the FT today that there is every likelihood they may delay Boeing aircraft deliveries due to tariffs. And this is what we've heard more chatter about within the last week, guys, that airlines are going to say, wait a second, I got to pay a tariff on this aircraft? Maybe I don't need it right now. You hold on to it. Now, this is just the comment.
Which one is it, Phil? Is China halting its deliveries to the United States? Or are companies halting their... These guys suck. They are so garbage. I wouldn't be shocked to hear either, or both though, honestly, I guess. But he's not very good at making it clear what's happening. It's probably a little bit of both. All right. Sorry. My browser is fucked up, so I'm gonna have to do it this way every time. Okay, yeah. Now, this has happened recently. CGTN. From 2 days ago. China releases names of United States secret agents in cyber attacks.
In a rare move, Chinese authorities have gestured zero tolerance concerning cyber attacks by offering rewards to the public for information that could lead to the arrest of a group of U.S. government hackers targeting China. The Public Security Bureau Harbin in northeast China's Heilongjiang province disclosed that Catherine Wilson, Robert Snelling, and Stephen Johnson were part of mass cyber attacks schemed by an office with U.S. National Security Agency, notoriously known as TAO, short for Office of Tailored Access Operation. China also detected the mastermind behind a 2022 cyber attack against a leading Chinese aviation university was TAO. Calling those three secret agents, Harbin police said the investigation found they repeatedly carried out cyber attacks on China's critical information infrastructure and enterprises, including tech giant Huawei. And the latest was Harbin's Asian Winter Games this February.
During the Asian Winter Games, the NSA purchased IP addresses in different countries and anonymously rented a large number of network servers located in Europe, Asia, and other countries and regions to carry out attacks on relevant systems, critical information infrastructure, and specific departments. This time, we've also found the NSA has conducted zero-day attacks through which specific Trojans can be implanted after attacking the operating system to carry out a latent burial, similar to a time bomb that can be awakened at any time by sending encrypted byte data.
Oh, God. Where's all the outrage from the United States? I haven't even heard Donald Trump talk about it one time. It's fascinating. It's almost like he doesn't want to admit that the United States is vulnerable. All right, let's go here. PBS News from a day ago. Another hit from China. They are cutting, officially, the exports of vital rare earth minerals to the United States. It's fine. We don't need them, especially because we're planning on manufacturing our own chips here. It's going to be fine. And by fine, I mean that no way to do both.
Tonight, President Trump launched a new national security investigation that could lead to tariffs over critical minerals, the vast majority of which are processed by China. The president's announcement comes after Beijing restricted exports of those minerals, which are essential for everything from cell phones to fighter planes.
I find this hilarious. I do love that. We're gonna tariff the thing that we're not gonna get any of, just to prove that we won. We actually no, don't question it. No questions, please. It makes sense for me to tariff a good which is not being allowed into the US. We're gonna make billions of dollars from it every day.
Nick Schifrin reports that the trade wars are playing out as Chinese leader Xi Jinping is touring Southeast Asia, portraying Beijing as the region's most reliable partner.
In Vietnam, they brought the pomp and circumstance to welcome Xi Jinping, and two communist leaders walked the red carpet so Beijing could portray itself as a benevolent source of regional stability.
China will insist on joining hands rather than throwing punches, tearing down walls instead of building barriers, connecting instead of decoupling.
Xi's Southeast Asia tour was pre-planned, but he's using it to confront the U.S. for what Beijing calls an irresponsible trade war and recent sanctions on Hong Kong. China's top official
backfire and harm itself. And those peasants from the U.S. will soon be crying tears in front of China's 5,000 years of civilization.
That confrontation of the U.S. now extends to critical minerals. Beijing is restricting the export of rare earths and magnets that are almost entirely refined by China. Those minerals, vital for everything from the U.S. military's most advanced fighter jets and missiles to every single cell phone and electric vehicle on the planet. For perspective on all this, we turn to Gracelyn Bhaskaran, a mining economist and director of the Critical Minerals Security Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a think tank in Washington. Thanks very much. Welcome to NewsHour.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start with a basic fact. The White House says that 70% of U.S. imports of rare earths come from China. Translate that for me. How dependent is U.S. and allied military and civilian technology on China?
Translate that for me. What's the number 70% mean? Thank you.
We're highly dependent on China. I mean, consider that we don't have any heavy rare earth processing facilities here at home. So ultimately, while we have reserves of rare earths, even when we extract them, they actually go back to China for the midstream processing and potentially the manufacturing of magnets. And these rare earths are absolutely vital for all of our defense technologies and civilian uses, from MRI scanners to electric vehicles. So it's security.
We've been talking for years, of course, about critical minerals as vital to all technology. But what we're talking about here today, what China is trying to restrict, are a very specific subset of critical minerals, rare earths, things like scandium, terbium, things that most people have never heard of. So explain how these particular rare earths are so critical and why.
So rare earths are actually a bit of a misnomer because they're not rare, they're actually everywhere. However, they're often found in small quantities and then they get separated out of the rock before they get processed and manufactured into the critical goods that we discussed. Now, the big difficulty that we have is that we have fallen behind in critical minerals. And rare earths have long been weaponized. So I think back to 2010, China and Japan got into a fishing trawler dispute and then they were cut off. What's happened with
Yeah, the United States has zero infrastructure to do this right now. They're not set up at all. And we have, like, on our country, in the United States, like, in terms of, like, on the planet, right? You know, Donald Trump talked about how there's great rare earths in Greenland. Well, there's not a lot of great rare earths in the United States. One of the main reasons why there isn't the infrastructure with which to extract them. And we'll have to destroy a massive amount of the United States to get them at the same rate that we're currently getting them. And we're sourcing them from not just China, but other countries too. Although, like as you mentioned, 70% of the rare earths that we do get are from China. And with these tariffs, they're only going to be more expensive. And if China decides to stop exporting them, well, everyone's going to know that they suddenly have a corner on the market as it relates to the United States. I'm sure they won't raise their prices in response to that.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
The sound is gone? I'd recommend refreshing, although maybe it's too quiet. I gotta deal with the levels today. I might not sleep. Maybe I'll just do work all day. I'm sure that won't become a problem later tonight. Alright, let's go here to Forbes breaking news. Talk about something else related to China. TikTok. Caroline Levitt pressed about the TikTok ban. What if China doesn't come to the table in time? That would be terrible. They have no reason not to come to the table in time, right?
Iran.
Sure.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. When you said that the president said that Iran will never have nuclear weapon, is the focus on dismantling the entire nuclear program, or it just restricting enriched uranium or the missile program?
The president does not want to see Iran have a nuclear program. He does not want to obtain a nuclear weapon. He's been very clear about this. Shelby. Shelby, you have a seat today.
I know. Stole it.
Glad to see it.
Two quick ones on TikTok.
Illegal.
First, is the president expecting to extend the TikTok ban that's now June 19th if China doesn't come to the table in time?
Well, June 19th is a long ways away, obviously. I think it's 2 months away. 2 months is a long time in the Trump administration, as you have all seen. We work at Trump speed around here. We get a lot done, so definitely don't want to get ahead. The vice president continues to lead these negotiations and talks. The president's involved, and they're ongoing.
What's gonna happen? Who knows? Donald Trump is gonna do it, though. Art of the deal. Everything's gonna be fine. You're gonna have your TikToks.
从短期来看呢，就是美国加征高额关税会对我们国家的
Okay, now this
外贸和经济带来一定的
Please shut up. Now this is a story from. Sorry, I'm having to use my phone to check these stories ahead of time. All right, this is a story from the Associated Press. A response from Chinese officials in regards to U.S. tariffs. In the short term, this tariff will pose certain pressures on China's economy and trade, but it does not change the overriding trend of China's economic Chinese economic growth, because we have strong fundamentals, big potential, robust resilience. We are in the position to properly handle external challenges and achieve our growth target. If we look at Q1 numbers, these policies are quite effective. They have contributed to stabilizing our economic performance. Now, this was after China released its first quarter GDP numbers, which actually surprised the entire market. But you know what? I'm not surprised, because I'll bet you people were going to China the last couple of months with everything going on, saying, hey, let's do a deal without the United States. Let's do some trade. Hey, can I buy a bunch of stuff before these tariffs come into effect? A number of things. So if anything, this has just bolstered China's economy. And I'll bet you could almost remove all of the growth the United States just lost and add it to China's former numbers, and you would have basically gotten those numbers that just came out of China. Because everyone was like, fuck you. I haven't actually done the math on it, but I've been considering doing it. My guess is it's close. Alright, we got 2 more vids, and then we are done for the night. How long have we gone for? Almost 8 hours. Alright, let's go to the Philippines. South China Morning Post from yesterday. Manila says underwater warfare drones in its seas may be Chinese.
Vincent Trinidad.
Yes, good morning. Based on the technical study of the or forensics of the SIM card, the last contact that it had was in mainland China. Recovered in Masbate. We only have very clear that these are used for mapping out the underwater terrain, collecting information, like what I mentioned, mathematic data. All of these have a use across different fields, to include underwater warfare. Red and orange one, there were markings on the battery assembly. There is a 55 to 80% likelihood that these were deployed by the Chinese Communist Party. Why 55 to 80%? Is because the components inside, not all of them have markings that they were made in China. Others are available commercial off the shelf.
So yeah, that was a military representative of Philippines Army suggesting that there's a high likelihood, but not a guarantee, that these underwater drones, which they found, were PLA. But due to lack of information, as well as the fact that some of these parts are commercially available and not necessarily made in China, cannot be determined 100%. Although I don't think anybody would be shocked to hear that China was sending underwater drones all over the place. Alright, final story of the night. And this one I felt we would need because of how frustrating this stream was going to be for people. I certainly had that sense. Let's go here now. All the way south to an Australian island run by penguins.
Won. Our march was loud, the tyrant broke before the crowd. No treaty signed, no mercy shown. The ice has spoken, this land is our own. The eagle cracked beneath our glare, his wings collapsed in frozen air. But the flake on red above us flies and marks the day we never die. Victory Day, the war is won. 1,000,000 penguins marched as one. The motherland stood proud and gray. All shall praise the democratic penguins' republic today. They questioned why we wore no tie. We darkened seas and closed the sky. The seals advanced without delay. The orcas swam beneath the bay. One march was seen, then fear took hold, and history turned from warm to cold. Let penguins sing this frosted day, when the orange hand chose to back away. Victory Day, the war is won. 1,000,000 penguins marched as one. The motherland stood proud and gray. All shall praise the democratic penguins' republic today.
All praise the Democratic Penguins Republic today. Not the Democratic Penguin Republicans. It doesn't make sense. Okay. Well, that was the last video of the night. Well, chat, it would appear that we've gone through another stream. It was quite long and arduous, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, and Becky. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month. No one's in chat. Might have to end the stream right now.
and lovely. The girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each when she passes goes. When she young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each when she passes goes. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each when she passes goes.
Just look at that yellow sun. And way off in the distance goes a lovely little white cloud.
Get a drink, have a good time now. Go to paradise, paradise.